starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Can you please say less? It's really too arrogant. Uehara Naraku's attitude doesn't seem like he's here to solve the problem. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, everyone's brows furrowed involuntarily. Was what this bastard just said human language? It was clearly Uehara Naraku who destroyed their village, causing heavy casualties in their village, and even robbed the tail beasts in their village. Why does it sound like Uehara Naraku is still the fault of these big ninja villages? Uehara Naraku looked at the astonished people present and instantly fell to the ground, tilting his head and showing a curious look. Well, didn't you hear what I said? You didn't wear ears when you went out. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking here, his eyes suddenly became a little gloomy. His eyes swept over everyone coldly, and his voice suddenly became a lot higher. Or, have you forgotten the terror that Akatsuki brought to you? With Uehara's words, the temperature around seemed to drop. No, not as if, but the temperature in the air seemed to have really dropped. Arsehole. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists, looked at Uehara Naraku with an unpleasant expression, and said with gritted teeth, "Arsehole, are you kidding us?" Originally, the fourth Raikage thought that this was a meeting to judge Uehara Naraku and the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't expect that Uehara Naraku, the bastard, was actually here to provoke them. This was unbearable for the fourth Raikage. The look in the eyes of the third Tsuchikage also changed slightly. He straightened his waist, and his body slowly floated up from the ground. He spoke in a low voice, "This is not what we imagined. Don't you realize your situation, sir?" "I know very well." Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. "But you who have been high and mighty all the time seem to be the ones who really don't realize your situation." Uehara Naraku. Gaara came out, and there was gradually a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "We come to negotiate with you with a peaceful attitude. What does your attitude mean now?" "Negotiate." Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly moved, and he smiled sarcastically at the corner of his mouth. "Only the strong can lead the negotiations. What qualifications do you think you have to negotiate with me? Relying on your fragile strength?" Uehara Naraku changed the subject, and the smile on his face seemed to be even more intense. "I really can't understand. What gave you an illusion that made you think that a strong man who can easily destroy your ninja village will compromise with you?" Uehara brat. Tsunade frowned and interrupted Uehara Naraku. She was the organizer of the 5-Cage conference and the host who wanted to resolve the hatred between the two sides. Naturally, she couldn't back down at this time. Tsunade looked at Uehara Naraku's expression and said seriously, "I invited you to the 5-Cage conference to discuss how to solve the problems between you, not to create new disputes here. Sir Tsunade." Uehara Naraku waved his hand and looked at Tsunade with a serious face and said, "Don't you find that Sir Tsunade has no attitude to solve the problem?" Everyone was a little speechless. Don't they have the attitude to solve the problem? It's obviously you who don't have the attitude to solve the problem. You just came here, and you look so arrogant. What do you mean by kowtow to you and it's over? Why do you sound like a victim? Tsunade frowned unhappily and said, "Uehara, but your attitude doesn't seem like you want to solve the problem." "No, I'm generous enough." Uehara Naraku looked at everyone present and said with a smile, "I just asked them to kowtow and apologize. In addition to wanting me to apologize, they actually wanted me to compensate for their so-called losses." Uehara Naraku stretched out a finger, rubbed his brow, and continued in a low voice, "Shouldn't they be grateful that I didn't kill everyone completely? There is no reason in the ninja world to make the winner pay compensation." Terumi Mei walked over, looked at Uehara Naraku and whispered, "Uehara, you are not the winner. Didn't Nagato, the leader of the previous generation of the Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki, say that Akatsuki would make up for the mistakes you made? Are you sure I should make up for the mistakes?" Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm towards the air. Just when everyone was nervously thinking that Uehara Naraku was going to release some ninjutsu, they only saw the ancient dragon slowly lowering its head and rubbing the huge horns on its head against the palm of Uehara's hand. This terrifying summon beast that was ferocious enough to destroy a ninja village seemed like a well-behaved pet under Uehara Naraku's touch. Uehara Naraku patted the horn of the ancient dragon, and his face gradually became serious. "If you let me make up for my mistake, then I will tell you how I will make up for it. I should completely destroy your village instead of letting you provoke me here." Uehara Naraku turned his head and looked at the ancient dragon beside him, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. "Go. Do what you want to do. Bring destruction and despair to their village, and let them see what the real doomsday is." Roar. The ancient dragon raised its head and roared to the sky. The next moment, this ancient dragon was about to spread its wings and fly into the air. The faces of everyone present changed involuntarily, and the chakra in everyone's body rioted. They left their village, and the remaining people in the village had no way to deal with this summoned beast that had once been violent. Just when a war was about to break out, everyone began to gather their chakras to stop the ancient dragon first. Jiraiya, who had always been Tsunade's guard and had never spoken, stood up and flew in front of Uehara Naraku, saying in a deep voice, "Little boy, don't be too impulsive." Tsunade also hurriedly stretched out her palm to stop Uehara Naraku. She said loudly, "Uehara, we are here to solve the problem through discussion. Don't you want to solve Orochimaru and take back Nagato's body?" Konan also hurriedly turned into pieces of origami and appeared beside Uehara Naraku. She saw the situation in front of her and whispered, "Naraku, didn't you say you would solve the problem?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku's body slowly stopped. The next moment, Uehara Naraku waved his palm at the ancient dragon, and the ancient dragon stopped its movements and stood obediently in place. Uehara Naraku glanced at everyone present, nodded slightly and said, "Well, for the sake of Tsunade-sama, I'll tell you that I came to negotiate with the sincerity of peace, not to listen to your unrealistic delusions." Asshole. The fourth Raikage was so angry that he wanted to punch Uehara Naraku's head. At this moment, he really wanted to fight to the death, but his subordinate Deru saw the third Tsuchikage quietly put down his palm next to him, and Deru frowned and blocked him. He thought that the fourth Raikage's approach was not very rational. Now the old guy, the third Tsuchikage, still wants to play tricks now, secretly wanting the fourth Raikage to be the first to be angry. The old guy is really treacherous. At the beginning, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee's joint efforts were easily defeated by Uehara Naraku. Thousands of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village rushed forward and were defeated by Uehara Naraku. Deru didn't think that the fourth Raikage was reckless at this moment, so he fulfilled his duty and whispered, "Lord Raikage, we are not in an advantageous position in the situation." The fourth Raikage's fist creaked. The next moment, the fourth Raikage squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "Let's go. There is no need to invite the Hidden Cloud village to this so-called peace talks in the future." "Hey, the fourth Raikage." Tsunade's face showed a trace of anxiety. The fourth Raikage paused and said coldly, "Tsunade, don't use the name of peace talks to deceive us in the future. This is because you saved my subordinates in the past. Let's go." After that, the fourth Raikage was about to leave without looking back. After the fifth Kazukage Gaara and the fifth Mizukage Meditarumi were silent for a while, the two did not make any other moves. They and Konoha are the most solid allies. The eyes of the third Tsuchikage flickered slightly. It was obvious that the old Mononoke did not intend to be the first to stand out. He wanted to see what would happen after the fourth Raikage left. Some people really get smarter as they get older. If the fourth Raikage left, the 5-cage conference would end in vain. Then the third Tsuchikage would naturally leave. If the meeting involving the tailed beasts continued after the fourth Raikage left, the third Tsuchikage would naturally stay, because the 4 tails and 5 tails of the Hidden Rock Village must be taken back, which is the foundation of the Hidden Rock Village. Hey, wait. Tsunade watched the fourth Raikage leave without stopping, and couldn't help turning her head to look at Uehara Naraku, her face full of anxiety. "Naraku." After seeing Tsunade's expression, Konan saw Jiraiya next to her with a worried look, and couldn't help but look up at Uehara Naraku. A hint of complexity flashed in Konan's eyes. Uehara Naraku looked at the fourth Raikage's leaving figure leisurely. Not only did he not persuade the fourth Raikage, but turned to look at Tsunade. Uehara Naraku looked at Tsunade, smiled and suddenly said, if the fourth Raikage left with a guilty conscience, it might be because he was in collusion with Orochimaru. Mr. Tsunade, I suggest that the Hidden Cloud Village should also be included in the target of this meeting. Tsunade, what is this bastard talking about? Everyone couldn't help but change their eyes when they heard this. This guy's clearly deliberately intimidating the fourth Raikage. Because none of them left, Uehara and Naraku had this opportunity to intimidate the Raikage. But the effect is very significant. Because following Uehara and Naraku's words, the fourth Raikage couldn't help but stop his steps, turned around and cursed, "Asshole, Orochimaru is a traitor of Konoha, and he used to be a member of Akatsuki. What does he have to do with Akumogakya?" Uehara and Naraku ignored the fourth Raikage, just looked at Tsunade and continued softly, after we find all the tailed beasts, we will redistribute the 2 tails and the 8 tails. The Sand Village can get another tailed beast, and our Rain Village is also qualified to have a tailed beast. Don't even think about it. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists, and his face darkened involuntarily. The 2 tails and the 8 tails can only belong to the power of the Kumogakya. You are destined to be a loser who is defeated and has no right to dominate. Uehara and Naraku looked at the fourth Raikage who came back and showed a meaningful smile. Just when he was about to continue to say something that the people present didn't like, Tsunade's face couldn't help but darken, and she quickly waved to Uehara and Naraku to stop. Uehara and Naraku, can you say less? Okay. Uehara and Naraku was choked by her words. Never mind. His goal has been achieved. There is only 1 or 2 more chapters left. So happy. Chapter 327 Gaara. My father was killed by someone here. Uehara and Naraku's mouth is too poisonous. Tsunade really misses the innocent and simple little guy in the past. When Uehara and Naraku was 12 or 13 years old, when Tsunade met him for the first time in the hot spring village, she teased Uehara and Naraku casually, and the little boy looked distracted and could hardly speak complete sentences. What about Uehara and Naraku now? No matter who he meets, he always looks arrogant, as if he is the strongest in the entire ninja world. Now it seems that he is indeed the strongest ninja. It's just that the quality of the strongest people in this era is really not very high. Her great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama, is known as the god of ninjas. Except for facing Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama looks very humble and honest when he meets anyone. Tsunade sighed in her heart, turned to look at the fourth Raikage, and said in a deep voice, Lord Raikage, let's put aside the dispute for now. Even if it's just to get back the tailed beast of your village, you have to sit down at the table and have a good talk with us. Because no one present knew the danger of Orochimaru as well as Tsunade, they have been friends for more than 40 years. No one knows Orochimaru better than Tsunade. Now it is difficult to say that the alliance of Konoha Village, Sand Village, Mist Village and Akatsuki organization can get rid of Orochimaru. Any important force in the ninja world is indispensable to them. The fourth Raikage did not refuse. Although he still didn't have a good face for Uehara and Naraku, the most important thing now is to find a way to find out the whereabouts of Killer Bee and get back the 2 tails that belong to their Cloud Village. The host of the Iron Country, Mifune, finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led them into the interior of the Iron Country and led them to the place where the 5-cage conference was held. The venue of the 5-cage conference is not in the capital, but in a secret place. After all, this is the highest level meeting in the ninja world. It must be said that Mifune's preparations were very thorough. As the host, Mifune arranged the location very appropriately. The place he prepared was very secretive, and no one would be able to interfere with the 5-cage conference. In order to prepare for the 5-cage conference, we surveyed all areas of the Iron Country many days ago, and chose this place that would never be discovered. Mifune led them into a snowy forest, and praised himself. This is a very secret forest in the Iron Country. Snow falls all year round. No one will ever set foot here, except the samurai who guard it. Thank you. Tsunade nodded at Mifune and said softly, for so many years, ninjas have abided by the neutrality agreement with the Iron Country, and will continue to abide by it in the future. Yes. The cages of each village nodded at the same time. As they gradually went deeper, patrolling samurai began to appear in their sight. These samurai were responsible for protecting the meeting and avoiding unexpected situations. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that they arrived at the final venue of the meeting. It was an isolated spire. It looked inconspicuous from the outside, and people thought it was just a building similar to a sect. After Mifune led them into the interior, the true appearance of the interior was slowly revealed. The decoration here was very simple, with some traditional customs of the samurai country, and it seemed to have a heavy sense of history. Please. Mifune led them into a tall and luxurious room, and introduced softly, "This is the meeting room we prepared for the 5-cage conference." After that, Mifune slowly walked to his host position, spread out his palms and said softly, "That is the place prepared for you." One by one, the lights lit up. 6 huge white cloths were hung down. Under each white cloth, there were huge Chinese characters. Fire, wind, earth, thunder, water, rain. It can be seen that Mifune prepared very carefully, and even the hidden rain village, which was obviously not qualified, specially prepared a place, perhaps out of respect for the person who killed the salamander Hanzo. In fact, Mifune prepared 2 rooms. If Uehara and Naraku did not have any advantage, then Mifune would lead them to another room that was somewhat insulting to the hidden rain village. If Uehara and Naraku's attitude was very tough, even the 5-cage would retreat, and Mifune would naturally not offend him. Mifune pointed to the seats under the white cloth, and after watching many people sit down, his face gradually became serious. "Please put the bamboo hats that symbolize your status on the table in front." Every cage put his bamboo hat on the table. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows. He felt that he really had to find a way to live up to the title of the first generation of the rain cage in the future. This was too embarrassing. Mifune glanced at all the bamboo hats and continued in a muffled voice, in response to the call of the Hokage, "We have gathered here specially. The 5-cage and Lord Uehara Naraku of the Hidden Rain Village will hold a meeting. I'm Mifune, the host of the meeting." As Mifune spoke, his voice gradually became more and more serious, and his eyes gradually became more focused. "Now, the talks officially begin." The room became silent. Everyone's eyes began to meet each other. "Then let me speak first." Gaara's palms gradually came up to support his chin, and he said in a somewhat cold voice, "After all, the first person to get into trouble, because of the tailed beasts, was our Sand village. You are so young." The 3rd Tsuchikage glanced at Gaara and smiled. "Are you so arrogant, because of your youth? Your Highness the Kazekage is only 16 or 17 years old this year, and he has already become the Kazekage, and can sit on an equal footing with us. It seems that your father has taught you well." After Gaara was silent for a while, his voice became a little colder. "Yeah, there is nothing I can do about it. After all, my father was killed by someone present. Who dares to do this?" The 3rd Tsuchikage held down his fingers and smiled. "Doesn't your Highness the Kazekage want to avenge his father?" "Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't." "What a bad kid. How could he not avenge his father?" Cough. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but cough a few times when he heard this. Why did Gaara bring this up? It was so long ago. Besides, the relationship between the father and son was not good to begin with. They have always been almost mortal enemies. He killed the 4th Kazekage Rata. Logically, Gaara should be grateful to him at this time. Gaara and Inoki were still talking about this issue. Uehara Naraku didn't believe that Inoki didn't know that he killed the 4th Kazekage Rata. This was clearly to provoke the relationship between Gaara and the Hidden Rain Village. Although the relationship between them was originally a state of hatred. What's wrong? After hearing Uehara Naraku's cough, Tsunade raised her eyebrows and glanced at Uehara Naraku and said, "Uehara, do you have anything to say?" Uehara Naraku looked at Mifune and said, "I want to ask, do you have ice juice here now? The weather here is a bit cold. It's the right time to drink ice juice." Everyone's face darkened. This guy interrupted everyone's conversation just to ask for a glass of juice. When it's snowing outside, you want an ice glass? Damn, psycho. After a while of silence, Mifune still didn't quite understand Uehara Naraku's train of thought, but he still said, "Yes, I'll send someone to get it right away, but it may take a while to cool it down. Just bring it here. I'll do it myself." Uehara Naraku leaned back in his chair indifferently, looked at everyone present, and said softly, "Everyone, please continue." "How can we continue?" After a while, Mifune sent someone to present Uehara with a glass of juice. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger and saw a layer of ice chips gradually floated on the glass of juice, which made people feel a little cold. The guard area of the 5 cage summit. This is where the guards who followed are staying. Jiraiya watched Uehara Naraku's series of operations, suddenly chuckled and said to Conan, "Conan, your disciple is actually quite interesting." "Yeah." Conan nodded and said solemnly, "Although it seems that Naraku is a little off the track sometimes, in fact, Naraku is still very reliable." "Really?" Jiraiya touched his chin, "and he is a little genius. He can even synthesize the ice escape bloodline composed of water and wind. In addition to ice escape, I seem to have seen that he has other bloodlines." Conan was silent for a while, shook his head and said, "Naraku should have synthesized a lot of bloodlines by himself. After all, he is like Nagato. He can master the changes in the properties of all mainstream attribute chakras in a very short time. What a genius little guy." Jiraiya nodded in admiration and said, "You only need to use one finger to skillfully manipulate the ice escape technique to complete the ice juice." In fact, Jiraiya was just overthinking. Uehara Naraku raised his finger, mainly to be able to concentrate on projecting his will on the distant Namake's Minato. Somewhere in the land of iron, Kabuto Yakushi, Obito Uchiha and Minato Namikaze were walking in the snow, looking for the location of the 5 cage conference, disrupting it according to the order of Naraku Uehara. At this moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly froze. After a while, Minato Namikaze said, "The location of the 5 cage conference has been passed on. It is in a dense forest in the northeast of the capital of the land of iron. There are many samurai guarding the dense forest. The meeting place is in a pyramid building. This feeling is so familiar." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since Lord Naraku has passed on the location, let's go and make a big fuss now." "Forget it, I'll update it tomorrow." "Oh, I don't want to fall in love anymore. I'll just write honestly." Chapter 328, Konoha's Impure World List. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The 5 cage summit was still going on. Uehara Naraku drank the juice slowly, becoming a beautiful scenery in this meeting, attracting the attention of everyone present. The 5th Kazekage Gaara did not look at him, but stared at a certain place, stating his opinion. "I'm the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, and I was once captured and imprisoned by Akatsuki. I have always believed that organizations like Akatsuki are extremely dangerous." Slurp slurp. The sound of Uehara Naraku sucking the juice suddenly became much louder, and it became a noise that interrupted Gaara. He slowly put down the juice in his hand and whispered, "These are all old things in the past. There is no need to continue talking about them, right? What kind of old things are these?" Uehara Naraku glanced at Gaara, looked at his speechless eyes, and said softly, "We Akatsuki were just used by despicable villains. The most important thing now is to find the real mastermind Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi and their group." "That's right." Tsunade immediately took over Uehara Naraku's words. She didn't want this meeting to turn into another headless dispute. She continued in a low voice, "Instead of continuing to argue about past grudges, why not look at the danger in front of us first?" Tsunade slowly placed her palm on the table and said in a deep voice, "According to the information we have now, Orochimaru has mastered the weapon that can use the power of other tailed beasts, and he has collected 1 to 8 tails." After saying this, Tsunade suddenly turned her head and looked at Uehara Naraku and asked, "Uehara, is that right?" All this information was told to Tsunade by Uehara Naraku. For example, the matter about the ultimate weapon, the issue of the 8 tails Jinchuriki being snatched away by Kabuto Yakushi, and the possibility of Orochimaru transplanting the ability of the Rinnegan. After Uehara Naraku nodded, his expression gradually became solemn. "Strictly speaking, Orochimaru has actually obtained all the tailed beasts." "What?" Tsunade's face was stunned for a second. She seemed to think of something, and a drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on her cheek. "You're right." "What do you mean?" The 4th Raikage frowned unhappily. He didn't quite understand the riddle between them. What did Orochimaru mean by obtaining all the tailed beasts? The 4th Raikage looked at Tsunade and said unhappily, "Tsunade, what does this mean? Has your Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki also been captured?" "No." Tsunade pondered for a second and whispered, "There is one thing that perhaps two of you here already know. That is, the Nine-Tails chakra has long been divided into two, one of which is in the body of the fourth Hokage who was reborn by the impure world reincarnation. This means..." "That's right." Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and added softly, "When Orochimaru sent Kabuto Yakushi to snatch the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki that our Akatsuki originally intended to return, it actually meant that he had collected all the tailed beast chakras. Now that Orochimaru wants to revive the so-called war weapon, he no longer needs to get the nine tails in Naruto's body. All he needs is time to transplant the Samurai for himself and control the outer path demon statue." When Uehara Naraku said this, he continued, "Now the Samurai has also fallen into Orochimaru's hands. He has obtained everything he wanted, and he may even be about to complete his plan now. These problems are very fatal. This means that they must be faster in encircling Orochimaru, because the enemy has basically gathered all the tools, and the only thing left is to wait for time." Tsunade glanced at Uehara Naraku, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. She slowly asked, "Wait, Uehara, there is one more thing. Why does Orochimaru keep sending people to capture Naruto?" Uehara Naraku shook his head and guessed, "Orochimaru has always wanted to send people to get the nine tails in Naruto's body. Perhaps it is because he wants to get the most complete tailed beast chakra in the ninja world so that he can gain an absolutely irresistible power." After Uehara Naraku said this, he suddenly raised his head and said, "In addition to this, there is another possibility. That is, the impure world fourth Hokage with the nine tails chakra in his body has always been the strongest combat force under his command, and he does not want to easily destroy this combat force. These are all obvious to all of them. When he was in Konoha village, before Uehara Naraku arrived in Konoha, Minato Namikaze was almost invincible. He could suppress anyone perfectly. Both Nagato and Uzumaki Naruto were forced into a desperate situation by him. Even after Uehara Naraku arrived in Konoha, facing a group of reincarnated cage-level figures besieging and killing all around, only Minato Namikaze could barely compete with him for a few moves, and even caused a little trouble. This also made Tsunade see the gap. Therefore, Tsunade would do everything to win over Uehara Naraku and pull Uehara onto their chariot, so that they could deal with those reincarnated ninjas in the future. The 5th generation Mizukage Meditarumi and the 5th generation Kazekage Gaara were also very clear about this, so they have been constantly trying to test Uehara's bottom line, instead of turning against him on the spot like the 4th generation Reikage AI. The 4th Reikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage both believed that the 5 Kage could suppress Uehara Naraku if they gathered together. After all, in addition to their own strength at the top of the ninja world, they also had the 5 strongest ninja villages behind them. After all, when the 5 ninja villages were completely united, there would definitely not be any crisis that could not be solved. This was almost engraved in their bones. Uehara. Tsunade slowly bent her fingers, frowned, and asked, "After Akatsuki collected the tailed beasts, how did it want to use that weapon of war? Is there any way to find its location?" "No." Uehara Naraku shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Except for the Rinnegan, there is absolutely no way to control it. Even if we find it, it may be summoned away by Orochimaru directly, so we must find Orochimaru." "Hey." The 4th Reikage glared at Uehara Naraku and asked in a deep voice, "How powerful can that weapon of war be? After collecting the power of the 9-tailed beasts, how much power can it exert? Don't you Akatsuki know it? According to the information here, it can destroy a country with one blow." After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he frowned again and added, "But in my opinion, it should be more exaggerated than the rumors and the intelligence, because I tried to destroy several large and small ninja villages, such as the Kusagakure village and the ninja villages of several people present. In fact, it is not difficult." Everyone's face couldn't help but darken. Does this bastard think that the kettle is too hot? He is really talking about something else. Damn it, they have already deliberately and tacitly avoided this topic for the time being. Why is this bastard still bringing up this topic? When Uehara Naraku said this, he seemed to realize that he was wrong. He continued softly, "Based on my own strength, compared with the power of the chakra of those tailed beasts, once the outer path demon statue is resurrected, I think it should have the ability to destroy the world." "That's right." Tsunade's voice gradually became a little low. She glanced at the people present and said softly, "I think so too." In other words, the face of the third Tsuchikage gradually became solemn, and he summarized their communication in a low voice. "The enemy we are facing now is actually prepared to have all the conditions to destroy the ninja world. Is that right?" "Yes." Uehara Naraku looked at the third Tsuchikage, nodded and praised. "That's about it, Your Excellency. That Tsuchikage is really wise." Everyone in the venue fell silent. Then what else is there to think about? The fourth Raikage slammed his fist on the table, looked at everyone present and said, "Then send someone to find him quickly, and bring back all the tailed beasts." "This is where the trouble lies." Tsunade shook her head and said in a deep voice, "We need a large number of ninjas to search for the traces of Orochimaru and his gang. In addition to the secret location of his hiding place, Orochimaru now has a large number of cage-level ninjas in his hands." Yeah. Uehara Naraku was singing the same tune as Tsunade. He looked at everyone present and said softly, "If possible, you can go and take a look at the memorial tablet in the village to see if there are any signs of theft. It's best to unify the list of tombs that have been robbed." What the hell is going on? The people present didn't know what to say. Uehara Naraku looked at everyone and explained in a low voice, "I can provide you with a list of impure world reincarnation based on my guesses during this period and the impure world ninjas I met in previous battles. I hope you won't be too surprised." Uehara Naraku first looked at the 5th Kazekage Gaara and said softly, "The Shokutonsuke Kaiju Ninja Hagura of the Sand Village, the 4th Kazekage Rata." Gaara nodded nonchalantly. This information was not unexpected. He had also seen Rata, but he had not seen the Shokutonsu Hagura. Uehara Naraku was a little unhappy when he saw that Gaara had no reaction. This man should at least thank him. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and continued, "I have to remind you that Kabuto Yakushi once controlled Yakura to compete with me in Scorch Release. Yakura, the impure world ninja, should not be underestimated, and her will is on the side of Kabuto Yakushi. She can fight with all her strength because she was betrayed by the 4th Kazekage to the Hidden Mist Village and died to vent her anger." Gaara was a little speechless, and Meitarumi was also in a bad mood. Why was there a public execution when giving them information? When they heard that Yakura was betrayed by the 4th Kazekage, the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 4th Raikage snorted coldly at the same time. Uehara Naraku slowly looked at the 4th Raikage, who was grinning and laughing at the joke, and said softly, "The person from the Hidden Cloud Village may be His Excellency the 3rd Raikage, because for a period of time, Kabuto Yakushi often went to the battlefield where the 3rd Raikage and the tens of thousands of troops from the Hidden Highway Village were fighting fiercely." The expression of the 4th Raikage was not very good. However, the 4th Raikage did not glare at Uehara Naraku, but instead glanced angrily at the 3rd Tsuchikage next to him. After all, the war that killed the 3rd Raikage was led by the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki. This old guy, if he can't beat him, he will just pile him up. Uehara Naraku turned his gaze to Inoki and Terumi Mei and said softly, "Not to mention the Iwagakure village, I think the 3rd Tsuchikage has also met his teacher, and the Kirigakure village. Terumi Mei has also met the 2nd Mizukage, but there may be one more 4th Mizukage. Master Wu." Inoki slowly lowered his head, with a touch of nostalgia and worry on his face. He has been following Wu since he was a child, and has received all of Wu's teachings. Terumi Mei also slowly lowered her head. Uehara Naraku's eyes finally slowly moved to Tsunade, who was sitting in the middle. His voice gradually became more serious. He slowly said, "Those controlled impure world ninjas in Konoha village, should we tell them now?" "Go ahead." Tsunade waved her hands helplessly and said, "In fact, we have already seen most of them. Anyway, they are all the previous Hokage, which is really troublesome. Whether it was the 2nd Hokage Senjuta Biruma, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, they had actually expected it in their hearts." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku nodded, looked at Tsunade and the people present, and said, "The 1st Impure World Ninja List of Konoha, the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. A little late. I will write the reward and thanks list in the afternoon. There are still 3 more chapters, so happy." Chapter 329. I propose that Uehara Naraku be appointed as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. The existence of Hashirama Senju is inevitable. During the Chunin exam, many people in Konoha saw Orochimaru using the reincarnated Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju to besiege Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade had already prepared for this. She nodded slightly and said, well, the great-grandfather is indeed very powerful, but the reincarnation cannot bring out his full strength. No. Uehara Naraku interrupted Tsunade, and his voice gradually became more gloomy, saying, I have seen Orochimaru's first impure world resurrection of the first and second Hokage. Their strength at that time was indeed not that strong. But when we fought several times recently, didn't Tsunade see that the current second Hokage and the second Hokage at that time were not comparable in strength? During the Chunin exam, Tsunade frowned. She was not present during the Chunin exam, so she was not very clear about the specific details at that time. Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and whispered, the reincarnation of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama seems to be much stronger than that of the Chunin exam. I suspect that Orochimaru has found a way to allow these reincarnated strong men to exert power close to their peak period. What a joke. The third Tsuchikage Inoki jumped out immediately. Tsunade, who was supposed to speak, hadn't spoken yet. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, the third Tsuchikage immediately couldn't sit still. Inoki's expression was extremely gloomy and he said, although I haven't seen with my own eyes how powerful the first Hokage is, I have seen with my own eyes the power displayed by Uchiha Madara, who he killed. If it is close to their peak period, this battle doesn't need to be fought. This is Inoki's subtext. Back then, Hashirama Senju suppressed the ninja continent with his own strength, and no one dared to move until he died. Uehara Naraku frowned, and gently comforted Inoki, saying, don't worry, third Tsuchikage. The Uchiha Madara you mentioned should also be among the resurrected impure world ninjas. Inoki, what the hell is this? Inoki was really panicking. Drops of cold sweat gradually appeared on the forehead of the third Tsuchikage. He whispered, that guy Uchiha Madara is an absolute monster. To be honest, Inoki was more afraid of Uchiha Madara. When the first Hokage Hashirama Senju was mentioned, the third Tsuchikage Inoki was only slightly afraid, but now when Uchiha Madara was mentioned, Inoki was already panicking. What's more, the legendary god of ninja and the Shura of ninja world have joined forces. It is this Lanoop that suppresses the other newly built great powers and makes them dare not move. When Inoki was a child, he grew up with the first and second Tsuchikage. He knew that the stubborn old man of the first Tsuchikage and the somewhat arrogant man of the second Tsuchikage were afraid of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. When Inoki and the second Tsuchikage went to Konoha to request an alliance, they were easily defeated by Madara Uchiha, who didn't even have to look at them straight in the eye. What a troublesome person. Tsunade's brows frowned involuntarily. After hearing the name of Madara Uchiha, Tsunade felt a little bad. Two ninjas close to their prime, the combination of Hashirama Senju plus Madara Uchiha. Even if the Ninetales with complete chakra was thrown over, it would be useless. What's more, half of the Ninetales was in the hands of the enemy. This is really a big worry. Uehara Naraku sighed and said, compared with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it seems that the remaining second Hokage, third Hokage, Golden Flash fourth Hokage, Konoha White Fang Hatakes Akumo and Kato Dan, it doesn't matter whether to mention them or not. Everyone else present was a little speechless. They originally thought that they were miserable enough. For example, the fourth Raikage was in a bad mood when he heard that his old father was dug out. But now it sounds like they are quite lucky. Have the graves of the previous Hokage in Konoha been dug by Orochimaru? Except for the fifth Hokage Tsunade who is still alive, all other Hokage have been reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. This is really funny and scary. After all, the fourth Raikage AI has come into contact with the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and he knows the horror of Namikaze Minato. Wait. Tsunade's eyes paused. She suddenly looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a gloomy voice, have you seen Dan with your own eyes? Not only Tsunade, but even Jiraiya and Shizune couldn't sit still after hearing this string of names, especially the last one, Kato Dan. Huh? Dan? Kato Dan? Is he very strong? Uehara Naraku looked at Tsunade in confusion. At this moment, he seemed like an ignorant teenager. Tsunade shook her head and slowly sat back in the chair. It's not a question of whether he is strong or not. He is just Forget it, you continue. Uehara and Naraku looked at Tsunade inexplicably, and then continued softly. When Kabuto Yakushi was still undercover in Akatsuki, we went to attack the hidden rock village. Kabuto Yakushi once showed me his collection. In addition to the cage, there are many strong people. As Uehara and Naraku said more and more, everyone present looked more and more ugly, and even a little heavy. To be honest, they have already lost a lot of confidence before the war even started. This has nothing to do with their personalities, but reason and reality. Just Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are not something they can easily deal with. They are two powerful men who once suppressed the entire ninja world for an era. Even today, hearing their reputations still makes people feel awe. Especially the third Tsuchika Jinoki. As the oldest person alive, he has seen a lot and thought a lot. If all the information is in accordance with what Lord Uehara said, then we can almost predict the tragic ending of this war before it even starts. The third Tsuchika Jinoki slowly lowered his head, and there was a hint of heaviness in his voice. According to the power I have seen before, in front of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, especially since they are reincarnated ninjas, ordinary ninjas cannot play any special advantages. Well, everyone's eyes began to flow to each other. If you want to get rid of the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara, at least you have to let extremely powerful ninjas rush up to fight or entangle. And now the most powerful ninja. After everyone looked at each other, they finally slowly stopped at Uehara and Naraku. Judging from the record alone, Uehara and Naraku should be the strongest person in the paper strength comparison of the ninja world. There is even hope to compete with those two guys. After all, when Uehara and Naraku faced the siege of other cage level ninjas, he seemed to perform very well, and almost defeated his opponents with his absolute strength. Not only that, now Uehara and Naraku commands those members of Akatsuki, and they can also be used as a fighting force, to fight other filthy ninjas in the future. Uehara and Naraku's fingers tapped the table lightly. Yes, 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 this is the kind of look we want. Just now, Uehara slightly exaggerated the threats of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, just to make them realize that he is the hope of this war. Let's discuss it. Tsunade's palms gradually closed together. She looked at everyone present and whispered, let's discuss forming an unprecedented ninja coalition to deal with the threats from Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Okay. Gera naturally would not object to this proposal. He nodded calmly and said, in the face of a threat that is enough to destroy the ninja world, working together is the best result. Okay. Meditarumi also nodded and whispered, in this way, it will be easier for us to share intelligence and unify command, so as to avoid any suspicion. I don't object to this. The third Tsuchika Jinoki nodded slowly, then turned his head to look at everyone present, and said coldly, then who should be given the command of the ninja coalition? The fourth Raikage also nodded, and said in a serious voice, if it's a little guy who doesn't understand war, he will be in trouble. Well, you make sense. Uehara and Naraku nodded slowly and said softly, it's better if Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito know each other well. They need to be rational, and face the reality. Uehara and Naraku said this, and said meaningfully, don't be the kind of person who doesn't recognize his own strength at all, and rushes up to fight desperately. Asshole, what did you say? The temper of the fourth Raikage exploded immediately. This Raikage slammed his fist on the table, but the host Mifune seemed to have considered this. The material used for the table was good, and it was not smashed directly. But this movement instantly alerted others. All the guards of the cage were about to fall to the ground. They even thought that this was the Raikage smashing the table as a signal to ambush the cage of their village. Go back. Uehara and Naraku waved his palm, and a group of wind escape ninjutsu suddenly blew from his hand, throwing the guards present to the side. You have nothing to do here. Asshole. Kankuro stood up awkwardly, holding his waist. Kankuro clearly felt that he was completely different from the time he took the Chunin exam, so how could he be killed instantly by Uehara and Naraku with one move? Kurotsuchi also stood up again, staring at Uehara and Naraku with a hint of solemnity in her eyes. Is this the power of the rain hidden sin? Deru, Temari, Chijiro and others also patted their bodies and climbed up. They never thought that they would be thrown away by Uehara just after they fell down. Konan originally wanted to rush down, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Konan, don't worry, nothing will happen. Just sit here and watch quietly. As expected, The other cages all looked unhappy, and everyone waved their hands to let their subordinates retreat. Tsunade glanced at Uehara Naraku in surprise, and slowly closed her palms. Okay, let's continue to discuss the matter of the Ninja Alliance. In order to avoid mutual suspicion among the 5 major countries in actual combat, and to have enough strength to change the entire situation in the war, I have found a suitable candidate. Tsunade slowly raised her head, and looked at Uehara Naraku. Let's not mention the supreme commander of the coalition for the time being. Just to deal with wartime emergencies, I propose that Uehara Naraku of the Hidden Rain Village serve as the captain of the Ninja Alliance. There are 4 more chapters. Thanks to a lonely dog for the reward. Why is it that I write more and more? Chapter 330, Pharmacist Dao, I've been looking for you for a long time. Naraku Uehara is the strongest. Naraku Uehara's identity certainly cannot make him the supreme commander. Tsunade thinks it is better to give him the most suitable position and use Naraku Uehara's power to prevent this guy from overturning the table later. And the enemy they are facing now is very powerful. Tsunade previously believed that Naraku Uehara's power can only deal with a part of the impure world ninja to prevent the Ninja Alliance from causing greater losses. Then when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama may be resurrected with close to their peak strength, the power of Naraku Uehara and Akatsuki is now indispensable. Tsunade hopes that Naraku Uehara can fight against one of the reincarnated Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If Naraku Uehara can even defeat one of them, it will also bring them a great chance of winning. As for Uehara Naraku dealing with the 2 of them, Tsunade really didn't dare to think about such a thing. Uehara Naraku didn't care what position he held in the Ninja Alliance, as long as he could get the real-time mobilization information of the Ninja Alliance. As a result, Tsunade proposed that he be the captain of the Ninja Alliance, giving him the power to mobilize the Ninja Alliance in real time on the battlefield. How can this be so embarrassing? Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and asked, Sir Tsunade, the captain-in-chief of the allied forces will not let me be cannon fodder or something, right? No. Tsunade shook her head and explained, because your strength is the strongest, and you have a better understanding of the impure world reincarnation ninjas, and you can mobilize the appropriate ninja troops at any time to fight against the ninjas they can defeat. The most important thing is, once a crisis occurs somewhere, as the captain-in-chief of the ninja allied forces, you have enough power to deal with certain enemies whose strength is too powerful to be cognized. Sir Tsunade, are you referring to Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage? Uehara Naraku frowned, and his voice suddenly lowered. I don't think I'm qualified to challenge them. Tsunade shook her head, looked at Uehara Naraku seriously and said, I have seen information about the impure world reincarnation technique. If it exists in the form of impure world reincarnation, it will also be a weakening for them. I disagree. The 4th Raikage watched them chatting happily, and wanted to raise a different opinion on the spot. Wait, he is a member of Akatsuki, how can he convince the coalition? But Lord Uehara is very powerful. Inoki approved Tsunade's proposal at this time. His palm slowly clenched into a fist, and his voice was a little gloomy. Any strength may increase our chances of winning, not to mention that Lord Uehara is a ninja demigod of the new era. Inoki slowly looked at the 4th Raikage, and said in a deep voice, Lord Raikage, now is not the time to care about those past grudges. If we can't defeat Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Hokage, it will definitely not be a good thing to greet us. That's right. Meditarumi also nodded slowly. This woman has also heard the legend of Uchiha Madara. Almost without exception, the ninjas in the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water were all bullied by that guy Uchiha Madara. When the Ninja World War came later, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village often fought with the Uchiha clan. This is really a bad fate. The next thing we are going to discuss is to select the supreme commander of the entire ninja coalition, who will be responsible for commanding all the actions of the ninja coalition. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and tapped the table with her fingers. I hope there will be no objection to this person. After all, this person will have to command tens of thousands of ninja troops and be responsible for the safety of the entire ninja world. Gaara's eyes swept slightly and stopped at Tsunade. It seems that there is no one more suitable than Tsunade-sama, right? I agree. Meditarumi nodded. In this regard, she and Gaara and Tsunade are on the same page. No matter how you look at it, Tsunade looks like a very reliable ally compared to the old-fashioned third Tsuchikage Inoki and the greedy and irrational fourth Raikage. I agree. Uehara Naraku sipped his juice. For him, it didn't matter who he chose. The fourth Raikage naturally disagreed, and he immediately raised an objection. Why is it this woman, Tsunade? She is a person who does not keep her word. And our enemy, Orochimaru, was her companion in the past, and was also called the Three Ninjas of Konoha. This is not convincing. Tsunade's face suddenly darkened, and she looked at the fourth Raikage dangerously. Hey, Raikage, when did I break my word? When we agreed to meet in the evening, didn't you, a woman, throw me in the cold wind and freeze all night? Everyone's eyes gradually became subtle. Why does this sound a bit like thinking more? Tsunade stretched out her palm to support her forehead and recalled the past. When she was still suffering from hemophobia, she met the fourth Raikage. At that time, one of the fourth Raikage's subordinates was hit by Zuan Hang's technique. When the medical ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village were helpless, they happened to meet Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade verbally agreed to make a bet with the fourth Raikage, but she drank all night, leaving the fourth Raikage with a cold wind all night. So when the fourth Raikage saw Tsunade in the Land of Iron, he mocked her for being late. Tsunade glanced at him helplessly, sighed and said, "Didn't I just lie to you once? Didn't I let Shizune help you heal and save people later? But, okay. Tsunade glanced at the fourth Raikage, suddenly hooked her lips, chuckled and said, "If you promise to take care of all the ninjas of the Shinobi Alliance as you were your subordinate at that time, how about I vote for you?" The fourth Raikage fell silent. This is a promise between a Raikage and a man. At this time, Uehara Naraku said, "In fact, the fourth Raikage is also a good choice. At least he survived my fist." Shut up. When the fourth Raikage heard the first half of the sentence, he had a little more favorable impression of Uehara Naraku in his heart, but after hearing the second half, he was furious. The third Tsuchikage glanced at the fourth Raikage AI and the fifth Hokage Tsunade, and he knew in his heart that they were probably the two highest commanders of the ninja. The third Tsuchikage Inoki said with some regret, "I can also do it without hesitation. After all, I once commanded tens of thousands of ninjas to surround and kill." Cough 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 cough. When Inoki said this, he felt that this statement was not appropriate. Because in Inoki's peripheral vision, he had already seen the angry eyes of the fourth Raikage. "Third Tsuchikage, just admit that you are young, but not brave enough." Uehara Naraku looked at the third Tsuchikage with a vague look, and sighed faintly. "When I mentioned that Uchiha Madara might be resurrected just now, your forehead was sweating. That's Uchiha Madara." The third Tsuchikage clenched his fist, and slammed it heavily on the table. "No, how could I be afraid of the enemy? I heard Deidara say, 'Don't listen to the nonsense of that bastard Deidara.'" The third Tsuchikage Inoki turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku with an ugly face. "If we form a ninja coalition, transfer that bastard Deidara to my command. He won't like it." Uehara Naraku waved his hand, not wanting to agree to this. In any case, Deidara would never return to the Hidden Rock Village to be the fourth Tsuchikage. Otherwise, Uehara Naraku really wanted to try to arrange a member of the Akatsuki organization to be the leader of a large country ninja village. This kind of thing is exciting just to think about it. On the other side, the fourth Raikage looked at Tsunade's serious and solemn eyes and stretched out his palm towards her. "If I come to take office as the captain of the Shinobi Alliance, I will regard the ninjas of all countries as my most beloved subordinates. This is the promise of man and a Raikage. Then please give me more advice." Tsunade patted the fourth Raikage's palm and smiled. "If you do anything inappropriate, I will dismiss you at any time. Got it?" The fourth Raikage nodded solemnly. Just as they solved the problem of the supreme commander of the Shinobi Alliance, a burst of mocking laughter suddenly came from the sky and echoed in this huge room. "I also want to recommend to you a candidate who is most suitable to be the supreme commander of the Shinobi Alliance. Don't you think that in this world, only Lord Orochimaru, who has glimpsed the truth, is the most suitable candidate?" Everyone present was stunned for a second. The next second, whether it was the 5Kage or the guards they brought with them, including the host of the Iron Country, Mifune, they all entered a state of alert. Everyone knew that this must be an enemy sneaking in. Naraku slapped the juice in his hand and slammed it heavily on the table, and a piece of ice chips flew all over the table. Naraku raised his head with a gloomy face and looked at a corner of the room. His voice became cold. Yakushi Kabuto, I've been looking for you for a long time. There are 3 more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, helping to attract the hatred of Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto finally arrived. Naraku had almost finished his juice when Yakushi Kabuto, the main actor specially arranged for the 5 major ninja villages, hurried over. Yakushi Kabuto, along with Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito, stood upside down on the roof, looking down at the people on the ground. Naraku looked up at their figures and narrowed his eyes slightly. Kabuto Yakushi, are you here to die? Ah, isn't this the new leader of Akatsuki, Lord Naraku? After hearing what Naraku said, a smile appeared on the corner of Kabuto Yakushi's mouth, and his eyes looked at the nervous and vigilant 5 and their many guards. After a moment, Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and sighed. This won't do, Naraku. We are Akatsuki to establish a new order in the ninja world. How can we associate with these decadent and corrupt 5 HMPH, it's none of your business. A trace of chakra gradually attached to the palm of Naraku, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What's the matter? That coward Orochimaru still doesn't dare to come and face me? No. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head again, curled up the corners of his mouth, smiled and said, Lord Orochimaru has to prepare a cemetery for all the ninjas in the ninja world, and he is too busy now. The faces of the 5 changed. This Kabuto Yakushi was even more arrogant than Naraku. He was just a pawn of Orochimaru, but he was so courageous. However, what he said was indeed shocking. What conspiracy did Orochimaru have? Don't disrupt the talks. Mifune took the lead. His ninja sword suddenly came out of its sheath. He suddenly jumped into the air and slashed at Kabuto Yakushi's head. The swordsmanship of this samurai was incredibly fast. The next moment, Mifune's ninja sword was caught by someone with bare hands. Namikaze Minato controlled a giant golden chakra hand in his hand. After holding Mifune's ninja sword tightly, he kicked Mifune down. Don't be too impatient. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the embarrassed Mifune and smiled. It seems that I can't be too strict with you. After all, you are just samurai and can't learn the patience of ninjas. Stop talking nonsense. Jiraiya looked at the people standing upside down on the ceiling and said in a deep voice, Kabuto Yakushi, Minato, Uchiha Obito, what conspiracy is Orochimaru making again? Jiraiya is undoubtedly the one who pays the most attention to Orochimaru. The relationship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru is unusual. Strictly speaking, it is even closer than Tsunade. After all, Jiraiya is very willing to share happiness with Orochimaru. Lord Jiraiya, do you think I will answer such a question? Kabuto Yakushi smiled and shook his head, stretched out his palm and said, since it is a conspiracy, of course you will know it, only when it is revealed. At this point, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly stretched out his finger and pushed his glasses and said, but think about it carefully, Lord Jiraiya is Lord Orochimaru's best friend for decades. Since you are asking, it seems that it doesn't matter if I tell you. The next moment, Kabuto Yakushi's figure suddenly fell. Kabuto Yakushi chose the highest seat in the venue and sat down slowly. Minato, Namikaze and Obito Uchiha followed closely behind him. It's a long story, so I need to tell you slowly. Kabuto Yakushi grinned, and his voice was deliberately lowered. Where should I start? Perhaps we should start from why we want to take away Akatsuki's Rinnegan and Gaiden statue. Over the years, when Lord Orochimaru and I were undercover in Akatsuki, we each got some of the secrets about the Rinnegan and Gaiden statue. Everyone, even Nagato, the leader of the previous generation of Akatsuki, believed that the Gaiden statue was an ultimate weapon of war. But after Lord Orochimaru and I analyzed this and verified it through the cooperation with Mr. Uchiha Obito, we confirmed one thing. The Gaiden statue has never been an ultimate weapon, but a deformed tailed beast in the ninja world. Tailed beast? Everyone present couldn't help but frowned. Especially the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Gaara's face turned cold. He slowly raised his head and said, "What does this mean? Are there other tailed beasts in the ninja world?" "No." Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and whispered, "For thousands of years in the ninja world, there has only been one tailed beast in the entire ninja world. It had a very cute name at the time. Maybe we should call it the Ten Tails." The Ten Tails. Everyone's eyes tightened involuntarily. After a moment of surprise, Uehara Naraku looked at Conan, who was serious beside him. A look of realization appeared on Uehara Naraku's face. Indeed, there are 10 pillars on the body of the Outer Path demon statue. Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, laughed and continued, "Lord Orochimaru has been wondering why the Outer Path demon statue needs the chakra of the tailed beasts to activate, why it has 10 pillars on its body, but has 9 eyes. And every time the Outer Path demon statue absorbs the chakra of a tailed beast, it will activate an eye." The funny thing is that Akatsuki has always regarded the Outer Path demon statue as a weapon of war. They don't even know what treasure they are guarding. Asshole. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Kabuto Yakushi above, and said in a cold voice, "Kabuto Yakushi, I'm the current leader of Akatsuki. In front of me, you'd better watch your words, otherwise I will make you die in a very dignified way. Are you still going to act like you're invincible now?" The corners of Yakushi Kabuto's mouth curled up, and he looked at Uehara Naraku provocatively, and laughed a little wantonly. "Akatsuki has always been squandering natural resources. You know that the so-called Samsara is the eyes of the Six Paths Sage, but don't you know what the Six Paths Sage did with those eyes?" "What do you mean?" Uehara Naraku frowned when he asked. At this moment, Uehara Naraku acted like an ignorant child, a child who obviously possessed great power, but was attracted by curiosity, because he was ignorant of the world. Kabuto Yakushi sighed at Uehara Naraku's acting skills, and then continued to explain, "The Six Paths Sage was not a legend. He really existed. The Ten Tails was also a monster that was once active in this ninja world. In order to prevent the Ten Tails from destroying this ninja world, the Six Paths Sage chose to defeat the Ten Tails, and extracted the Ten Tails chakra, dividing the chakra into 9 parts, which are now called the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. However, these tailed beasts were only part of the Ten Tails at the beginning. As long as the chakra of all the tailed beasts is reunited and placed in the Ten Tails body full of vitality of the Outer Path demon statue, the Ten Tails that were once active on the earth can be resurrected." Everyone's face changed. Because of the relationship with the Jinchuriki, every ninja village knows how powerful the tailed beasts are. How powerful the Ten Tails with the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts will be. It is simply unimaginable. "Oh." Uehara Naraku nodded indifferently and slowly raised his finger. "It's just a larger tailed beast. Since you said that, don't be so ignorant to rely on your own strength, Lord Uehara Naraku." Yakushi Kabuto smiled and shook his head, pushed his glasses and said, "If it was just a large-tailed beast, do you think Lord Orochimaru would have put so much effort into it? The Ten Tails is not as simple as you think. The Ten Tails has a power comparable to the Six Paths Sage. It is a monster that can fight the Six Paths Sage for a long time. It has the strongest chakra and will not be easily defeated by you like the tailed beast now. Even the Six Paths Sage cannot kill the Ten Tails directly. He can only develop a magical technique and seal it into his body. Just like the 5th Kazakage, the Six Paths Sage is the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. What's not so clever is that when Lord Orochimaru faked his death and escaped some time ago, he just happened to find this technique that can become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. As long as Orochimaru becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he will be able to become the new Six Paths Sage of this ninja world, surpassing all the ninjas of previous generations. The god of ninja, Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, are now just toys in the hands of Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto Yakushi slowly looked up at the sky, raised his palm, and his voice gradually became a little solemn, "And Lord Orochimaru, who becomes the new generation of the Six Paths Sage, will completely gain eternal life, and unify the entire ninja world, and destroy this chaotic ninja era." Uehara Naraku's eyelids twitched. Kabuto Yakushi has arranged a lot of drama for Orochimaru, but it seems that this is in line with Orochimaru's mind. After all, Orochimaru doesn't have any grand idea of using the moon eye to make people spend their whole lives in illusions. He is a simple person who just wants to live forever and study science. By the way, if Kabuto Yakushi mentioned that Orochimaru realized the moon eye plan for the peace of the entire ninja world, it would be too ridiculous. The faces of the other people present became ugly. If everything Kabuto Yakushi said was true, then once Orochimaru succeeded, they would have to face another figure from the Millennium myth and legend, the Sage of Six Paths. This term is more grand than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, because the Sage of Six Paths has always been hailed as the founder of the ninja sect, and the one who gave the people of this world chakra, and has been a god passed down by word of mouth for thousands of years. After saying so much, Uehara Naraku's eyes trembled slightly, and he whispered, "Does a person like the Six Paths Sage really exist?" Of course it's true. The smile on Kabuto Yakushi's face gradually became more intense. He turned to look at Jiraiya, and said with a smile, "The reason why I'm willing to answer this question is because Lord Jiraiya will definitely know about this." Kabuto Yakushi looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Lord Orochimaru also specially sent me to ask Lord Jiraiya. There is a name on the Myaboki Mountain summoning scroll. It should be Hagoromo, right?" Jiraiya's eyes condensed after hearing Kabuto Yakushi, and his eyes immediately became alert. What's wrong with this name? How could this guy know such a thing? Unexpectedly, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Jiraiya, nodded with a smile and said, "It seems that everything is true. The name Hagoromo is the name of the legendary Six Paths Sage. Lord Orochimaru also wants to confirm whether the legend of the Six Paths Sage is true or not. He got a piece of news, that is, the great Toad Sage of Myaboki Mountain once taught the Six Paths Sage a method of synthesizing immortal chakra." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and showed a smug smile on his face. "Thanks to Lord Jiraiya for the information, we can make the plan foolproof." At this moment, the eyes of others looking at Jiraiya were also full of doubts. They seemed to want to confirm from Jiraiya whether what Kabuto Yakushi said was true or not, and whether the Six Paths Sage really existed. "It's true." Jiraiya nodded with a grim expression. He never expected that he would be tricked by others for information. "Then it's time for the main show." Kabuto Yakushi's face became serious again. He glanced at everyone present and asked softly, "The 5K are about to face the new generation of the Six Paths Sage. Lord Orochimaru, do you choose to kneel down and surrender to Lord Orochimaru now? Or do you want to truly experience the power of the Six Paths Sage and wait for Lord Orochimaru to bestow doom and destruction on you ignorant and stupid guys?" A flash of anger flashed across everyone's face. Today, right here, Kabuto Yakushi helped everyone's hatred for Orochimaru reach its maximum. Chapter 332. In the name of Lord Orochimaru, I declare war on this world. It is impossible to surrender. But no one expected that Orochimaru's goal was so terrible. In order to achieve this goal, Orochimaru's forbearance was so deep. He has always behaved like an evil ninja who would do anything to achieve immortality, and he obtained false immortality by replacing his body with the technique of reincarnation. Who could have imagined that when the Akatsuki organization was collecting tailed beasts and active in the ninja world, Orochimaru would complete such a grand plan without saying a word? Orochimaru wants to become the new Six Paths Sage. Orochimaru wants to obtain true immortality. Orochimaru wants to rule the entire ninja world forever and take whatever he wants from it. After a long time, the people present gradually digested all the news they had heard, and the shock in everyone's heart did not subside for a long time. Even Naraku Uehara, the strongest person in the field, had a heavy look on his face after hearing what Kabuto Yakushi said. "Orochimaru is really braver than I thought." Jiraiya was silent for a while, then said with an unpleasant face, "Orochimaru is indeed very brave. He must dare to do something like a snake swallowing an elephant. I just didn't expect that he would want to become the Sage of Six Paths. That guy has already embarked on a forbidden path." Tsunade shook her head and sighed softly. Did he really find the most terrifying path in that taboo that was destined to be dark? At this moment, Orochimaru's two friends were a little emotional. They really couldn't imagine that Orochimaru, who had always been short-sighted, wanted to do something this time that really surprised them. Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms and sneered. In terms of vision, no one in the entire ninja world can match Lord Orochimaru. When you guys are still discussing the so-called weapons, Orochimaru has already realized the true meaning of this world. A flash of obsession flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face, and he exclaimed, "Back then, Lord Orochimaru once said that he would master all the ninjutsu in the world. At that time, I believed that Lord Orochimaru would definitely be able to do it. Now Lord Orochimaru has done it. As long as he becomes the Sage of Six Paths, he can master all the changes in the nature of chakra and easily master everything and the truth of this world. Mastering all the ninjutsu in the world is indeed Orochimaru's dream." Tsunade and Jiraiya, as former teammates of Orochimaru, naturally know this very well. They didn't expect that Orochimaru would actually do it. That guy Orochimaru. Jiraiya couldn't help but grit his teeth, and his eyes slowly stopped on Tsunade. Obviously, Jiraiya recalled their conversation about dreams when the three ninjas of Konoha were still young. Now, the dreams of the three of them seem to be coming true. Tsunade has traveled all over the ninja world and seen the beautiful scenery of the ninja world. Jiraiya can finally stay by her side and protect Tsunade as he wished. Orochimaru is also going to become the omnipotent Sage of Six Paths. Unfortunately, they are destined to go their separate ways, and as the leaders and higher-level officials of the two camps, they are about to start a big fight between the two sides. When the two of them were a little emotional, the others couldn't stand it. The temper of the fourth Raikage exploded on the spot, and the lightning chakra mode on his body was instantly activated. Just relying on you rats hiding in the gutter, you still want to rule the ninja world? Let me see the quality of you guys. The body of the fourth Raikage instantly turned into a residual image. The fourth Raikage appeared next to Kabuto Yakushi in an instant, and he suddenly smashed his arm towards Kabuto Yakushi's head. A golden arm blocked the attack of the fourth Raikage. Namake's Minato instantly entered the Kurama mode, standing beside the fourth Raikage. His arm tightly clasped the fourth Raikage's shoulder. "Long time no see, AI, your speed has become faster than before. Humph, your hands are still so fast." The fourth Raikage's eyes condensed slightly, staring at Namake's Minato beside him. His face darkened. "At the beginning, I said I would fight as a shadow. Now it's not too late." During the Third Ninja World War, Namake's Minato won a small victory over the 4th Raikage AI and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee by himself, and left a message hoping that they could meet again as the leaders of their respective villages in the future. Unfortunately, they soon parted ways. Now that they meet again here, the 4th Raikage naturally won't want to miss this opportunity. He has become very strong now. The activation of cells in the lightning chakra mode can make the 4th Raikage's power and speed faster than you can imagine. Even the Sharingan can hardly catch his trace. For example, Uchiha Obito, who was standing behind Kabuto Yakushi, was shocked by the speed of the 4th Raikage AI. No wonder Sasuke has always been resentful of the 4th Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki we captured. The speed of the lightning release ninjutsu is really not to be underestimated. More than still alive. The 4th Raikage's eyes narrowed slightly. He heard a pretty good news. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and smiled nonchalantly. He was still alive when we came, but I'm not sure if he is still alive now. But your brother is really good. He is also a Jinchuriki who has perfect power, just like the current 4th Hokage. After that, Kabuto Yakushi waved his hand and said, 4th Hokage, please get rid of this 4th Raikage quickly. I still have a lot to say. Yes. Minato Namake's eyes swept over everyone present and stopped on Uehara Naraku for a second. He also saw Uehara Naraku's warning look. The next moment, Minato Namake's arm suddenly flew down with the 4th Raikage and threw him to the ground. His strength and speed were not inferior to this Raikage. Just as a giant chakra hand appeared behind Minato Namake's, manipulating a Rasengan to press on the 4th Raikage. At this critical moment, someone kicked Minato Namake's away. Hey, let me tell you. Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at Minato Namake's who was kicked away by him, and said coldly, don't you take me too seriously. After that, Uehara Naraku reached out and grabbed the arm of the 4th Raikage and pulled him up. If you can't beat him, don't be so arrogant. You are the commander of our ninja alliance. Isn't this embarrassing for our ninja alliance? At first glance, Uehara Naraku is still very loyal to the Ninja Alliance, which is quite in line with his identity. After all, he is now the captain of the Ninja Alliance. Arsehole. The fourth Raikage widened his eyes in anger. If it weren't for this guy Uehara Naraku who just saved him, the fourth Raikage really wanted to fight him. But the Raikage suppressed his anger again and said unhappily, "Humph, thank you very much. Why are you being polite to me?" Uehara Naraku waved his hand indifferently. Minato Namikaze watched this scene from a distance and sighed in his heart. This was another group of people who were manipulated by Naraku Uehara. They thought they saw Naraku Uehara was the leader of Akatsuki, the murderer who once collected the tailed beasts and destroyed the great ninja village, and the Sin of the Rain village who turned over a new leaf. In fact, this guy has never revealed his true identity. Minato Namikaze really wanted everyone present to be more sober at this time. The person who was about to bring disaster to the ninja world was Naraku Uehara, whom they began to trust again. What Orochimaru became the Sage of Six Paths. All this was controlled by Naraku Uehara. Unfortunately, no one could wake up. Under the control of Naraku Uehara's will, Minato Namikaze could not say much, and could only stand by Kabuto Yakushi again. As expected of the next leader appointed by Nagato himself. After watching Minato Namikaze being easily defeated by Uehara Naraku, Kabuto Yakushi clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Lord Uehara Naraku's strength is still so amazing." After praising him, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and suddenly said, "But we have prepared a stronger enemy for you. I really want to see who is stronger, the strongest ninja of the last era or the strongest ninja of this era." Obviously, Kabuto Yakushi was talking about Hashirama Senju. It seems that Hashirama Senju will indeed be resurrected with peak strength. No need to say more nonsense. Uehara Naraku looked at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "I believe that no one here will succumb to Orochimaru, a villain who can only hide behind the scenes, right?" Kabuto Yakushi was strangely silent for a second. The cages of the 5 major countries and the people present naturally did not care what Kabuto Yakushi was thinking. They quickly and emotionally stated their positions. "Uehara is right," Tsunade said with a gloomy face. "Kabuto Yakushi, no one will surrender to someone who wants to rule the ninja world with evil means." "That's right." The fourth Raikage looked up at Kabuto Yakushi and cursed coldly, "Sooner or later, I will twist the head of that guy Orochimaru off." The fifth Kazekage Gaara nodded, looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said, "People who instigate war will never win the hearts of the people." Meditarumi looked at Kabuto Yakushi and expressed her attitude. "It's really unfortunate that the Hidden Mist village has never learned to surrender. If you want us to surrender." The third Tsuchikage gritted his teeth, looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and said word by word, "Then take our lives first. It seems that the invitation I initiated has failed." Kabuto Yakushi sighed and said faintly, "I originally wanted to use a peaceful way to let the world welcome the arrival of Lord Orochimaru, but now it seems that everyone is forcing me to use war." Kabuto Yakushi slowly pushed up his glasses, and his eyes became serious as he looked at everyone. "Then, the fourth ninja world war will begin here." Kabuto Yakushi's cold voice echoed in the room. "In the name of Lord Orochimaru, I declare war on this stupid and ignorant ninja world." The fifth update. The reward from the Lonely Dog boss is completed. There is one more update. Chapter 333. This person, why is he so annoying? Kabuto Yakushi officially declared war on the ninja world on behalf of Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi stood on a high table and announced the start of the war to the entire ninja world. Everyone present had a look of surprise on their faces. This has never happened in the ninja world over the years. Especially Kabuto Yakushi, who actually announced the start of the fourth ninja world war in front of the 5 cage. Kabuto Yakushi is really brave. No, it should be said that Orochimaru, who stood behind Kabuto Yakushi, was really brave. He really officially declared war on the whole world with his mere body. Orochimaru is so brave. Uehara Naraku's eyes twitched, and he slowly put away the surprise on his face, and said with a gloomy face, "The fourth ninja world war, it sounds really terrible." Kabuto Yakushi's style of announcing the fourth ninja world war is really interesting, and it is not much worse than Uchiha Obito. If nothing else, at least the name of Orochimaru has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Alas, when Orochimaru is resurrected from the Ryochi cave, I hope he can accept this cruel reality. Whether Orochimaru wants it or not, Kabuto Yakushi has helped him to be the enemy of the whole world. But what makes Uehara Naraku curious is how Kabuto Yakushi will convince Orochimaru in the future, or how he should fool Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi took on this task at the time, and asked Uehara Naraku to rest assured, saying that he would take care of Orochimaru's affairs. Really curious. While Uehara Naraku was curious here, Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato standing behind Kabuto Yakushi were in a very subtle mood. Damn, shameless. Did these two bastards, Kabuto Yakushi and Naraku Uehara, get the consent of Orochimaru? They just declared war on the ninja world in his name. Moreover, these two people are in two camps respectively, and even seem to have occupied a favorable position in their respective camps, and can dominate the war that is about to break out. They are probably fine. The 5 major countries and Orochimaru who participated in this war must be miserable. Every ninja world war is a pain for the entire ninja world. Even the 5 major ninja villages cannot bear it. Especially the heavy casualties caused by the largest scale Third Ninja World War have made the 5 major ninja villages restrain each other in recent years. They have restrained themselves for nearly 20 years. Now someone has declared war on them. Although the strength behind this person, who declared war, is indeed amazing, he has the qualifications to challenge the 5 major countries in terms of combat power alone. Orochimaru and his Impure World Ninja Force are stronger than the Akatsuki organization, and they are also more dangerous. Obviously, this war is destined to be more tragic. Maybe, no country, no ninja village, or even no ninja in the entire ninja world can be spared. I didn't expect that the 4th Ninja World War would appear in this form as the 3rd Sachike Jinoki, who had personally experienced the previous 3 Ninja World Wars. It was really a bit sad. Are you serious about declaring war on the entire ninja world? What else? Kabuto Yakushi smiled and spread out his palms, whispering, "If you are unwilling to surrender to Lord Orochimaru, then we can only appear as conquerors." After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said, "It's really exciting to think about it. The spoils of victory in the 4th Ninja World War is the entire ninja world. Whoever wins this war will be able to rule the world." The 3rd Sachike Jinoki looked at the smiling Kabuto Yakushi with shock on his face, shook his head in confusion and said, "You bunch of lunatics." "Whatever you say." Kabuto Yakushi looked at everyone present, waved his hand and said, "Then the next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. Take care everyone, goodbye." After finishing speaking, Uchiha Obito put his hand on Kabuto Yakushi's shoulder. Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared beside Kabuto Yakushi and grabbed him with one hand. "Give me back Lord Nagato's body." Namikaze Minato stood in front of Uehara Naraku, and his Kurama mode was fully activated. "I'm sorry, Lord Uehara, although I can't defeat you, I can stop you for a few seconds," which is enough time for Kabuto Yakushi to leave here. Besides, the 4th Ninja World War has begun. I think the cages should not waste their time, but should consider more important things. For example, how to defeat Orochimaru. That's right, come on. Kabuto Yakushi's body was taken into the vortex of time and space by Uchiha Obito, leaving only a part of his laughter. "Don't worry, Lord Uehara Naraku, when I return Nagato to you, it must be a living Nagato." The next moment, Namikaze Minato also grabbed Uchiha Obito's figure and took Uchiha Obito to escape from the scene of the 5-cage conference using the Flying Thunder God technique. No matter how fast Uehara Naraku's attack speed was, it seemed that he could not stop the golden flash that was determined to escape. The next moment, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito disappeared. When it comes to escaping, these two people are simply impossible to stop. Uehara Naraku stared at the empty table, clenched his fist suddenly, and smashed the table in front of him into pieces with one punch. After Uehara Naraku smashed the table, he said with an ugly face, "Sorry, please register Lord Nagato's name on the list of enemies of the Impure World Reincarnation." The 5-cage present nodded silently. The 3rd Sachike Jinoki slowly lowered his head and said in a heavy voice, "Now, what should we do? Continue our talks?" Tsunade glanced at the people with grim expressions and said loudly, "Start to form a ninja coalition immediately and organize the ninjas from each village into troops. We don't have much time, and we must not waste any of the following time. Then quickly form a ninja coalition." The fourth Raikage said with a grim expression, "It would be best if my brother Killer Bee is still alive, so that we can successfully encircle and suppress Orochimaru." It's hard to say. Meditarumi shook her head, frowned and said, "If what Kabuto Yakushi said just now is correct, Orochimaru may be extracting the 8 tails from the hidden cloud village, but we don't have any information about them yet. There is another troublesome problem." The third Sachikage glanced at Tsunade and Jiraiya and said in a deep voice, "That is, Orochimaru does not seem to show interest in Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Does this mean that Orochimaru can only extract the tailed beast chakra by himself to resurrect the 10 tails? Maybe it's good news for us." Uehara Naraku nodded and sighed. At least Naruto is very strong and can be the main fighting force on our side. Jiraiya stood beside Tsunade, pondered for a while, and said, "And we know one thing, that is, the 9 tails in Minato's body has not been extracted yet." After saying this, Jiraiya turned his head and looked at Uehara Naraku. "Hey, Uehara, how long does it take for Akatsuki to extract the chakra of the tailed beasts?" "It's hard to estimate." Uehara Naraku shook his head, and after thinking for a while, he responded, "If Orochimaru extracts the chakra of the 2-tailed beasts, the 8 tails and the 9 tails, I estimate that he should need at least half a month or even more." After saying this, Uehara Naraku's expression became a little ugly again. This is also difficult to determine. After all, it depends on the ninja factors of extracting the chakra of the tailed beasts. If, as Kabuto Yakushi said, Orochimaru obtained the ninjutsu left by the 6 Paths Sage, he may be able to extract the tailed beast in a very short time. Because Kabuto Yakushi didn't have time to give him an exact date. After all, Orochimaru's body is still being cultivated in the laboratory. Orochimaru has not yet crawled out of the Ryochi cave to revive, but he has already received an invitation to the Ninja World War. The more I think about it, the more interesting it is. To be honest, Uehara Naraku really wants to see what Orochimaru's expression will be when he hears this news, after he comes out. Anyway, let's reorganize first. Tsunade glanced at everyone present and spoke to boost their morale. "You are the high-ranking officials of the Allied Ninja Forces. How can you be so depressed? We are discussing here now. Please send someone to give orders to your village immediately. Reorganize the troops and gather together." "That's right." The fourth Raikage nodded, sat on a relatively intact table, and ordered in a deep voice. "In addition, immediately disperse all the sensory ninjas in the village, patrol according to the area, and search for Orochimaru's location." The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth and said, "If we can find him before Orochimaru extracts the tailed beast, then we will have seized a chance of victory in advance." After speaking, the fourth Raikage immediately turned around and ordered, "Daru, go back to the village to reorganize the troops, and at the same time send Han, Z and others to assign search areas, starting from the Land of Lightning, and after completion, start searching westward." The third Sachikage also looked at Kurotsuchi and said in a deep voice, "Send a message to the village immediately. You should also go back in person and tell Kurotsuchi what happened here. Let him assign sensory ninjas to search for Orochimaru, starting from the Land of Earth, and search eastward after completion." The fifth Kazekage Gaara glanced at his brother and sister, and said in the same tone, "Kankuro, find a way to send a message back immediately, and tell them what happened here. Forget it, you should just go back directly." The fifth Hokage Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, and said in a deep voice, "Jiraiya, you have heard everything. Whether it is passing on information to the village, or assembling and reorganizing the troops, I leave it all to you. Don't worry." Jiraiya nodded seriously. In Konoha village, Jiraiya and Tsunade have equal prestige. The fifth Mizukage Meditarumi was silent for a while, then looked at Chijiro and said, "Pass the information to the village, and send out sensory ninjas to search in a scattered manner first." Uehara Naraku looked at the comparison of the 5 major ninja villages, sighed in his heart, slowly closed his palms, looked at Konan and said, "Teacher, the affairs of the village are left to you. I will send the ancient dragon to take you back immediately." "Yes." Konan nodded. Just as the ancient dragon fell from the sky, Kankuro and Jiraiya looked at the ancient dragon mount with envy. This summoned beast is really handsome and cool, and it is also fast. Jiraiya turned to Uehara Naraku and asked, "Hey, Can I have a ride with Kankuro? I want to have a ride too. Kurotsuchi also stood up and smiled with a blush on his face. By the way, after I complete the mission, can I go to your Akatsuki to see brother Deidara? Asshole. The third Tsuchika Jinoki was furious at his granddaughter. Can you tell the priorities for me? The ninja world war is about to break out, and there are still many important things to be solved. Sir Tsuchikage, don't be too harsh on the little girl. Uehara Naraku shook his head and laughed, then looked at Kurotsuchi and said kindly, "Ha, do you want to go see Deidara? Haha, don't even think about it." Kurotsuchi was a little dumbfounded. This person, why is he so annoying? Preview, Lord Orochimaru will be resurrected tomorrow. All the extra chapters have been completed. My debt is paid off. Thanks to the reward from a lonely dog. Thanks to the reward from Zushiro. These two big guys have been making me both sad and happy this month. Especially the big guy Zeniro popped up from time to time to give me extra points. Thank you for the Dark Star Emperor's reward. Thank you for the reward from Io. Thank you for the reward from Bookfriend 201802241302444136. Thank you for the reward from Scarlet Blazing Wings. Thank you for the reward from Monotone Lipstick. Thank you for the reward from No Nightmare. Thank you for the reward from Dust Fate Ovo. Thank you for the reward from Ning-chen. Thank you for the reward from Dreamtime. Thank you for the reward from Wenyakuan 2. Thank you for the reward from Bookfriend 202002060448311181. Thank you for the reward from Usugieri 521. Thank you for the reward from Purple Fish Sheep Bottle. Thank you for the reward from Bookfriend 202011031931040066. Thank you for the reward from Hello, I'm Artrix. Thanks to the Bookfriend 202010252118011115 for the reward. Thanks to the Lonely Night Lonely Me for the reward. Thanks to the blank 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 white for the reward. Thanks to the Silent Moonlight for the reward. Thanks to the Big Cute Beat for the reward. Thanks to the author Ulamishu for the reward. Thanks to Miran Fumeng for the reward. Thanks to all the big guys for the reward, and thanks to all the genuine book friends for their support. Chapter 334. If Black Zetsu can join the Allied Ninja Forces, what else is there that we cannot imagine? The little girl Kurotsuchi left with the others in a trance. The rest of the people glared at Uehara. Tsunade looked at Uehara Naraku and sighed faintly. How awful. He was such a cute boy back then, but now he has changed so much. I really don't know what you have been through in the past few years. Uehara Naraku curled his lips and almost choked people to death with his words. What else can I experience? Every day I think about how to catch the tailed beasts, and how to destroy the 5 great nations. Tsunade. Uehara Naraku seems to be getting more and more unruly since he exposed his identity in Akatsuki. Can't this guy be a little more serious? Is he completely letting himself go? Tsunade stretched out her palm and patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and whispered to persuade, "Hey, Uehara, don't you want to become the first range shadow?" Tsunade was persuading seriously. As long as Uehara Naraku can play a decisive role and make great contributions in the upcoming war, there will definitely be several countries among the 5 major countries that may support Uehara to become the first generation of Rain Shadow, so that the Rain country may have the hope of becoming the 6th major country. No. Uehara Naraku shook his head and showed a playful smile. I'm the leader of Akatsuki now. Even the 5 shadows of you dare not be presumptuous in front of me. Why should I lower my status to become a Rain Shadow? Tsunade's face darkened, and her fingers clenched up little by little. Forget it. I won't say anything. Let's continue to discuss the matter of the Ninja Coalition. The leaders arranged their subordinates to urgently search for Orochimaru and reorganize the troops. They also had to continue the talks to discuss the command and logistics issues of the Ninja Coalition. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages and the Hidden Rain village, there are no other major ninja villages in the entire ninja world. Mifune of the Iron Country also chose to join the Ninja Coalition. In this way, it is basically a gathering of all the forces of the ninja world. This force seems to be very powerful, and it can be said to be the largest ninja army in the history of the ninja world. However, the enemy they have to face is Orochimaru, who is about to hold the 10 tails, and his powerful impure world ninja. Perhaps because Orochimaru's threat is too serious, the pace of the 5-cage talks suddenly accelerated a lot, and they quickly formulated the organization and command of the ninja army. The leader of the coalition forces, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Inoki, the 4th generation Reikage AI, the 5th generation Kazekage Gaara, the 5th generation Mizukage Meditarumi, the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade, and the leader of the Hidden Rain Village plus Akatsuki organization, Uehara Naraku. The Supreme Commander, the 4th generation Reikage AI, the Chief of Staff, the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade, the Captain of the Coalition Forces, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Uehara Naraku. The division of these positions is very interesting. The 4th generation Reikage is responsible for coordinating the entire battle situation, including logistics support, protecting the daimyo, and the reorganization and allocation of combat forces. All tasks. Tsunade is responsible for checking and balancing the 4th generation Reikage to prevent him from making irrational decisions. Uehara Naraku is responsible for leading the combat forces of the entire ninja coalition, making decisions on the battlefield, mobilizing various ninja forces to meet the enemy, and will also participate in the battle as a high-end combat force. Staff Force, Narashikaku, Mabu, Reikage's female secretary. This force is mainly responsible for making plans and providing appropriate combat methods for the front battlefield at any time for the front to make decisions. Intelligence Force, Yamanaka Inoichi, Hyuga Hinata. This force is mainly responsible for collecting and forwarding intelligence from various places. It is mainly Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Inoichi, the current patriarchs of the 2 ninja clans of Konoha. In the original history, the white-eyed ninja Ao from the Hidden Mist village should have served as the captain. Unfortunately, because he spied on Uehara Naraku's identity, he was killed neatly by Uehara Naraku, and now it seems that he has been reincarnated by Yakashika Buto. This is really helpless. Perception Force, Nozomi, Black Zetsu. This force is mainly responsible for collecting intelligence and perceiving the enemy's position. The leader of this unit, Z, is one of the guards of the Reikage, and is also known as the left hand of the Reikage. In addition to his powerful perception ninjutsu, he is also good at medical ninjutsu. In terms of status, Z is on par with the Reikage's right hand, Deru. The other leader is Black Zetsu. Yes, Uehara Naraku helped Black Zetsu find a position, and also inserted it into the ninja coalition. This ninja world is simply too magical. After Tsunade wrote Black Zetsu's name on the list, she spoke again to confirm, "Hey, Uehara, are you sure this person is reliable? I checked it out, and he's as reliable as me." After that, Uehara Naraku continued in a deep voice, because Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito are afraid of Zetsu's powerful perception ability, they want to kill with a knife. I think Zetsu will definitely play a huge role in this ninja war. Sure enough, Tsunade nodded and whispered, "No wonder Uchiha Obito deliberately leaked this to Jiraiya. Maybe we really misunderstood him." Uehara Naraku sighed. Really? Black Zetsu can get into the Shinobi Alliance. What else in the world can't be done? As long as you work hard, you can definitely do anything. Uehara Naraku really wants to see what expression Black Zetsu will show when he knows that he has become the leader of the Shinobi Alliance's perception force. He must be very happy, right? Surprise Attack Force, Kankuro. This unit took the lead in the assault and tested the enemy's strength. In simple terms, they are responsible for chopping off the enemy's head or giving away their own head. If you are lucky, you can chop off the enemy's head and come back alive. If you are unlucky, you will be chopped off by the enemy. Before you die, you must send out the information. Daimyo Guard, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, mainly responsible for protecting the daimyo and nobles of various countries. There is no doubt that under the rule of Nagato and Uehara Naraku, there are no daimyo in the Land of Rain. How can another person sit on the throne of God? 1st Combat Unit, Deru 2nd Combat Unit, 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki 3rd Combat Unit, Hatake Kakashi 4th Combat Unit, 5th Kazekage Gaara 5th Combat Unit, Mifune Medical and Logistics Unit, Shizune and Tantan. There is basically nothing to say about the leaders of these combat units. Only when Uehara Naraku heard that the 3rd Combat Unit was responsible for the protracted war, he looked at the name of the captain Hatake Kakashi and was speechless for a long time. Who the hell can tell him when Hatake Kakashi was related to the protracted war? In addition to these, there are two most important troops. Captain of the 1st Special Operations Team, Jiraiya. Members of the 1st Special Operations Team, Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, my guy, Yamato. These are basically powerful members who can be used at any time to deal with those powerful ninjas in the impure world reincarnation. As for the 2nd Special Operations Team, it is also very interesting. Captain of the 2nd Special Operations Team, Uehara Naraku. Members of the 2nd Special Operations Team, Scorpion of the Red Sand, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidden, Hashigaki Kisame, Main Jetsu, Sujetsu, Ringo Ayuri, Kagura Kimimero, Haku. Yes, all members of the Akatsuki organization have assembled. All members of the Akatsuki organization have also joined the Ninja Alliance. To be honest, the hearts of the 5K present are still a little dark. They all really hope that these members of Akatsuki can play their roles on the battlefield, and it would be best if they died gloriously to wash away their sinful lives. What a pity. Naraku Uehara is the Captain General of the Allied Ninja Forces, and Kabuto Yakushi is the member in Orochimaru's camp who controls the battles. Neither of them will allow this to happen. Uehara. Tsunade frowned and looked at Uehara Naraku. I remember that your teacher Konan is also very powerful. The teacher is indeed very strong. Uehara Naraku shook his head and said in a deep voice, but her battles all rely on detonating tags. I'm worried that she may accidentally injure more people in the Ninja Coalition. After that, Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead, and his voice slowly lowered. Let Konan stay in the Hidden Rain Village. This doesn't seem like a decision a ninja should make. Tsunade shook her head and didn't quite agree with Uehara Naraku's opinion. If your teacher knew about your arrangement, she would definitely not agree with you. I can see that Konan is a woman with a strong character. Uehara Naraku smiled non-committally and whispered, our war this time will definitely be very tragic. There is a high possibility that I will die in this war. I don't want my teacher to see me die tragically. I hope she can survive. Tsunade patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and sighed. Uehara, the war hasn't started yet. Don't be so pessimistic. That's right. The 4th Raikage slammed his fist on the table and said in a muffled voice, you are the captain of the Ninja Coalition. How can you be discouraged before the battle even starts? Although we don't have any advantage. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki glanced at Uehara Naraku and said in an old voice, but before the war begins, no one can be sure of victory or defeat. Even in a war with a huge disparity in strength, the situation may change because of one person. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki really suffered enough of this kind of loss. Back then, Inoki led tens of thousands of ninja troops to encircle and trap the 3rd Raikage's Kumogakure troops, but because the 3rd Raikage was too powerful and fought 1 against 10,000, the strategy failed. Later, when Inoki sent troops to attack the Land of Fire along the Kusagakure village, he met the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato again, and the situation was changed by one person. How can it be justified? It was a war that was clearly a sure win, but the strategic failure happened because of a ninja who exploded. Okay, I get it. Uehara Naraku looked at Tsunade's list and said softly, now that we are done talking, I'll go back and reorganize the Akatsuki guys immediately and let Senior Zetsu go and meet up with the perception ninja units of each village to search for Orochimaru's location. Okay. The other 5K also nodded. They have basically finished discussing everything here, and the rest is to quickly reorganize the ninja units of each village so as to gather all the participating ninjas. The 4th Ninja World War. The Ninja Alliance camp is formed. I just said I'd relax today. Boss Dark and Boss Morning Light on the Mountain have rewarded me again. I'm going to update 5 more chapters today. Chapter 335. We are Zaro, but we are righteous ninjas. Outside the Hidden Rain Village. After attending the 5K summit, Uehara Naraku hurried back to the Land of Rain. He also wanted to announce to the Akatsuki that they were going to join the Allied Ninja Army. I really wanted to see what expressions those guys had. But before Uehara Naraku arrived at the Akatsuki base, Black Zetsu appeared outside the village and blocked his way. Black Zetsu was also very sensitive to news. Uehara. Black Zetsu's laughter was still so gloomy. I heard that you participated in the 5-cage summit and did a good job. It seems that we may be able to use the power of the 5-cage to find Orochimaru and take back the Samurai and the Outer Path Demon statue. Yes, I'm sure. After Uehara Naraku nodded, a smile appeared on his face. Because I became the captain-in-chief of the Allied Ninja Army, I can mobilize the entire Allied Ninja Army's combat forces. Black Zetsu's expression was slightly stunned. White Zetsu's expression was also a little surprised. Who can tell them what is going on? Why did Uehara Naraku, the mastermind behind the Moon Eye plan, become a high-ranking official of the Ninja Alliance and even hold a position of considerable power? After a second of stunned silence, Black Zetsu put on a sinister smile. Uehara, this is better, and the price we need to pay will be even less. White Zetsu also put on a smile on half of his face. When the Ninja Alliance defeats Orochimaru, they will find out that we are the real mastermind behind all this. What kind of expression will they show at that time? Yeah, I'm curious too. Uehara Naraku raised his lips, and the smile on his face was quite meaningful. He seemed to be as interested in this kind of thing as White Zetsu. After saying this, Uehara Naraku did not hesitate and said, by the way, there is one more thing. We cannot let the 5 great nations have all the information about Orochimaru, so I recommend Senior Zetsu to be the leader of the perception force of the Ninja Alliance. Ah. Black Zetsu's face was filled with astonishment again. Huh. White Zetsu's eyes were almost stiff. Uehara Naraku looked at the two of them and urged softly, in this case, Senior Zetsu can mobilize all the sensory ninjas of the Ninja Alliance to help search for information about Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito and the Outer Path Demon statue. Black Zetsu was silent for a while. As a creature of yin-yang escape, it has never appeared in front of many people and has never thought of integrating into the ninja society. Unexpectedly, it is a guy who is determined to destroy this ninja world and rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki, and also mixed into the Ninja Alliance. Black Zetsu slowly raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Uehara, isn't the Ninja Alliance a little unreliable? Damn, these are 2 big spies who have sneaked in. Especially these 2 spies. One of the spies is the captain, who has the right to mobilize the ninja troops, and the other is the leader of the intelligence troop, who has the intelligence of the ninja troops. This Ninja Alliance looks like it's going to be finished. Relying on these guys, can they really encircle and suppress Orochimaru? Black Zetsu inexplicably felt that these ninja coalitions were a little unreliable. But the situation has come to this. Uehara Naraku glanced at Black Zetsu, spread his hands and said, for us, being able to hide in the ninja coalition should be a good thing, right? That's right. Black Zetsu nodded, and a sinister smile appeared on his face again. Then I will serve as the leader of the intelligence force of the ninja coalition, and control their sources of intelligence. Senior Zetsu, don't go too far. Uehara Naraku stopped Black Zetsu and persuaded him with a chuckle. After all, there are many people in the intelligence force. What we are doing now is for the peace and stability of this ninja world. Black Zetsu was silent for another second, and his sinister laughter gradually became louder. You are right, we have always been for the peace and stability of this ninja world. For Black Zetsu, now it is really unimaginable happiness. Although Black Zetsu has been secretly controlling the historical intelligence of the entire ninja world for so many years, this is the first time he has disguised himself in front of people. To be honest, it's a bit interesting. No, it should be said that it is very interesting. Just think about those ninjas listening to the orders of the mastermind behind it. Everything they did was actually for Kaguya Otsutsuki to come and revive faster. This world is so ironic. Now, compared to deceiving Uchiha Madara, deceiving the entire ninja world seems to be more fulfilling. Black Zetsu can't help but want to take office now. Uehara Naraku immediately gave Black Zetsu an address for the sensory unit headquarters to gather, because the sensory unit had to race against time to find the traces of Orochimaru and the Outer Path Demon statue. After seeing Black Zetsu sink into the ground with a sinister smile and leave, Uehara Naraku couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. You are so happy about the position of mere intelligence unit commander. Can't you be calm like me? Uehara Naraku has too many identities. Ninja Camp. Uehara Naraku is the captain of the ninja coalition and the leader of the Hidden Rain village. He is also the strongest person of this era who is highly expected by the entire ninja world. He is the star of hope for the 4th Ninja World War and the mainstay to resist Orochimaru camp. Uehara Naraku is the direct superior of Kabuto Yakushi and others, the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the impure world reincarnation ninja force, the behind-the-scenes manipulator of Orochimaru's resurrection and becoming a 6-path strongman, and the behind-the-scenes initiator of the 4th Ninja World War, Moonai Camp. Uehara Naraku is the only hope for the Moonai project and the main force for the realization of the Moonai project in the future. He is the only person that the 1000-year-old filial son Black Zetsu can rely on. Akatsuki Camp. Uehara Naraku is the current leader of Akatsuki, the hope for the future of the entire Akatsuki organization, and the future talker of war and peace in the ninja world. Now it seems that there is no organization in the entire ninja world that Uehara Naraku cannot get into. He can still occupy a high position or even a dominant position in each organization. Is Uehara Naraku proud of himself for getting to this point? Did Uehara Naraku say anything? Uehara Naraku watched Black Zetsu quickly move towards the gathering point of the Ninja Alliance intelligence force, shook his head and sighed. It's really useless. It's too early for Uehara Naraku to scold now. Compared to those funny people in Akatsuki, Black Zetsu has been very restrained. The base of Akatsuki organization. Uehara Naraku looked at the group of people who were looking at him eagerly and announced the results of his participation in the 5-Cage Summit. I'm now the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Shinobi Forces. You will participate in the 4th Shinobi World War as my direct special operations team. The entire Akatsuki organization was silent for a second. The next moment, Deidara's cheers and laughter broke the silence. Ha 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 ha. Are those guys idiots? They actually let you, Uehara, be the captain-in-chief of the coalition forces. Didn't you say you were going to steal intelligence? Scorpion's expression was a little subtle and puzzling. If I remember correctly, this position is the supreme commander during a war. It's almost like that. Anyway, you can command the combat forces of the entire ninja coalition. Uehara Naraku nodded casually and rubbed his temple. Anyway, the situation has changed subtly. This is good. We can also make full use of the ninja forces to attack Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito and others. Kakuzu stretched out a finger and asked a question that was of great concern to him. It looks like a very high position. How much salary will they give you? Uehara Naraku. This question has never been asked before. As expected of Kakuzu, his angle of thinking about problems is always so tricky. Hey, Kakuzu, don't get involved with money in everything. Hidden licked his lips, chuckled and said, if there is a great war in the ninja world, how many delicacies can be offered to the evil gods? I guess not many. Uehara Naraku frowned and whispered, after all, most of the troops of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi are resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and they are also immortal. Hidden fell silent. After a moment, this guy shook his head and sighed. I should have left this organization with Kabuto Yakushi. If I could be in their camp, I could kill a lot of people and offer them to the evil god. Clang. The knife flashed fiercely. Ringo Uehara put away her ninja sword carelessly, glanced at Hidden whose head she chopped off with a knife, and snorted contemptuously. You're too noisy. Arsehole. Hidden's head was cracked on the ground and he cursed. You arsehole woman, don't chop off my head all the time. Go and see for yourself how many scars are left on my neck. When Kakuzu sewed it up. Shut up. Ringo Uehara glanced at Hidden grimly and said coldly, if you keep making noise, I will cut your body into pieces and feed it to the fish in the lake. Hidden was silent for a moment. Kakuzu started to sew up Hidden's head again with a gloomy face, with some displeasure in his eyes. If you don't keep your mouth shut, I will bury your head in the grave next time. No, your bounty has increased recently. You can consider selling your head. After the quarrel here, everyone present also recognized the reality. They, the executioners and S-level rebel ninjas who once destroyed the 5 major countries, are about to go to the 4th Shinobi World War as a ninja coalition. It's really unexpected. Deidara grinned and laughed. We, the rebel ninjas who wanted to control the ninja world, are now standing on the side of justice. This is not unexpected. Hashiga Kikisane grinned and glanced at Uehara Naraku. It's completely expected. We are a righteous organization. That's enough. Hazuki Sujetsu picked his ears and said boredly, "Senior Kisame, don't always be like this, doing these nonsense things so seriously, okay?" Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand and ordered in a deep voice, "Then you guys should pack up. I'll go and prepare here too. In the next 2 or 3 days, we will rush to the headquarters of the Allied Ninja Forces." After Uehara Naraku said this, he couldn't help but smile. "I'm the captain-in-chief of the Allied Forces, and I have to perform my duties as soon as possible." Uehara Naraku glanced at everyone again and warned loudly, "But before we achieve our goal, we must not reveal our plan. You must learn to disguise yourself well. We are going to defeat the evil righteous ninja." Ha 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 ha. The entire Akatsuki base became a sea of joy. There are 3 more chapters to go. Let's go eat. Chapter 336. Have you counted how many times you have tricked Orochimaru? Uehara, let's celebrate. Deidara held up a strange looking clay bomb and shouted, "To celebrate your appointment as the captain of the coalition forces, let's set off a grand fireworks display." Scorpion looked at the clay bomb and couldn't help but frowned. "Deidara, what's that in your hand?" C4 Garuda. Deidara held up the clay bomb in one hand, supported his chin with his palm, and pouted his lips. "This is a ninjutsu I prepared to kill Uchiha Itachi, but I never had the chance to use it. This jutsu is very powerful. Unfortunately, Deidara never had the chance to use it. Ever since Deidara made Garuda, it has been in Deidara's ninja tool bag, and he has never had the chance to use it. Now Deidara plans to use it as a big firework. You can keep it for Sasuke." Uehara Naraku rubbed his brows and rejected the celebration method that Deidara, the funny guy, prepared for him to become the captain of the coalition forces. Because he has more important things to do now. The first thing, of course, is to ask about the progress of Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger, and his will descended on the Edo Tensei Minato beside Kabuto Yakushi. "Kabuto, I have become the Captain General of the Ninja Alliance. When will the enemies I'm going to fight be resurrected?" Uehara Naraku has prepared a wide enough stage for Orochimaru, prepared a grand enough goal, prepared a strong enough force, prepared a scary enough enemy. Now all that's missing is Orochimaru, the leading actor. Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku's words are really inhumane. But now is the time. Given the characteristics of the fusion of white Zetsu and the first generation cells, as long as there are enough first generation cells, white Zetsu's body can withstand the power of the transplanted Samurai. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at the white Zetsu in the laboratory, pushed his glasses and said, "It should be in these few days. I'm a little worried. What if Orochimaru collapses right after being transplanted into this body?" "It's okay," Uehara Naraku said indifferently. "Doesn't Orochimaru still have a soul? Anyway, Orochimaru should be used to the collapse of the body." Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru is indeed used to this kind of thing. But we can't let Orochimaru suffer the pain of physical collapse just for this reason, right? It will be quite troublesome to create a new body at that time. And Orochimaru won't live for a few days after he is resurrected. Besides, Orochimaru has been hiding in the Raichi cave for so long. Can't he give someone a strong body and let him enjoy it? After thinking for a while, Kabuto Yakushi came up with a reason. If the body collapses, will it affect Orochimaru's extraction of the chakra of the 8 tails and the 9 tails? And will it affect his becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails? It shouldn't affect it, right? Uehara Naraku thought for a while and gave a very definite answer. If Orochimaru has time, as long as he becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his body should not collapse. Well, maybe his consciousness may collapse faster than his body. Uehara Naraku thought about the 4th Shinobi World War, when the first 10 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito, was almost devoured by the 10 tails. But even the determined Uchiha Obito was almost devoured by the 10 tails. So Orochimaru won't be devoured by the 10 tails, right? Uehara Naraku suddenly felt a little worried. What if Orochimaru's consciousness is devoured? Is he going to let Captain General Uehara perform a battle against the 10 tails? Now Uehara Naraku is just thinking too much, because what Orochimaru will think about in the future, when he gets rid of the will devoured by the 10 tails, is definitely something Uehara Naraku could never imagine. Should be able to hold on for a while, right? Uehara Naraku touched his chin, thought for a while, gave up thinking, and just ordered, Forget it. I just hope that Orochimaru can help us resurrect Uchiha Madara and Lord Nagato before his body or consciousness collapses. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi agreed reluctantly and said softly, then I will implement the plan to resurrect Lord Orochimaru in the next few days. Are you sure you can convince him to believe in you? Uehara Naraku's voice was a little serious. If you are not sure, then I will go over there and protect your safety. It's not necessary for you to have Orochimaru. Don't worry, Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi's voice lowered, but there was a hint of smile in his low voice. I will convince him. Besides, Lord Orochimaru has no one else to trust except me. Well, Uehara Naraku fell into thought again, and after a moment he asked again, can you convince Orochimaru to believe me? This? I'm afraid not. Kabuto Yakushi's voice sounded a little hesitant, and he was a little hesitant to say, after all, Lord Naraku has no reason to help Lord Orochimaru, and what Lord Naraku did to Lord Orochimaru before. Uehara Naraku sighed and said, alas, what I did to Orochimaru at the beginning was indeed a little too much. Kabuto Yakushi, Lord Naraku, please have some shame. Was what you did to Orochimaru a little too much? Not to mention Orochimaru, a guy who holds grudges. Even a guy as generous as Uzumaki Naruto may not be able to forgive you. If you cheat someone once, just apologize. You can be forgiven. If you cheat someone twice, just apologize and never have anything to do with each other again. Lord Naraku, you have deceived Orochimaru so many times, and when Orochimaru was the most proud, arrogant, wanton and domineering, you interrupted Orochimaru's hopes and made fun of Orochimaru's life. If Orochimaru is willing to forgive you, is he still a human being? Kabuto Yakushi sighed quietly and advised, Sir Naraku, according to your plan, Lord Orochimaru won't live for too long, so Lord Naraku doesn't need to waste time on him, right? You're right. Uehara Naraku followed suit and raised a question that he was more worried about. Will Orochimaru sell out my information? What if he reveals my secrets? I remember this guy saw me kill Uchiha Obito with my own hands. Sir Naraku, can I tell you the truth? Kabuto Yakushi was a little speechless, and there was even some weakness in his voice. If Lord Naraku's true identity is revealed, wouldn't that be the most exciting time of the Ninja World War? You're right. After nodding, Uehara Naraku sighed and said, Kabuto, do you know how I have been spending the past 8 years? For the past 8 years, I have been looking forward to and fearing the arrival of this day every day. I look forward to the surprise and anger on everyone's faces when my identity is revealed, and their despair at my powerlessness. I'm afraid, because when I reveal my identity, there will be no turning back. I have no choice but to rule the ninja world. Kabuto Yakushi. This sounds really infuriating. Others regard ruling the ninja world as a lifelong dream, but why is it that for Lord Naraku, ruling the ninja world has become a helpless choice? Forget it, you won't understand, even if I tell you. Naraku Uehara shook his head and continued, I will leave Uchiha Madara to you for the impure world reincarnation. You can communicate with him in advance and secretly reveal my identity to let him know that I have always stood with him. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi responded respectfully. So after tricking Orochimaru, the next person to be tricked is this guy Uchiha Madara. There is one more thing. Uehara Naraku controlled Minato Namikaze's will and continued to issue orders with his body. There is no need to keep Uchiha Itachi. Find a chance to let him attack Uzumaki Naruto. When you control Uchiha Itachi to attack Uzumaki Naruto, his will definitely be modified by Katamatsuki. I will prepare 2 summoning beasts for you, and let those 2 summoning beasts get rid of Uchiha Itachi. Also, remember to threaten Itachi with Uchiha Sasuke's life, and make him attack Uzumaki Naruto as an enemy. It's better to praise me more. Yes. After complaining in his heart for a while, Yakushi Kabuto agreed and continued, after I get rid of Uchiha Itachi, I will transplant Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan for Sasuke and let him participate in this ninja world war. This Lord Naraku must be so frugal and use everyone cleanly? Yes, that's right. Uehara Naraku said with appreciation, but the Uchiha clan are all traitors, and Sasuke might defect to our side. Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but smile. Sasuke still thinks that Lord Naraku is a good person, but now he just wants to destroy Konoha. Okay. Naraku nodded and left the last order. That 8-tails Jinchuriki killer bee seems to have a way to survive after the tailed beast is extracted. You reveal some of your information to him and bring some very useful information to me and then let him go. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi sighed and finally couldn't help but admire. Really? In the eyes of Lord Naraku, everyone has value that can be utilized, no matter what state, but it's a pity that this value will be squeezed out by Lord Naraku. Really, inhuman. Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, then continued, I suspect you are mocking me. I'm too lazy to bother with you now. Let's deal with the matter of Senju Hashirama's impure world reincarnation first. Have someone send me a white Zetsu sacrifice. After that, Uehara Naraku cut off the connection. On the other side, in a dark underground base, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, took out a white Zetsu sacrifice, and asked Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha to send it to Uehara Naraku immediately. After Minato and Obito Uchiha left, Kabuto Yakushi slowly looked at the other white Zetsu body lying in the laboratory. This was the body he prepared for Orochimaru. This body has everything, except for installing the Samsara Eye. Kabuto Yakushi took out the small bottle containing the Samsara Eye, and played with it slowly. Lord Orochimaru, I can finally bring you out of despair with my own hands. After Kabuto Yakushi opened the bottle, and took out the Samsara Eye from it, a light flashed in his eyes. Lord Orochimaru, I hope you will forgive me for forcing me to bring you down from the top once again, when you were about to reach the top. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 337 What is incomparable power? Uehara Naraku found a safe place. Just as Kabuto Yakushi prepared the body needed for Orochimaru's resurrection, Uehara Naraku finally waited for Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. They brought materials for Uehara Naraku's impure world reincarnation. Now, everything is ready. Uehara Naraku rubbed his palms nervously, glanced at Minato Namikaze and said, 4th generation. Today you will let your predecessors of Hokage reunite. Are you happy? What to be happy about? Minato Namikaze was speechless. What is there to be happy about in such a thing? Seeing that the villain Uehara Naraku is getting stronger and stronger, and the power accumulated around him is getting more and more. He is still hiding his identity in the ninja world, and even has become a high-level ninja coalition. How can Minato Namikaze be happy? Now he is going to see Uehara Naraku revive the 1st generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If Minato Namikaze can control himself, he must want to kill Uehara Naraku, the Scourge. Unfortunately, Minato Namikaze can only watch all this happen. Let me see. Uehara Naraku raised his palm and slapped it on the ground in an instant. The next moment, spells began to spread on the ground, instantly surrounding the cells of the 1st generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the white Zetsu sacrifice. The cells of the 1st generation Hokage turned into countless dust and debris, wrapping up the cursing white Zetsu, and then a figure appeared. It was the 1st generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Uehara Naraku watched the figure of Senju Hashirama gradually condense, and his face finally became serious. Let me see how powerful the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama is. As soon as Uehara Naraku finished speaking, Senju Hashirama had completed the impure world reincarnation and resurrection. Just when everyone thought that a powerful chakra was about to burst out, they saw that the 1st generation Hokage just slowly raised his head. Senju Hashirama glanced at the 3 people present. He tilted his head. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. Excuse me, who are you? We've met before. Uehara Naraku extended his hand in a friendly manner and said softly, we should have met during the Chunin exam. Has Shodame-sama forgotten? Maybe you had lost your self-awareness at that time. At that time, Orochimaru was still manipulating the Shodame and the Nidame to attack and kill the Sandame Hokage, but Uehara Naraku took action first. But the Shodame Hokage and the Nidame Hokage seem to have lost their consciousness, so don't he remember it now? No, I remember. Hashirama Senju nodded, with an ugly look on his face. I remember that you, little brat, killed the monkey, but you look a lot different now. Really? Uehara Naraku touched his face, nodded and said, after all, these few years have passed, and I have grown up. Am I much more handsome than before? Well, it's okay. Hashirama Senju touched his chin, looked at Uehara Naraku and nodded. Compared with that guy Madara, your appearance doesn't seem to be much worse than him. Uehara Naraku's eyes twitched. So in the eyes of the first generation Hokage, Uchiha Madara is still the most handsome. Senju Hashirama's eyes fell on Minato Namikaze, who was standing behind Uehara Naraku. After seeing the whirlpool forehead protector on his head, he suddenly asked, "What's the situation now? Aren't you an enemy of Konoha? Why are you with our Konoha ninjas?" Senju Hashirama began to touch his chin again, looked at Minato Namikaze and said loudly, "Hey, little guy, who are you?" "Shodaime-sama." Minato Namikaze nodded respectfully, showing the words behind his divine robe, and said, "I'm the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze." "4th Hokage?" Senju Hashirama's face looked a little ugly. "In that case, after this kid killed the monkey, you were the 4th Hokage in the village? But I think you seem to have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. It's only been a few years. How come another Hokage of Konoha was killed? Things are complicated." Namikaze Minato spread out his palms, sighed, and said, "Anyway, I'm dead, and I died before the Sandaime Hokage." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed faintly, "And the 4th Hokage was killed at the order of the Sandaime Hokage, because the Sandaime Hokage wanted to occupy the ruling position of Konoha for a long time." "Don't talk nonsense." Namikaze Minato hurriedly interrupted Uehara Naraku's words. He couldn't help but glanced at Uchiha Obito beside him, and said softly, "I have talked to Obito privately. The 3rd Hokage didn't do that kind of thing. It doesn't matter." Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said loudly, "Don't think about it. In this ninja world, the 3rd Hokage can't be cleared. Your son may still hate him now." Namikaze Minato's eyes twitched, and he looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "All this is because of your behind the scenes manipulation. The truth will come out sooner or later. But the day when the truth comes out..." Uehara Naraku slowly raised his hands, curled his lips and said, "They no longer have the power to resist me." Just as Uehara Naraku wanted to continue to say something, Senju Hashirama standing behind him suddenly burst out with a powerful chakra. The next moment, Senju Hashirama's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and kicked Uehara Naraku's head in the air. This first generation Hokage. How could he be so unethical? Snap. Uehara Naraku hurriedly waved his arms to block the attack. What a strong force. Uehara Naraku felt the force on his arm and subconsciously looked at Senju Hashirama. Just a random attack. Is it a ninjutsu comparable to super strength? But if you attack me like this, isn't it too unreasonable? Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth, swung his hand to swipe Senju Hashirama's body. "Shodaime, I'm a good person. I already know that you are Konoha's enemy." Senju Hashirama launched attacks on Uehara Naraku continuously and said in a deep voice, "This is enough. Any enemy who hurts Konoha, I will never let go." Bang! The two raised their legs and kicked at the same time. The ground set off a shock wave caused by the collision. Young people nowadays really can't be underestimated. Senju Hashirama looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I have to say, in terms of physical skills alone, you are not inferior to Madara." "You talk about Uchiha Madara all the time." Uehara Naraku sighed, suddenly hooked Senju Hashirama's legs with his feet, and said nonchalantly, "After we are done fighting, I will send you to accompany Uchiha Madara." Uehara Naraku took the opportunity to elbow Senju Hashirama, and his elbow hit directly on Senju Hashirama's chest. The first generation Hokage was finally knocked away by Uehara Naraku. As for physical skills alone, Uehara Naraku stood up straight and looked at Hashirama Senju, who was flying backwards in the distance. "Except for the 8 gates of ninjutsu, I have never seen anyone who can have the physical skills of the first generation master, and even has better skills." In addition to the huge chakra in his body, Hashirama Senju's physical fitness is also the body of an immortal, so his strength and speed are almost amazing. What is even more amazing is the fighting skills of Hashirama Senju. This ninja who has experienced the warring states period. Every blow he makes in the battle is actually killing people. Relying on the huge amount of chakra in his body and strong physical fitness, Hashirama Senju can fully exert his advantages in ninjutsu unscrupulously. To be honest, the 3rd generation of Raikage, who has always been known as the strongest ninjutsu in the ninja world, seems to be unworthy of the first generation of Hokage. This first generation is really too strong. Moreover, after the impure world reincarnation, Hashirama Senju was actually weakened. His strength was reduced quite a bit by the impure world reincarnation. The immortal body of the impure world reincarnation did not matter to Hashirama Senju, because he already had the body of a sage. Your physical skills are the ones that really cannot be underestimated. Hashirama Senju slowly walked over, his wooden clogs rustling as they stepped on the ground. His eyes gradually became serious. Your fighting skills are not much worse than Madara's, and your strength may even be better than his. Hashirama Senju closed his palms, stared at Naraku Uehara and persuaded him, but you actually stopped attacking just now. Aren't you too arrogant? In our era, we would do anything to win. No, it's not arrogant. Naraku Uehara raised his finger with a smile. Naraku Uehara's will instantly descended on Hashirama Senju, controlling his actions, causing the face of the first generation Hokage to change. So that's how it is. Senju Hashirama's face gradually calmed down, and he nodded slowly, sighing. You think you can control me, so you don't care about winning or losing? The next moment, Senju Hashirama's chakra suddenly burst out. A surge of chakra momentum is almost so heavy that it makes people breathless. This is the ninja god who suppressed the entire ninja world back then. This is the strongest person of that era. This is the person who pacified the troubled times. Just showing his momentum makes people dare not resist. Even Uehara Naraku showed a hint of surprise on his face. Did he underestimate the power of this ninja god after all? Senju Hashirama's chakra value is definitely more than 500,000, and even more than that. This is a man with chakra equivalent to Uzumaki Naruto plus half of the Nine Tails. It seems a bit difficult to rely on power to destroy your consciousness. But the first generation, don't think about breaking free from my control. Uehara Naraku raised his finger. Under the control of the impure world reincarnation, even if Senju Hashirama burst out his chakra, he could not break free from Uehara's control. Senju Hashirama stood there and nodded slowly, praising him. It's really good. I didn't expect your chakra to be so abundant, even more abundant than Madara's chakra. So can you continue to control it now? The next moment, Senju Hashirama's palms closed as hard as he could, and a black eye color suddenly appeared on his eye sockets. He instantly entered the Sage mode at this time. Sage mode open. Two shouts came at the same time. Just when Senju Hashirama wanted to use the Sage mode to break through Uehara Naraku's control, he suddenly saw Uehara Naraku on the opposite side also spread out three pairs of huge wings. A huge momentum swept around. Whether it was Uchiha Obito or Namake's Minato, they were all forced to retreat to the side. The wings behind Uehara Naraku fluttered slightly, carrying him up. At this moment, he was like a real angel, but what he brought was not the so-called kindness and justice, but power and danger. Uehara Naraku looked at Hashirama Senju who had also entered the Sage mode, and slowly stretched out his palm, and clenched it into a powerful fist. To be honest, Uehara Naraku's face calmed down, and his voice gradually became a little illusory. I have never felt it so clearly as I do now. An incomparable power. There is one more chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. From chapter 338 onwards, just treat it as a surprise to celebrate Madara's resurrection. Very scary. Namake's Minato looked at Uehara Naraku's figure, and a deep solemnity flashed across his face. At this moment, he felt unprecedented pressure. Namake's Minato asked in a somewhat depressed voice, Obito, have you ever seen Sage mode so powerful? Whether it is me or teacher Jiraiya, we can never compare with Uehara's Sage mode. Teacher. Uchiha Obito was in a bad mood. Uchiha Obito felt that he was out of tune with the people present. I can't use Sage mode. I haven't even heard of it. This is really embarrassing. There are a total of 4 people present, and 3 of them can use Sage mode. Only Uchiha Obito has never even heard of it. Until now, he doesn't understand what Sage mode is. What exactly is Sage mode? This is a difficult problem for Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Obito is very clear. That is, Uehara Naraku's strength must have become stronger again. Stronger than when he saw it in the past. Uehara Naraku felt unprecedentedly powerful. The tenfold increase in life energy allowed Uehara Naraku to clearly feel the terrifying power. No one would be able to withstand a punch. Any enemies he had encountered in the past were vulnerable in the ultimate form of Sage Mode. Even if the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was resurrected, Uehara Naraku had the confidence to fight. This was also one of the trump cards, that Uehara Naraku had the confidence to fight against the resurrected Six Paths Orochimaru. Not only did Uehara Naraku feel this way, his opponent, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could also feel that his enemy seemed to have become a little too powerful. This momentum. Senju Hashirama's face changed slightly, his eyes under the black sage pupils slowly condensed, and his voice became a little low. Although I don't want to say this, you are indeed stronger than me now. Uehara's body alone brought great pressure to Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama has a beast-like super strong fighting instinct. He can feel the momentum emanating from Uehara Naraku's body, which means how powerful this guy in front of him is, after he turns on the alternative Sage Mode. Do you know the name of this Sage Mode? Uehara Naraku loosened his fist again, looked at his palm with satisfaction, and said softly, there is a very nice name. Its name is Long Steps to Godhood. You can understand its meaning just by listening to it, right? Godhood. Long steps. Senju Hashirama's expression was stunned for a second, and then he understood the meaning of this name. When the Sage Mode is turned on, can you become a godlike existence? That's about it. Uehara Naraku nodded casually, and suddenly tilted his head and smiled. Sir, the first generation Hokage, as the god of ninja, I want to ask you a question. Uehara Naraku's smile was a little modest. If I call myself a god now, would it be a bit too arrogant? Senju Hashirama's expression changed. After a while, Senju Hashirama suddenly smiled and waved his hand and said, what so-called gods are just ordinary humans after all. Maybe you are right. Uehara Naraku also smiled and nodded. His figure suddenly passed through Senju Hashirama's body and appeared behind Senju Hashirama. At this moment, his speed was completely unnoticeable. This is the suppression brought by the plateau bloodline and 5 million life energies. When Senju Hashirama saw Uehara Naraku appear, he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he felt a hurricane and shock wave brought by high speed sweeping over. This is, what speed? Even Uchiha Obito's main Jiki Sharingan couldn't capture Uehara Naraku's figure at all. He didn't even have time to react. He only saw Uehara Naraku's position suddenly empty. The jutsu of time and space? Uchiha Obito frowned and said, it's like he disappeared out of thin air. It seems to be faster than Minato's flying thunder god jutsu. No. Namake's Minato gritted his teeth and shook his head, looking at the shockwave and hurricane that were suddenly stirred up at high speed. At this moment, Namake's Minato's face looked grim and said, he just moved a little, purely, relying on his own speed. Sir Shodame. Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly pierced through Hashirama Senju's chest, and made a big hole in his impure world reincarnation body. Even Hashirama Senju didn't have time to notice it. Uehara Naraku's voice continued to appear in Senju Hashirama's ears. You are right. Any enemy that can be defeated by us is indeed not a so-called god. When Senju Hashirama looked at the palm that pierced his chest in disbelief, and murmured, can't even catch the speed? Yeah. Uehara Naraku stood behind Senju Hashirama, slowly retracted his arm and said, how does it feel to be attacked from behind? Not very good. Senju Hashirama shook his head, watching the big hole in his chest slowly recover, and whispered, because this reminds me of when I killed Madara. The Battle of the Valley of the End that year. Just when the two were about to fight to exhaustion, Uchiha Madara killed a wooden clone and thought he had killed Senju Hashirama, but was stabbed from the back by Senju Hashirama. Thinking of that incident, Senju Hashirama was in a really bad mood. Are you trying to irritate me? After watching the big hole in his chest recover, Hashirama Senju suddenly closed his palms and shouted, it's as you wish. Would release the birth of a world of trees. Countless dense vines and trees emerged from the ground and appeared around them. Every vine and branch spread towards Uehara Naraku. The vines and branches stretched out one after another, trying to bind Uehara Naraku tightly. Dust release, limit stripping technique. Uehara Naraku also raised his palm without hesitation. A ray of white light suddenly appeared in Uehara Naraku's hand, like a giant white sword. In an instant, all the branches and vines were swept away, and the entire forest was swept into an atomic state out of thin air. Uehara Naraku looked at Hashirama Senju's body being affected by the dust release, and turned into molecules and then recondensed, and smiled and said, seeing the first Hokages would release. I can't help but want to show it. Hashirama Senju's body gradually took shape, just staring at Uehara Naraku and said, "That move just now was very powerful. It seems that you also have a very powerful bloodline in your body. Maybe." Uehara Naraku snapped his palms together and said softly, "Except for the so-called Sharingan, Byakugan, Samsara and the like, I should have any bloodline that can be synthesized through the change of chakra properties." The next moment, Uehara Naraku calmly said the name of a technique that made Hashirama Senju a little frightened and uneasy. Senjutsu would release True Thousand Hands. A tall wooden guanyin statue rose from the back of Uehara Naraku, and the huge guanyin statue held Uehara Naraku on the top of its head and continued to climb. Countless arms appeared on both sides of the wooden guanyin. Whether it was the huge size of this technique or the pressure it exuded, it made the people watching the battle feel a little frightened and uneasy, especially Hashirama Senju himself. Because of the impure world reincarnation body, Hashirama Senju was unable to use this technique due to the limitation of his strength, but he was very clear about the power of this technique. It was with the True Thousand Hands that he defeated Uchiha Madara, who controlled the Nine Tails and Susanoo after they merged. Your body actually also contains wood release. A hidden horror flashed across Hashirama Senju's eyes, because he was somewhat surprised to find that the True Thousand Hands in front of him seemed to be a step up from his original technique. This guy in front of him was so powerful. Uehara Naraku looked at Hashirama Senju below, raised his palm calmly, sighed softly and said, "Then use this technique to create a little movement. After our battle is over, there should be someone to survey this place. In this way, those ninja coalition forces will regard me, the captain, as the only savior. Since it is impossible to annihilate Hashirama Senju's consciousness, it means that he will leak information. Uehara can only seal him up temporarily and use him after his identity is exposed. But this is too wasteful. It's better to let Hashirama Senju take the blame. Such a big movement of Hashirama Senju will definitely not be let go by those intelligence perception troops. They will definitely know that Hashirama Senju is really resurrected. And Hashirama Senju also started a big battle with Uehara Naraku. As for the result and process of the battle, Uehara Naraku has to make it up. This process should be more reliable, because the facts are too outrageous. After all, Uehara Naraku couldn't say that he defeated the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, with wood release. If he told others about this, it would be so fake that people would think Uehara was crazy. Buddha on the top. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly fell. Countless arms behind the guanyin statue smashed down to the ground. The endless attack of thousands of huge arms instantly caused a large explosion, which was far more powerful than the bombing of the tailed beast ball. Even Senju Hashirama could only watch all this happen with uneasy eyes, and his impure earth body was smashed into dust and debris by the True Thousand Hands. Uehara Naraku controlled one of the True Thousand Hands arms, slapped the gradually recovering Senju Hashirama into the ground, and ordered, "Uchiha Obito, Namake's Minato, take a coffin and seal the first generation. You guy." Senju Hashirama's eyes were a little complicated. "Don't be anxious." Uehara Naraku looked at Hashirama Senju with a somewhat puzzled and unwilling look, and said calmly, "In a few days, the first Hokage will see his old friend. When that time comes, just regard it as a surprise for me to celebrate the resurrection of Madara-sama." Uehara Naraku nodded to himself and curled the corners of his mouth. Well, he will definitely like this surprise. After he is surprised and happy, let him experience despair. Thanks again to the Black Snail Shell Blacksmith and the Mountaintop Morning Light for their awards. The extra chapter is completed. I just want to take a break. The dog gave another 100,000 rewards. It goes on and on. Do you want to take my life? Chapter 339. Yamato no Orochi in the Ryochi Cave. The first Hokage is too strong. Uehara Naraku can temporarily control Hashirama Senju's body, but he does not have enough power to destroy Hashirama Senju's consciousness. He temporarily treats Hashirama Senju as a large-sized figurine. When the Ninja World War comes, others will directly reveal his true face. At that time, let the four Hokage come out together. That scene is so beautiful. Uehara Naraku watched Uchiha Obito put away the coffin and leave with Namake's Minato, and sighed faintly. No one should have any heart disease, right? I hope those people's mental state will be fine by then. In addition, the reward for defeating Hashirama Senju is also very generous. Side quest, defeat the god of ninja Senju Hashirama, 1/1. The quest has been completed, and the passive talent skill Sage Body is rewarded. Sage Body, increase life energy by 100,000 points, increase chakra energy by 100,000 points, increase natural energy by 100,000 points, increase life recovery effect by 50%, and increase chakra energy recovery effect by 50%. Uehara Naraku folded his wings, glanced at his attribute panel, frowned and said, in this case, it's almost the limit. Are you going to participate in the Ninja World War with such data? Name, Uehara Naraku, normal mode, life energy. 623,731 chakra energy. 621,590 natural energy. 621,590 life energy recovery. 864 points/second chakra energy recovery. 432 points/second natural energy extraction. 432 points/second skill cooldown reduction. 100% remaining gold coins. 6630. The final prelude of the ninja world is about to begin. While Uehara Naraku was still thinking about how to improve his strength for the victory of the Ninja World War, the others were not idle either. Everyone was preparing for the war nervously. In Konoha village, Tsunade and Jiraiya reorganized all the participating troops, including combat troops, medical ninja troops, etc., as well as special operations teams. Tsunade glanced at the mighty team below and slowly raised her fist. Are you all ready? Yes. Then let's go. Yes. The dull voice spread throughout Konoha. Many Konoha villagers stood by the window, watching this mighty ninja army leave the village. These were all the power of their Konoha. All the ninjas in the village were mobilized. More than 10,000 Konoha ninjas, including Jonin, Chunin and Genin, gathered into a long stream of people. The rustling footsteps were endless, until they left Konoha, and quickly separated into small teams, rushing towards the direction of the Ninja Coalition headquarters. Let's go too. Tsunade jumped down from the Hokage building, and Jiraiya followed closely behind her. Others jumped down one after another, and chased the direction of the two of them. Inside the Iwagakure village, the third Tsuchika Jinoki, Koto, Kurotsuchi, and Akato were standing on a hillside, staring at the teams of Iwagakure ninjas passing by them, with a trace of worry on their faces. I wonder how many of them can come back alive. Grandpa, you are that Tsuchikage. Don't say discouraging words. Kurotsuchi shook his head, smiled refreshingly and said, it's really a huge force. There are more than 18,000 ninjas. No matter who faces this huge sea of people, there is absolutely no way they can resist. Because there is no need to defend the border, the Iwagakure village also gathered all the ninjas to participate in this ninja world war. The third Tsuchika Jinoki sighed. This granddaughter has not experienced any tragic wars since she was born. The only time she saw the cruelty of a battle was when Uehara Naraku invaded the Iwagakure village. These more than 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas are the assets that Inoki has worked hard to save during his many years in power. In the entire ninja world, it is estimated that there is no village with more ninjas than their Iwagakure village. This number of ninjas is the remaining ones after the huge casualties caused by the invasion of Uehara Naraku. Sand Village. The 5th Kazekage Gaara stood on a high place, watching the rows of Sand Village ninjas stepping on the yellow sand, and heading into the distance against the wind and sand. Gaara. Kankuro stood behind Gaara, and said in a deep voice, the ninja troops in the village have already set off. Shall we go too? Yes. Gaara nodded. The next moment, a ball of sand appeared under Gaara's feet, and Kankuro and Temari flew into the distance with him. Then let's go. Hurry up and meet up with the ninja army of other villages. On the sea, large ships were rushing towards the direction of the ninja continent. Terumi Mei stood on the railing of a ship, looking at the ships one by one, and the sea breeze blew her hair away, revealing her face. The armies of the 5 major ninja villages gathered one after another. The headquarters that the 5 Kage had agreed on in advance was still the newly built Cloud Village, because it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it was also to protect the daimyo and nobles. Cloud Village, the gathering point of the perception unit. After the batches of perception ninjas finished scouting their countries, they hurried to the Cloud Village to report and accept the dispatch of the leader of the perception unit. Hidden Cloud Jonin Z was one of the leaders. He glanced at the many teams under him and said with a grim expression, "Mr. Zetsu, the teams still haven't received any news about Orochimaru. Where should we search now?" "Haven't found anything." Black Zetsu stood beside Z. After thinking for a while, he said in a gloomy voice, "The outer path demon statue is huge. It is definitely not easy for them to hide. When the chakra of the tailed beast is extracted, the reaction will be very violent." After that, Black Zetsu fell into deep thought again. Has Orochimaru resurrected the Ten Tails? But the violent Ten Tails will definitely not be silent. "Mr. Zetsu?" Z glanced at the dazed Black Zetsu and continued, "Mr. Zetsu? What's wrong?" "Nothing." After shaking his head, Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, "How about this? The two of us will lead the team to search the land of rice, the land of hot spring, the land of iron, the land of bears. Maybe Orochimaru hasn't extracted the tailed beast yet, and he is waiting for our perception team to investigate before he will take action." "Okay." Z nodded seriously. Since Black Zetsu arrived to report, Z still admired Black Zetsu because Mr. Zetsu's perception ability was very strong, worthy of being an intelligence officer of the Akatsuki organization. On the contrary to Z, Black Zetsu felt that these perception troops were quite useless. So many perception troops were of no use except for the advantage in numbers. Until now, they had not found the trace of Orochimaru. What was the use of them? They could only praise it. Relying on his perception ability, Black Zetsu was doing well in the perception troops. At least these perception ninjas admired him more and more. There really were no useless people in the Akatsuki organization. This view was further deepened by Black Zetsu's performance. Even the personnel in charge of intelligence in this organization were so outstanding. As for Orochimaru, who the perception troops had worked so hard to find. In fact, Orochimaru was still lying in the Ryochi cave. Deep in the Ryochi cave, the Yamato no Orochi rolled over and continued to coil up its body. The 8 huge snake heads chose a comfortable posture, feeling the natural energy entering the body. Although there is no way to practice the Sage mode, relying on the power of the curse seal, Yamato no Orochi can slowly extract natural energy for his own use. This is the true soul of Orochimaru. It's not that Orochimaru has never thought about escaping, but unfortunately, the White Snake Sage of Ryochi Cave has received the order from Uehara Naraku and will never allow Orochimaru to escape. Uehara Naraku, that bastard. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the area, and his voice was a little gloomy, saying, "Didn't that guy Kabuto tell me that he would prepare a perfect body for me soon? How long have I been waiting now?" Speaking of this, a huge snake head of Yamato no Orochi suddenly smashed the wall beside him, and Orochimaru's voice became colder and colder. "What a complete waste. I signed a spiritual contract with him, and have been secretly guiding him to conduct experiments. The next time we meet again, if Kabuto is not ready, I will directly rob his body. Anyway, I will revive first. It's better for me to find out the secrets of the Samurai and the Outer Path Demon statue." Ever since Orochimaru wanted to replace the White Zetsu body, but was interrupted by Uehara Naraku and his little white snake body was captured, Orochimaru has fallen into this situation. However, Orochimaru did not give up completely, because Orochimaru believes that Kabuto Yakushi is not loyal. Since Kabuto Yakushi will betray himself, he will definitely betray Uehara Naraku. Over the years, Orochimaru has always used various forbidden techniques and even experiments to tempt Kabuto Yakushi to prepare a suitable body for him. Unfortunately, Kabuto Yakushi always uses Uehara Naraku as an excuse to shirk, but he did not completely refuse. It's just that the reason given by Kabuto Yakushi is very strange. Even if Lord Orochimaru can be resurrected and escape, he will eventually be found by Uehara Naraku. As for the consequences of being found by Uehara Naraku, there is no need for Kabuto Yakushi to continue to introduce this. Orochimaru knows exactly what the result will be when he encounters Uehara Naraku, because he has experienced it too many times. In this case, it is better to endure it for a while. That bastard has committed countless crimes against him. Just as Orochimaru was about to start drawing natural energy again to strengthen his Yamato no Orochi, a feeling of blood contract summoning swept over his body. Summoning contract? Whatever you think will come true. All the snake heads of the Yamato no Orochi raised up involuntarily. The next moment, this huge body disappeared in the Ryochi cave. It chose to accept the summoning contract from afar. When Orochimaru left, the white snake immortal in the Ryochi cave looked around his body. It sensed that the Yamato no Orochi disappeared in the Ryochi cave. The white snake immortal spit out his snake core, sighed and said, Orochimaru, this idiot always thinks about escaping. Doesn't this idiot realize that there is only a dead end when he goes out and he can only live forever in the Ryochi cave? The first update. There are still 5 chapters. Thank you to the leader, a lonely dog. I will write the reward list later. Chapter 340, A Desperate Orochimaru. In the dark underground base, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses. Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his palms, formed a summoning seal, and whispered, Lord Naraku, it's not just you who's been acting these 3 years. I've also been very hard in front of Lord Orochimaru. As soon as the voice fell, Kabuto Yakushi's palm suddenly fell to the ground, staring at the spell that emerged from the ground, and shouted in a deep voice, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A puff of smoke floated out of thin air. The next moment, the huge body of the Yamato no Orochi suddenly appeared. This huge Yamato no Orochi instantly overturned the base, and even directly smashed the hill above. The 8 huge snake heads roared, and revealed their huge bodies. One of the snake heads slowly drooped down again, opened its huge mouth, and slowly floated out the upper body of Orochimaru. Kabuto. Orochimaru's mouth grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. I thought you had forgotten that I was still suffering. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head in silence. Kabuto Yakushi sighed in his heart. Actually, Orochimaru didn't suffer when he stayed in the Ryochi cave. He really suffered after he came out. Over the years, Kabuto Yakushi was not perfunctory to Orochimaru. If the time was right, Kabuto Yakushi would really prepare to give Orochimaru a body, hoping that Orochimaru would find a leisurely village to spend the rest of his life in the future. Unfortunately, Orochimaru has always refused to give up revenge on Uehara Naraku. What's more regrettable is that Uehara Naraku has not given up using Orochimaru, who has been trapped by him half to death. He still wants Orochimaru to make use of his remaining heat. No matter how Kabuto Yakushi tried to indirectly hope that Orochimaru and Uehara Naraku would let each other go, the two of them didn't care about his opinion and wanted to put each other to death. The thoughts of these two people are too coincidental. This is really a bad fate. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses to hide his complicated feelings. He looked up at Orochimaru and said, Lord Orochimaru, I have finally prepared a resurrected body for you. I believe this body will satisfy you. Oh, are you finally not afraid of Uehara Naraku? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, stared at Kabuto Yakushi, and asked with a smile, aren't you worried that Uehara Naraku will know about this and kill you? No. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and replied in a low voice, some time ago, I have already explored the secrets of the Samurai and the Outer Path Demon statue, and completely betrayed Lord Naraku. Now I have seized the Samurai and the Outer Path Demon statue of Akatsuki. What? A look of surprise appeared on Orochimaru's face. Did you get rid of Pain? According to Orochimaru's understanding of Pain, he never thought that Kabuto Yakushi had the possibility of defeating the Samurai. How could such a thing happen? If Kabuto Yakushi now has the power to kill Pain, then wouldn't their past master-servant relationship be reversed? Just taking advantage of someone's misfortune. A smile appeared on Kabuto Yakushi's lips, and there was a hint of gloating in his voice, because Pain is just a puppet of the real owner of the Rinnegan, Nagato, and he died in Konoha in order to capture the Nine Tails, so I have the opportunity to seize the Rinnegan. Oh. Orochimaru hugged his arms, straightened up from the snake head, looked at Kabuto Yakushi curiously and said, how did you do it? Your strength shouldn't be able to defeat that guy Uehara, right? Relying on the flying thunder god technique of the fourth Hokage. After Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, a golden figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and continued, Lord Uehara Naraku is too greedy. Some time ago, he wanted to control the first generation of Hokage, who was at the peak of his power. So I deceived him and made him think that mastering too many impure world ninjas would reduce his control. In order to prevent himself from losing control of other impure world ninjas, Lord Uehara Naraku actually asked me to reincarnate the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and Uchiha Obito. From then on, I had 3 ninjas who were good at space-time ninjutsu. When Kabuto Yakushi finished speaking, a space-time vortex appeared beside him, and the figure of Uchiha Obito appeared. After a while, the figure of Senju Tobirama also appeared beside Kabuto Yakushi. At least on the surface, there was no flaw. Well done. Orochimaru frowned and asked in a deep voice, in that case, did that guy Uehara Naraku use the impure world reincarnation to resurrect the first Hokage? No, he failed. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and shook his head, his eyes showing no disguising his sarcasm. That's the legendary god of ninja. Of course it's not something that mortals can master. After that, Kabuto Yakushi whispered again, because of this reason, I also gave up using the impure world reincarnation to resurrect Uchiha Madara, lest Uchiha Madara lose control. Is that so? Orochimaru's eyes were still a little sharp. He stared at Kabuto Yakushi and suddenly smiled. That's amazing, Kabuto. It seems that with the power you have now, I will have to obey your orders in the future. Lord Orochimaru, please don't say that. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and a smile appeared on his face. Although I'm very powerful now, my respect for Lord Orochimaru has never changed. We will still cooperate on an equal footing as in the past. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and looked at Kabuto Yakushi. This guy Kabuto Yakushi has really become stronger and wilder. This guy is just a tool he rescued from Shimura Danzo, and he has always followed his lead. When have the two of them ever been equal? But this is the mind of a normal person. Anyone who has mastered the power that Kabuto Yakushi now has will never be inferior to others. After Orochimaru was silent for a while, he nodded and said, that's not bad. So what about the body you prepared for me? Orochimaru was very rational. Now is definitely not the time to turn against Kabuto Yakushi, because his body still needs Kabuto Yakushi's help. When he obtains powerful power in the future, he will suppress or kill the traitor Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi waved his hand. Uchiha Obito next to him opened his camo space and dropped a white zetsu, but the body of this white zetsu was covered with messy curse seals. This is a body I prepared for Lord Orochimaru. A hint of pride flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face. He looked at the white zetsu in front of him and chuckled. In addition to the wood release bloodline, there is also the legendary Samsurai. Samsurai. A light suddenly flashed across Orochimaru's eyes. The Samsurai is one of the bloodlines he has always wanted to obtain. Orochimaru's desire for the Samsurai is even greater than the Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan. It's just that, because he has always been afraid of Pain's power, Orochimaru gradually extinguished that idea and turned to seek another kind of Mangekyou Sharingan. Now Kabuto Yakushi is willing to install the Samsurai on his body? This guy is so willing? Is there any conspiracy here? Just when Orochimaru was about to ask a question, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly said, but there are conditions for giving this body to Orochimaru. Oh. Orochimaru looked away from the white zetsu on the ground and looked at Kabuto Yakushi again. What are the conditions? Tell me first, so I can hear it. This is normal. After all, the Samsurai is not something that can be easily obtained. Kabuto Yakushi was willing to give him the Samsurai, so it seems that what this guy wants from him should not be ordinary. I hope Lord Orochimaru can cooperate with me in an experiment. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, and a light appeared in his eyes. Cooperate with me to continue an experiment, to revive the Outer Path statue, and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I want to see the power of the Six Paths Sage with my own eyes. A touch of madness and obsession flashed across Kabuto Yakushi's face. Lord Orochimaru, this is the secret I got from the Akatsuki organization with great effort. The Ten Tails is the monster that the Six Paths Sage sealed up to save the world in the legend. The Outer Path statue is the body of the Ten Tails. Once you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, you can obtain the power that only the Six Paths Sage can use in the legend. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly. After a long time, the shock in Orochimaru's heart quietly faded away. Orochimaru, who has always been known for his conspiracy and cunning, glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and whispered, "Kabuto, then this experiment must be very dangerous, right?" "Of course." Kabuto Yakushi nodded and chuckled. "Lord Orochimaru, how can there be no danger in becoming the legendary Six-Path Sage? In the ninja world for so many years, not everyone can become a Jinchuriki. Every Jinchuriki has the risk of having his consciousness devoured by the tailed beasts, not to mention the 10 tails formed by the 9 tailed beasts. The risk of becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki is very high." Orochimaru fell silent again. This bastard. No wonder Kabuto Yakushi wanted to save him. Unfortunately, the current situation is definitely not the time to turn against each other. After a while, Orochimaru grinned. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips and said, "Okay, I promise you." "That's good." Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and licked his lips like Orochimaru, with a threatening smile on his face. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." Orochimaru ignored Kabuto Yakushi's threat. As long as he gets the body with the Rinnegan below and masters the power to resist Kabuto Yakushi, he won't care about the experiment of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. No, he can care. But definitely not now. After all, Orochimaru is also a little bit envious of the power of the Six-Path Sage, but Orochimaru is more concerned about his life. Oh, if I had known that Lord Orochimaru would agree so readily. Kabuto Yakushi's face showed a trace of regret again. "It's a pity that I was worried that Lord Orochimaru would go back on his word and refuse to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, so I specially used Lord Orochimaru's name to announce to the 5 major ninja villages that I launched the 4th Ninja World War against them." What? Orochimaru was a little confused. What the hell was going on? What on earth did that bastard Kabuto Yakushi do without telling him? This bastard actually used his name to launch the 4th Ninja World War, and it was aimed at the 5 major ninja villages. Is this bastard crazy? Those are the 5 major ninja villages. How could they win? Although Orochimaru knew that Kabuto Yakushi must have bad intentions, he never expected that Kabuto Yakushi would make things so bad. Now the 5 major ninja countries in the ninja world have gathered tens of thousands of ninjas, and even people from the Akatsuki organization. The ninja world is full of sensory ninjas searching for Lord Orochimaru's traces, and they may find this place soon. Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, and the smile on his face could hardly be concealed. Our strength is definitely not enough to compete with them, so unless Lord Orochimaru is willing to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki and transform into the new Six-Path Sage, the situation is worse than Orochimaru imagined. The 5 major countries did not issue any wanted orders, but actually carried out the war on the scale of the Ninja World War. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. The rage on his face could hardly be concealed. His voice came out from between his teeth. "Kabuto, you have calculated everything. Are you pushing me into a dead end? There's nothing we can do about it." Kabuto shook his head, sighed and said, "Lord Orochimaru, we must have offended Lord Uehara Naraku because of the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Demon statue." After saying this, Kabuto suddenly smiled again. "Of course, I don't care. I have 3 impure world subordinates who are good at space-time techniques. I will always be able to escape." Kabuto's gaze moved slightly and fell on Orochimaru. His smile became more intense. "As for the fate of Lord Orochimaru, I can't guarantee it. There are 4 more chapters left." Chapter 341. The atmosphere was temporarily relaxed a lot. Orochimaru really wanted to kill Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi, who was not even qualified to be his assistant, and was not even qualified to be a candidate vessel for the reincarnation of corpses, would actually force him to a dead end today. This bastard Kabuto Yakushi is only fit to help him dig graves and steal corpses. Now this guy really thinks that he has become stronger, so he wants to turn the tables and become the master. He even dares to force his former boss to be an experimental subject for the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's expression gradually became serious. He stared at Kabuto Yakushi's movements and asked, "What if I refuse to agree to your cooperation? You will die without a burial place." Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms and sighed softly. "Orochimaru, I can betray you now and let you attract the attention of the 5 major countries. And Lord Uehara Naraku now thinks that I'm loyal to you. Maybe he is going to Raichi Cave to make trouble for you. You have no other way, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto. Orochimaru's eyes became slightly sharper. He stared at Kabuto Yakushi with a smile on his face, and there was a hint of gloom and murderous intent in his voice. Aren't you afraid that after I really become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I will kill you? I'm not afraid. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and shook his head. He said calmly, I tricked Uchiha Obito's Kamu Mangekyou Sharingan from Lord Uehara and Naraku. No matter how strong Lord Orochimaru is, I'm sure I can survive. After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses again. I always like to consider everything carefully before implementing a plan. This is why Lord Orochimaru will be defeated by Lord Uehara and Naraku, and I will successfully get rid of Lord Uehara and Naraku. Very good. Orochimaru nodded and praised in a cold voice. Kabuto, you have really grown a lot after so many years. This is thanks to Lord Orochimaru's cultivation. Kabuto Yakushi curled the corners of his mouth and smiled. If our experiment is successful, I wouldn't mind submitting to Lord Orochimaru again. After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi continued with a smile. I'm not kidding. After all, the power of the Six Paths Sage is still worthy of admiration. Although that power is strong, it may not threaten me. Orochimaru nodded in silence. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said, I agree to your terms. Let me enjoy my new body first. Of course. A smile spread across Kabuto Yakushi's face. Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly, and he slowly closed his palms. The body of the Yamato no Orochi began to shrink rapidly. After just a few seconds, the Yamato no Orochi turned into a small white snake, swooped towards the white Zetsu, and drilled into the mouth of the white Zetsu on the ground. The body of the white Zetsu was stiff for a second. The next moment, the white Zetsu gradually changed its appearance. Judging from the appearance alone, this white Zetsu is already 70% to 80% similar to Orochimaru's past appearance. Obviously, Orochimaru succeeded in taking over the body of the white Zetsu. Sure enough, Orochimaru felt the power in his body with satisfaction, nodded and said, White Zetsu is indeed the most suitable vessel for the reincarnation of corpses. In addition to the chakra in his body, Orochimaru also felt two strange bloodline powers in his body, one of which was naturally the would-release bloodline. The other was his eyes. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes were already a pair of Samsara eyes, which carefully looked at his body. Obviously, he couldn't be more satisfied with this body. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru and continued with a smile. If Lord Orochimaru is satisfied, then we will start to extract the 8 Tails chakra from the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the 9 Tails chakra from the 4th Hokage. Okay. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi deeply and said softly, but I still need time to familiarize myself with the power of the Samsara Eye. There is no need for that. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head calmly, with a deeper smile on his face. As long as Lord Orochimaru uses the summoning technique to summon the outer path demon statue, I will teach Orochimaru a technique to extract the Jinchuriki and seal it into the outer path demon statue. After that, Kabuto Yakushi said again, oh, by the way, Lord Orochimaru must remember to cooperate and never waste each other's time. I almost forgot to tell you that, although Lord Uehara and Naraku failed to control the first Hokage, he defeated the first Hokage who was close to his prime by himself. Even if Lord Orochimaru possesses the power of the Rinnegan and the outer path demon statue, he can barely defeat me, let alone defeat Lord Uehara and Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru and said word by word, Lord Orochimaru, only if you become the Sage of Six Paths can you defeat him. I will cooperate with you. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, and at this moment his expression was somewhat similar to that of Uehara Naraku, because compared to what you did to me, what that bastard Uehara Naraku did made me feel more deeply hatred. Uehara Naraku, that bastard. Over the past few years, Orochimaru has been recalling every bit of him, and Uehara Naraku every day. That bastard seems to bully him every time they meet. That bastard Uehara almost always forced him into a dilemma. Especially in the past few years, in Konoha's Uzumaki Nanman Hall, that bastard completely exposed his shameless face and unscrupulously stated that he had actually been playing with himself all the time. That bastard. Orochimaru turned to look at Kabuto Yakushi, slowly closed his palms, and made a hand seal, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Outer Path Demon Statue. Summoning. Outer Path Demon Statue is the most basic ability of the Samurai. Even if the power hidden in the Samurai cannot be developed, this simple method can be used to directly summon the Outer Path Demon Statue, an unreasonable summoning object, to fight. The next moment, a huge Outer Path Demon Statue appeared in front of them. Orochimaru felt the chakra in the Outer Path statue, and a fascinated light flashed in his eyes of reincarnation. It's really terrible. The chakra of the seven-tailed beasts alone has almost unparalleled power. Orochimaru finally showed a satisfied look on his face. Kabuto, maybe you are right. As long as we revive the Outer Path statue and let me become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, maybe I can really master the power of the legendary Six Paths Sage. Of course. Kabuto Yakushi continued with a smile. In fact, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is not particularly dangerous, as long as you are determined enough. And I can remind Lord Orochimaru that the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is an immortal being. Orochimaru's eyes widened instantly. Obviously, immortality is more attractive to him. Why has he worked so hard for so many years? Isn't it just to ask for immortality? Eternal life? Orochimaru slowly turned his head and looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said, is this really possible? Even the legendary Six Paths Sage has an end to his lifespan. This is a secret I found out from Akatsuki. Kabuto Yakushi did not refute. He whispered, whether the Ten Tails Jinchuriki can live forever depends on the specific situation. But there is no doubt that the Ten Tails Jinchuriki can master all the ninjutsu in the ninja world. It is absolutely possible. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at the Outer Path Demon statue, and his voice gradually became more apologetic. The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts can completely allow Lord Orochimaru to use any ninjutsu. This can be regarded as the realization of Lord Orochimaru's original dream. Orochimaru was silent for a while. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two of them gradually eased a lot. Although Kabuto Yakushi forced Orochimaru to try to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki at the cost of his life, if he really succeeded, he could also gain powerful power. Even Kabuto Yakushi still remembered Orochimaru's past dream. After a while, Orochimaru nodded slowly and said, okay, I understand. Let's get started now. After that, Orochimaru grinned. The five great nations and Uehara Naraku's group must be waiting for me to fight them. Yes, the entire ninja world is waiting for your return. A touch of respect appeared on Kabuto Yakushi's face. He lowered his head and smiled. No, or rather, the entire ninja world is waiting for the master who rules them. Huh, well said. Orochimaru snorted coldly, smiled and said, then let's get started. Send the eight tails into the Outer Path Demon statue first. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi waved his hand. Uchiha Obito, who was standing behind him, opened a space-time vortex, and the figure of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee fell to the ground from the space-time vortex. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly closed his palms. When I revive the Ten Tails and become the Sage of Six Paths, I must take back everything I lost from that bastard Uehara Naraku. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi nodded and pushed his glasses. The three impure world reincarnations of Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato and Senjutsu Birama did not speak, because someone was controlling their bodies behind the scenes. Thousands of miles away in the Hidden Rain Village, Uehara Naraku slowly lowered his fingers. Through the impure world ninjas he controlled, Uehara Naraku saw everything that happened between Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru. This guy Kabuto Yakushi's acting is not bad. Uehara Naraku curled his lips and chuckled. Even though I knew that what Kabuto said was false, after listening for a while, I actually felt that what he said was true. This feeling is a bit subtle. Since everything is going according to plan, there is no need to worry. The next thing Uehara Naraku has to do is to take the group of funny people from the Akatsuki organization to participate in the gathering of the Ninja Coalition. The enemy Orochimaru is about to arrive. As the captain of the Ninja Coalition, how can he be late? Six Paths Orochimaru. What an enemy to look forward to. There are only 3 more chapters left. I feel a little upset. Chapter 342. Information stolen by Kiribi. The enemy Orochimaru is already in place. On the way to Akatsuki's base, Uehara Naraku was still complaining about Kabuto Yakushi who forced Orochimaru to take his place. This Kabuto Yakushi is really not a good person. Uehara Naraku was still worried about how Kabuto Yakushi would win the trust of Orochimaru. He originally thought that Kabuto Yakushi would cry and talk nonsense or throw dirty water on other people. But he didn't expect that Kabuto Yakushi, a gentleman with glasses, would use his actions to prove to Orochimaru that all his retreat routes had been cut off. Only by becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki can he turn the tables. Any other option would only lead to death in vain. Even if Orochimaru wanted to return to the Ryochi cave and become a harmless Yamato no Orochi, he would have no chance, because Kabuto Yakushi said that Uehara Naraku would definitely hunt him down. Even if Orochimaru wanted to hide in the ninja world, it would be useless, because the entire ninja world's perception ninjas are gathering to search for his traces, and once he hides, Kabuto Yakushi will directly betray him. Really? Can't Kabuto Yakushi behave himself? The base of Akatsuki. After criticizing Kabuto Yakushi in his heart, Uehara Naraku appeared in the base of the organization. All members of Akatsuki had gathered. A row of S-rank rebel ninjas wearing black robes with auspicious clouds. If they joined the ninja alliance with this Lanoop, I really don't know whether those ninjas are afraid of Orochimaru or more afraid of Akatsuki. It's really hard to say. To be honest, Uehara Naraku is a little worried about this problem. After all, Hiden is a habitual troublemaker and needs to be kept a closer eye on. And Idara is also a simple-minded problem child. Akatsuki's regular travel mount is Uehara Naraku's ancient dragon. They move very quickly and will not delay the gathering time of the Ninja Alliance. On the way to the Ninja Coalition's assembly point, Uehara Naraku did not forget to pass on the message to Kabuto Yakushi. After Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru extracted the Eight Tails chakra from Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, they asked Killer Bee to bring back some news. In a cave thousands of miles away, Orochimaru closed his palms and manipulated the mouth of the outer path demon statue to spit out a chain, pulling out the tailed beast from Killer Bee's body. No matter how the Eight Tails Ashiki resisted, it could not resist the power of the outer path demon statue. However, before the Eight Tails Ashiki was extracted from Killer Bee's body, it left a tentacle tail in Killer Bee's body. This was the last chakra it left for Killer Bee. This little bit of chakra was only enough to keep Killer Bee alive. Unfortunately, they were in the enemy camp. Whether Killer Bee could survive or not obviously depended on his own luck. This method of extracting chakra is faster than Akatsuki's. After Kabuto Yakushi praised, he waved his hand and asked Minato Namikaze to take Killer Bee away. Mr. Yondaime, help me take the Eight Tails Jinchuriki out and put it together with the white Zetsu sacrificial materials. After he dies, I will resurrect him. Minato Namikaze nodded without saying a word. When Minato Namikaze walked out with Killer Bee, he happened to meet Uchiha Obito, who suddenly called out to Minato Namikaze, "Teacher." Uchiha Obito took a look at Killer Bee in Minato Namikaze's hand and asked curiously, "Didn't they say that the Jinchuriki would die if the tailed beast was extracted? Doesn't this guy look like he's still alive?" A drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Killer Bee's forehead. Namikaze Minato shook his head and explained softly, "The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is different from the other Jinchuriki. He should also have abundant chakra of the tailed beast. It will probably take a while for him to die from the withdrawal of the Jinchuriki. Oh, then it would be better to just kill him." A red light flashed in Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, and he stretched out his hand to grab Killer Bee. In this way, he can go more quickly. Obito. Namikaze Minato grabbed Uchiha Obito's arm and said in a deep voice, "Everyone will see through his life when he is dying. I think it is better to let Killer Bee think for a while before he dies." After that, Namikaze Minato suddenly asked, "Why did you come back suddenly? Didn't you bring the reincarnated first Hokage to assassinate Uehara Naraku?" Failed. Uchiha Obito shook his head, his voice more heavy. "Originally, I had lured him to an excellent place, but unfortunately the first Hokage was no match for him. How strong can that guy be? Even the ninja god who is close to the peak is not his opponent. The first generation was almost sealed by that bastard. How is this possible?" A trace of surprise flashed across Minato Namikaze's face. Uchiha Obito stroked his mask and said in a gloomy voice, "After all, the impure world reincarnation has weakened the strength of the first generation Hokage to a certain extent. Forget it, since we can't weaken the Ninja Coalition by killing their strongest now, we can only think of a way after the war starts. Minato Namikaze was silent for a while and did not answer. After a while, Minato Namikaze seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll go and throw out the 8 tails Jinchuriki first." Yeah. After Uchiha nodded, he suddenly said, "By the way, teacher, although you have sacrificed the Yin 9 tails in your body, we will not let go of the Yang 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body." Minato Namikaze stopped his steps. The next moment, Namikaze Minato strode out again, carrying Killer Bee. It seemed that Uchiha words had no effect on him. After Namikaze Minato walked out with Killer Bee, the fourth Hokage carefully observed the surroundings, then squatted in front of Killer Bee and said, "Hey, 8 tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, I know you are still alive." Killer Bee lay on the ground without saying a word. Namikaze Minato looked at Killer Bee, who was pretending to be dead speechlessly, and lowered his voice and said, "I'm also a perfect Jinchuriki who can communicate with the tailed beast in my body. I know very well that in this situation, the 8-tailed Gyuki will definitely find a way to let you survive. I have sensed the existence of the 8-tailed chakra in your body." Killer Bee couldn't pretend to be dead now, and could only raise his head weakly and said, "Bastard. It's over. Namikaze Minato, I didn't expect that I would still die in your hands. No." After shaking his head, a solemn look flashed across his face. Now Kabuto Yakushi is helping Orochimaru to put the 8-tailed Gyuki into the outer path statue. He has not been able to fully control my consciousness. Now you have to escape immediately. A look of surprise flashed across Killer Bee's face. Namikaze Minato looked at Killer Bee and nodded, saying, "You have to run away immediately, and be fast, because after they rest in a while, they should soon extract the 9 tails from my body, and they should not send me to hunt you down. Let's go together." "Impossible." Namikaze Minato shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Now you go back immediately and report this location to the Ninja Alliance. Also, tell Uehara, Naraku and Naruto to be careful." Killer Bee nodded hurriedly. After Namikaze Minato watched Killer Bee disappear, his face slowly drooped, because everything just now was out of his control. Uchiha also came out again, stood beside Namikaze Minato, and whispered, "It seems that Uehara seems to want to do something to Naruto. HMM. Namikaze Minato nodded, his face grim, "But now we can't judge his purpose at all. We can only watch him manipulate everyone in this ninja world behind the scenes. What exactly does this guy want to do?" Unfortunately, neither of them knew. What neither of them noticed was that after Killer Bee left, a figure of the impure world reincarnation left the cave. Uchiha Itachi. This chess piece finally moved. On the body of the ancient dragon, Uehara Naraku stood in front and slowly put down his finger. It was he who manipulated Minato Namikaze to save Killer Bee just now and let Killer Bee bring some intelligence to the Shinobi Alliance after escaping. In addition to the information about Orochimaru, there was also a piece of information that was beneficial to Uehara Naraku, and the perception team of the Shinobi Alliance must have discovered traces of a war, because after the battle between Uehara Naraku and Senju Hashirama, the terrain there was completely changed. The intelligence of the perception team. The intelligence stolen by Killer Bee. Uehara Naraku's own intelligence. Although the most important thing is to let Killer Bee bring back Orochimaru's hiding place, that is when the 4th Shinobi World War officially begins. As for the information brought back by Killer Bee, it only made Uehara Naraku more convinced by the allied ninja forces. This matter was just a byproduct. It happened that the 5 Kage did not trust him deeply enough now. "Wow. We are here." Deidara stood on the top of the ancient dragon with a giggle, overlooking the gathering point of a dense group of figures in the distance, and shouted, "How spectacular. If a C4 Garuda is dropped, many people will surely appreciate how great my art is." Uehara Naraku glanced at Deidara speechlessly, then turned to look at Scorpion. "Senior Scorpion, I may have to command a large force, and Deidara will be handed over to you." "Yeah." Scorpion nodded, glanced at Deidara, and agreed in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him, and not let him do anything reckless." Hashiga Kikisame grinned and chuckled. "After we land, our disguised identity will be the second team of the Special Operations team of the Ninja Alliance. I'm really curious about what expressions the ninjas in our hometown will have when they see us. Who knows?" Ringo Uehara took a bite of the apple and snorted coldly. "It's as if you Senior Kisame was so popular in the village before. Those people don't like us who carry ninja swords very much. They should be more afraid of us. Hazuki Sugetsu carried his beheading sword and said with a giggle, I haven't seen Lady Terumi Mei for a long time. I'm really curious about what expression she will have when she sees me. Now I have the beheading sword. If she sees me, she probably won't be too happy. Hazuki Maingetsu's face was not very good. He looked at the Ninja Alliance assembly point, rubbed his forehead and said, after all, I lied to her for so many years. To be honest, it's really embarrassing. There are 2 more chapters today. I haven't finished yet, and the big guys are here again. Chapter 343 Zao's Arrival. The headquarters of the Allied Ninja Forces. Now there is a chaotic and noisy sound here, because the logistics department of the Allied Ninja Forces is distributing the Allied Ninja Forces for head protectors, uniforms, and food pills, etc. After these ninjas receive their own supplies, they have to rush to their troops assembly point. The assembly point of the first unit. As the only one among the 12 little strongmen of Konoha to enter the first unit, Shianshin looked around the ninjas in confusion. He really didn't know any of them. No, there are still some people he knows. Shianshin's eyes moved to a figure in front of him. That was Konoha's senior Akimichi Choza, the father of Akimichi Choji. Most of the Akimichi clan are very conspicuous in size. Shianshin really wants to complain. Looking left and right, front and back, basically everyone is older than her. Why would a girl of 17 or 18 years old like her be assigned to the first unit full of seniors? The assembly point of the second unit. Niji Hyuga was in a relatively normal mood, except that he was a little impatient because of the noises that often came to his ears because a woman named Kurotsuchi was too noisy. When will Deidara Nii come? Kurotsuchi touched his chin and muttered in a long-winded manner, that bastard leader of Akatsuki, he won't really not let Deidara Nii see me. I still want to settle with Deidara Nii for the last time he attacked the Hidden Rock Village. Niji Hyuga's forehead couldn't help but jump. Is this woman named Kurotsuchi like Deidara from Akatsuki? At this time, Niji Hyuga couldn't help but miss his teammate Tenten. At least his teammate Tenten was not a love-brained person. The assembly point of the third unit. Hiruno Sakura touched her chin. She was a combat member of the third unit and had to serve as a member of the medical unit. However, in this area, where there were few friends, Hiruno Sakura was a little melancholy. Because Hiruno Sakura really wanted to join the special operations team. Although the battle might be dangerous, at least she could stay with her teammates and friends. The assembly point of the fourth unit. Now this area is quite lively. Narashikamaru's face was also a little serious. He glanced at Akimichi Choji beside him. Choji, I thought you would go to the 1st Division. Because the 1st Division is responsible for the medium-range joint forces. Akimichi Choji's father Akimichi Choza is also there. I want to go too. Akimichi Choji looked a little nervous. Temari couldn't help but look at the two of them. Just when she wanted to say something, she saw a shadow covering the sky and the sun, which made her face change. Temari lowered her head, tightened her eyes slightly, gritted her teeth and said, the lawless guys from Akatsuki are here. Because the Akatsuki organization once drove this ancient dragon to destroy the Sand Village. As for the main messenger who destroyed the Sand Village, it was the current Akatsuki leader Uehara Naraku, who was a bastard who deceived the feelings of the Sand Village. It was a pity that the Sand Village once regarded him as a benefactor and was grateful. In any case, Temari couldn't let go of her hatred for Akatsuki now. Is it that giant summoning beast? Narashikamaru also looked up at the ancient dragon in the sky and said softly, no wonder Akatsuki has always been so fast. I've heard that they have a terrifying summoning beast, but I didn't expect it to be so handsome. Handsome? Temari sneered, and a hint of coldness suddenly appeared on her face. Only those of you who have not experienced horror will think it's handsome. It's that monster that destroyed our Sand Village in one blow. They are also companions now. Narashikamaru looked at Temari in surprise and persuaded softly, even if you hate Akatsuki, at least we are companions now. Don't bring this emotion to the battlefield. Everyone in the Ninja Alliance is our comrade in arms. Temari gritted her teeth, with some anger in her voice. You Konoha have not experienced that kind of pain. So naturally you can't understand the pain of us and village. Hatred is the most useless thing. Shikamaru shook his head, looked at the ancient dragon flying in the sky, sighed, and was about to continue persuading Temari. Unexpectedly, Temari changed her attitude the next moment. She glared at Shikamaru and said, "There's no need for you, a lazy guy, to lecture us." Shikamaru could only spread his hands helplessly and said softly, "Well, at least let's survive this war first." "Well." Temari nodded slowly. Choujia Kimichi couldn't help but say, "I heard that the Captain General of the Coalition Forces is Senior Uehara. I didn't expect he would do this." "Yeah." After saying this, Shikamaru Nara's face suddenly looked a little ugly. To be honest, if he hadn't really brought the entire Akatsuki to participate in the war, I would have suspected that this guy might be Orochimaru's undercover or something. "Shikamaru?" Choujia Kimichi looked at Shikamaru Nara in surprise and said, "Why do you have such an idea?" "Senior Uehara is the Captain General of our coalition forces. It is said that he is the most powerful ninja in the entire ninja world." "Well, I think too much." Shikamaru Nara scratched the back of his head and sighed. "After all, this guy had a bad record before and lied to us for so many years." "No." Temari shook her head and said in a deep voice, "I saw it at the ninja conference. Naraku Uehara almost went crazy because of that man named Nagato. That kind of pain and anger was just like how I hated him before. He already hated Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru." "Is that so?" Shikamaru nodded and sighed softly. "To be honest, if it weren't for that senior Nagato's repentance at the end of his life, maybe we would have to face two powerful enemies, Orochimaru and Akatsuki." Once Nagato was mentioned, Shikamaru immediately put aside his vague doubts. After all, Nagato's death was closely related to Uchiha Obito and Kabuto Yakushi. Uehara Naraku's feelings for Nagato are not fake. It's just that the Nara clan likes to think too much. There was also Shikaku, Shikamaru's father, who had concerns about Uehara Naraku. Shikaku also thought about this problem, but he quickly put it behind his mind, because Uehara Naraku had no reason to do so. After all, with his strength and the power of the entire Akatsuki organization, it is crucial to the situation in the ninja world. If Orochimaru obtained the power of Akatsuki and Uehara Naraku, he would not need any spies at all, and could just rush over and crush them. Whether from the perspective of emotion or strength, Uehara Naraku has no need to act in front of them. The gathering point of the 5th unit. Yamanaka Ino looked up at the ancient dragon soaring in the sky, with a look of surprise on her face. "I seem to see a man with a very handsome hairstyle." Inozuka Kiba couldn't help but grin, and imitated her, looking at the figure on the ancient dragon, and asked, "Who is it? Why didn't I see it?" "Uehara." "No, it's a blonde man." Yamanaka Ino's face suddenly flashed a blush. Not only is his hairstyle very tasteful, but he also looks very cute. Inozuka Kiba was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "You are talking about the guy named Deidara. Your hairstyle is exactly the same. That's why I said his hairstyle is very tasteful." Just as these people were chattering, the ancient dragon suddenly fell to the ground and roared towards the sky, shocking the nerves of everyone present. The next moment, the ancient dragon slowly lowered its head and crouched its body. Figures walked down from the ancient dragon, each wearing a black robe with auspicious clouds representing Akatsuki. No matter which village the ninjas were from, when they saw the ancient dragon and the black robe with auspicious clouds, a trace of fear and uneasiness flashed across their faces. Because this represents terror. The power of Akatsuki is very clear to the entire ninja world. There has been a rumor in the ninja world for the past year, when a group of ninjas with auspicious clouds and black robes descend on a ferocious dragon. It means the destruction of a village, and it means that every life will turn into cold numbers. That's Akatsuki. A ninja who had never seen Akatsuki act violently had a look of horror on his face. "I never thought that the notorious organization in the ninja world would become our teammate. Haha, didn't expect it." A ninja standing next to the ninja suddenly said in a gloomy voice, "These guys destroyed your hometown when you were out on a mission." "Okay, don't talk about this." Another ninja persuaded, "The captain has already said that the biggest crisis now is the enemy Orochimaru." No matter what the people around them said, the people of Akatsuki did not move at all. Under the leadership of Uehara Naraku, they walked step by step to the high command center, until Deidara suddenly stopped, because Kurotsuchi blocked his way, and grabbed his arm. Brother Deidara, I have a debt to settle with you. What debt? Deidara looked at Kurotsuchi curiously, thought for a while, took out a strange thing from his ninja tool bag, and threw it to Kurotsuchi. Forget it, no matter what debt it is, I will pay it back with the artwork I made by myself. The red sand scorpion, who was walking beside Deidara, frowned and looked at the situation here, and urged softly, Deidara, we should go. I know. Hey, Kurotsuchi, see you later. Deidara hurriedly pulled Kurotsuchi's arm away, and followed the red sand scorpion's footsteps. Scorpion-dan, wait for me a little slower. Kurotsuchi fell into deep thought. This team of auspicious cloud black robes seemed to be demonstrating, cutting through the middle of the ninja coalition, and walking to the front of all the troops. Here was another special operations team waiting for them. It looks like this is the assembly area for the special operations team. Uehara Naraku glanced at Jiraiya and the others, said hello, then turned around and ordered, wait for me here, I'll go upstairs for the meeting first. Don't worry, go ahead, aren't you worried about us? Deidara waved at Uehara Naraku with a grin. This guy is obviously unconscious. He's worried because of you. This Deidara guy. I hope he can behave himself. Uehara Naraku looked at Deidara speechlessly, then helplessly jumped up to the high command post, where everyone was waiting for his arrival. Yes, including the leader of the intelligence corps, Black Zetsu. There's one more update. Everyone, read it tomorrow, go to bed early. Chapter 344. I didn't hear what you said. The headquarters of the Allied Shinobi Forces. When Uehara Naraku walked in, the leaders of the 5 major countries were all here, as well as the commanders of various troops. They were also discussing intelligence issues. It looked quite harmonious and friendly, except for Black Zetsu. But their expressions seemed a little ugly, including Black Zetsu. Now who can tell Uehara Naraku why Black Zetsu was perfectly integrated into it, and even this guy had an extra forehead protector from the Allied Shinobi Forces. Isn't this too thorough? Uehara, you're finally here. When Black Zetsu saw Uehara Naraku, there was even a hint of anxiety in his voice. The perception team has not found any trace of Orochimaru so far, but we found that a location is not right. This place has experienced a great battle that changed the terrain. I know. Uehara Naraku glanced at the problem pointed out by Black Zetsu, then glanced at the 5 Cajun many commanders present. His face became serious. I met Uchiha Obito outside the Akatsuki base, and he led you to this place. What? What happened? Why did he lead you there? If you just look at the traces on the scene, it seems that you have experienced an unprecedented battle, not much different from the Valley of the End. After hearing a group of people vying to ask questions, Uehara Naraku waved his hand to stop them and replied, I met the people who ambushed me there. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, fought a fierce battle with the god of ninja and barely forced them back. Everyone in the room couldn't help but widen their eyes. Tsunade looked at Uehara Naraku in disbelief, with a look of disbelief on her face. After you met my great-grandfather, and won. Hey, don't look at me like that, okay? Uehara Naraku found a seat and sat down, and said softly, and I got a bad news, and a good news in the battle with the first Hokage. Although it may not be important to you, it is still useful after all. Which one do you want to hear first? Hear the good news first. Tsunade glanced at the people present, sighed and said, if it's good news, at least it can give us a little confidence in the war, right? Yeah. Uehara Naraku spread his hands and said, because Kabuto Yakushi or Orochimaru needs to control the first Hokage, they dare not let the first Hokage exert his full strength. Even if he is a little stronger, the first Hokage may get rid of their control. After finishing speaking, Uehara Naraku continued to add, it was precisely because of this that Uchiha Obito had to retreat with the first Hokage. So I can only be considered to have won by using this method. Is that so? Tsunade clenched her fist, covered her lips, and said in a deep voice, maybe we can use this matter. Let me think about it carefully. Then let's hear the bad news first. Uehara Naraku looked at Tsunade and said, the list of impure world reincarnation that we speculated before may have to add one more person. Uchiha Itachi. After finishing speaking, Uehara Naraku was worried that everyone did not understand, so he explained, an Uchiha Itachi who can use Susanoo and does not have to worry about the consumption of pupil power. The guy Kabuto Yakushi secretly stole Mr. Itachi's body. Everyone present fell silent. After Tsunade took a long breath, she said in a deep voice, at least compared to the good news you brought, this news is not particularly bad. In fact, Shikaku had already calculated that Itachi might be in the Impure World Reincarnation team. That's good. After Uehara Naraku nodded, he looked at Shikaku who was sitting aside and sighed softly. Fortunately, we have Lord Shikaku to help. Okay. The fourth Raikage AI glanced at the people around him and said loudly, now all the ninja troops have arrived. How long will it take to complete the reorganization? It's already very soon, right? The beautiful Secretary Mabula replied softly, all the ninjas already know their teams, and the ninja forehead protectors have been distributed. It's really a grand scene. Uehara Naraku sighed, thinking of the densely packed ninjas he saw when he came here, and sighed, even me, when I see so many ninjas, my heart will involuntarily get a little excited. How many of us are we now? 78,453 people. Shikaku gave an accurate number. The 5th Kazukage Gaara and the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki glanced at Uehara Naraku and hid what they wanted to say. They were afraid of affecting unity. The 4th Raikage probably knew this too. He just sighed and said, there are still many injured people in our village who cannot participate. Otherwise, the number may increase by more than 2,000 people, especially since they are all elite. As for why there were injured people, this question has to be asked to Uehara Naraku. However, everyone present tacitly skipped this topic because they knew very well what it meant that Uehara Naraku could defeat the first Hokage. Even if the first Hokage was restricted, at least this proved that Uehara Naraku could deal with a legendary figure. Let's not talk about this. Tsunade knocked on the table to interrupt the 4th Raikage's speech and continued, now let's talk about how to find Orochimaru's location. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Mr. Zetsu, do you have any suggestions? I've thought about it. Black Zetsu pondered for a while and actually made a fairly reliable suggestion. We will send out ninjas with strong perception abilities to search in some areas with hidden terrains, and the remaining perception ninjas will sweep the ninja world back and forth, and the combat troops will set out at the same time to help patrol. This is also a way. Black Zetsu has really integrated perfectly into the Shinobi Alliance. At least the suggestions he puts forward have always been quite reliable, and Black Zetsu himself has also performed very hard. For example, his new colleagues, he admires Black Zetsu very much. Okay, let's do it this way. The 4th Raikage looked at the many captains present and said in a deep voice, now let the captains of each unit command your troops and be ready to go at any time, Lord Raikage. At this moment, a figure rushed in and interrupted the 4th Raikage. Lord Raikage, Lord Killer B is back. B is back. The 4th Raikage was shocked. Everyone in the room showed a hint of surprise. They still thought that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki had died after Orochimaru extracted the 8 Tails. After all, when Kabuto Yakushi went to disrupt the 5 Cage talks, he had mentioned the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, they all thought that Killer B had died. Unexpectedly, this guy is back. Since Killer B is back, they must also ask why Killer B escaped and what is going on. To be honest, Killer B is still confused because he hasn't figured out what happened in this world. It's just that after a long sleep, something incredible happened in the ninja world that Killer B found incredible. The outbreak of the 4th Ninja World War is understandable. After all, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi control so many tailed beasts, which will definitely cause encirclement and suppression by major ninja villages. But how did Uehara Naraku become one of them? Killer B hasn't reacted yet that the Akatsuki organization that broke through the hidden cloud village and destroyed other ninja villages has joined their ninja coalition. Killer B felt that something was wrong with this world. Under the threat of the 4th Raikage's fist, Killer B could only suppress his desire to rap and talked about his own situation because of the Ushi monkey, because of Minato. I escaped. Killer Bee simply used his own gestures and language to describe how he came back to life after the 8-tailed Ushi monkey was extracted, and briefly talked about the communication between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha, as well as the location of Orochimaru. The most important thing is the hiding place of Orochimaru, because finding the hiding place of Orochimaru at least means that the ninja coalition is no longer blind in this war, and they can launch an offensive against Orochimaru. After Killer Bee pointed out the location, he turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku and improvised a sad rap. The Ushi monkey is dead. Minato said, protect Uehara Naraku. Unexpected. Protect Uzumaki Naruto. What is that? Speak human language. The fourth Raikage punched him on the head. Killer Bee covered his head and said the last words of Minato Namikaze, just asking Uehara Naraku and Uzumaki Naruto to be careful. Tsunade thought silently for a while and suddenly said, it is understandable that Orochimaru and others want to capture Naruto and obtain the Nine-Tails chakra in Naruto's body. After that, Tsunade suddenly looked at Uehara Naraku. Why does Orochimaru still want to assassinate you? Maybe it's because I bullied him. Uehara Naraku sighed softly, looked at Tsunade and said, as long as you continue to bully Orochimaru, he will definitely want to assassinate you. It may also be because he found out that Tsunade was stunned for a second and whispered, really? But why didn't Orochimaru send anyone to assassinate me? After all, Tsunade was also someone who bullied Orochimaru before. Of course, that wasn't bullying, it could only be said to be a way of getting along between companions, so Orochimaru didn't do anything. Compared to Uehara Naraku's bullying of Orochimaru, or even killing Orochimaru, it was a trivial matter. Well, at least we found Orochimaru's base. Uehara Naraku patted his hands and said in a deep voice, in this case, we have obtained information about Orochimaru, then we will surround him immediately and quickly send the perception ninja troops to investigate and confirm. After we reorganize the troops here, we will set off immediately. Wait. The fourth Raikage looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, if the information brought back by Uehara is reliable, they will definitely send people to trouble you and Naruto. We must protect you. Everyone couldn't help but look at the fourth Raikage back and forth. Is this guy really okay? The war hasn't even officially started yet, and he's already hidden away the strongest fighter, Uehara Naraku. I've completed the extra chapter for the 100,000 reward from Gauzy boss, and there's still some left. There will be 5 more chapters tomorrow. I'll write more tomorrow. I'll also write the thank you list tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Naraku Uehara, negative points for mouth escape. Everyone thought that the Raikage had a problem with his brain. A group of weak people came to protect a strong person, which was clearly a waste of resources. Moreover, if there was no Uehara Naraku, the fourth Shinobi World War would not have to be fought. Because the first generation of Hokage who was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation could not be defeated by numbers alone. According to the intelligence analysis brought by the perception team, the combat power of the first generation of Hokage was already in a different dimension from that of ordinary ninjas like them. Orochimaru will target you. The fourth Raikage AI slammed his fist on the table again, trying to exercise his power as the commander of the Ninja Alliance. If you are solved by Orochimaru on the battlefield, then we will not have much hope of winning this war. I understand the fourth Raikage's concerns. Uehara Naraku looked at the fourth Raikage and sighed faintly, but now is the time for us to work together. If the Ninja Alliance is defeated, only Uzumaki Naruto and I will be left and there will be no way. That's right. Tsunade wanted to punch the fourth Raikage on the head, with a clear look of impatience on her face. Raikage, what we have to do is trust Uehara and Naruto. After saying that, Tsunade suddenly said again, but this kind of thing does need to be prevented. Jiraiya, you have to be careful. Don't worry. Jiraiya nodded slowly. As the captain of the first special operations team, his subordinates are very strong, and there should be no problem if they want to protect Uzumaki Naruto. As for Uehara Naraku, everyone really didn't know what to tell him. Judging from the situation alone, this guy is the strongest one in their camp. If he can't protect himself, the others are useless. What's more, Uehara Naraku is the captain of the Ninja Coalition and the captain of the second team of the Special Operations Team. A group of Akatsuki members are also high-end combat forces in the ninja world. If this is destroyed by Orochimaru, this ninja war doesn't need to be fought. However, after they chatted briefly, the real thing is to focus on the war, especially when there are 70,000 or 80,000 Ninja Coalition troops standing outside waiting for their appeasement. Let's go. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said to the captains of the combat units, go and see your members, at least let them know what their captain looks like. Really? The captain of the 3rd combat unit, Hatake Kakashi, glanced at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help scratching his head. Can't you be a little gentler with your mouth? The captain of the 4th combat unit, Gaara, looked at Uehara Naraku calmly and followed in Uehara Naraku's footsteps. The people of Akatsuki have always been arrogant. I'm not surprised. The captain of the 1st combat unit, Deru, rubbed his hair and followed closely. If I remember correctly, I seem to be the captain of the 1st unit. Yeah. The captain of the 2nd combat unit, Huangtu, nodded, glanced at this unmotivated guy, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. Fortunately, Kuroto is my subordinate. If his daughter Kuroto follows under such an unmotivated guy like Deru, it would be a bit worrying. The captain of the 5th combat unit, Mifune, was a good guy and gently persuaded. Next, we all have to obey the orders of Lord Uehara. Only by uniting together can we defeat those evil enemies. The Ninja Coalition's assembly point. Tens of thousands of ninjas looked up. Tens of thousands of ninjas saw 6 figures walking out of the command center and standing on the high platform. These 6 people will be responsible for commanding them in battle. Uehara is the captain of the coalition. Shianshin touched his chin and muttered, it's a pity that he is not our captain. By the way, who is our captain? That one. Akimichi-chose looked up at the people who appeared above in confusion and found his target, the guy who looks less motivated than Kakashi, seems to be called Daru? Huh. Shianshin's expression was confused. The atmosphere here is still friendly, but the atmosphere in other places is not so good, because the pain left by the war is not so easy to erase. Looking at all the captains above, some were full of admiration, some were full of anger, and some were full of hatred. Especially since Uehara Naraku, the really hated guy, was the captain of their ninja coalition. It would obviously make most ninjas uncomfortable. In addition to this, the ninjas from these big ninja villages also disliked each other, and some ninjas even fought over past events, which was very lively. I'm Uehara Naraku. A loud voice spread throughout the entire ninja coalition assembly point. Uehara Naraku looked at the noise and disputes below, and a smile appeared on his face. Let me kindly remind you that I have a bad temper. If I see any disputes or fights in anyone's troops. Uehara Naraku's voice slowly became louder, and a ball of fire suddenly appeared on his fingers. Then I will treat your team that has the dispute as you have hurt your companions and betrayed the entire ninja coalition, and completely eliminate your disputed team. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's finger suddenly pointed at a high mountain far away from the Ninja Coalition's assembly point, and the ball of fire at his fingertips suddenly shot towards the mountain. After a violent explosion, the entire mountaintop was blown away. The tens of thousands of ninjas present had cold sweat on their foreheads, and they were speechless. Everyone stared blankly at the mountain, being destroyed by Uehara Naraku. This guy's technique is too powerful. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and hurriedly persuaded, hey, as the captain, don't be too violent. Lighten up a bit. It's impossible to convince people with strength alone. Well, you make sense. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and took another step forward. Everyone present should not have forgotten the pain we Akatsuki brought you. If you refuse to obey orders in this war, I will destroy your village again after the war. So for your companions who are still in the village. This guy. Hatake Kakashi listened to Uehara Naraku's speech and couldn't help covering his forehead. What kind of pre-war speech is this? This is clearly a violent declaration. Uehara Naraku is going to mess everything up. In this case, the Ninja Coalition will never be able to unite. This captain is too bad. Gaara couldn't help but glanced at Hatake Kakashi with a trace of worry on his face and said, "Hey, Mr. Kakashi, do you want to stop him?" "No, wait a little longer." Hatake Kakashi looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly, sighed and said, "Now this guy has messed up everything. What else can be worse?" Uehara Naraku didn't notice at all. He was still giving his pre-war speech. "I don't care about you guys. Your strength is simply not worth mentioning in this war. In this war, you must have heard of the enemies we need to face. They are all the previous generations of Kage in the village, or at least a famous strong man. Even if it were me, I might lose my life in this war, so I didn't let the person who is most important to me appear in this war. Because although I don't care about your lives, I still care about her life very much." The captain of the 2nd Combat Unit, Huang Tu, couldn't help but want to cover his face. This guy, what is he talking about? If this goes on, won't the ninja coalition really fall apart? The captain of the 5th Combat Unit, Mifune, also had a vague feeling that something was not going well. In the headquarters of the allied shinobi forces, everyone heard Uehara Naraku's speech, and everyone's face and mood were not very good. To be honest, the 4th Raikid slammed his fist on the table angrily. "At this time, I have a little doubt that Uehara Naraku is a spy who is messing up our military morale." "Wait a little longer." Tsunade frowned, waved her hand and said, "Since we have chosen Uehara Naraku as the captain of the allied forces, we must trust him. These high-level officials are like this. The tens of thousands of ninjas below are almost confused. Most of them want to rush up and kill the captain named Uehara Naraku. Even if the pig of the medical unit sits on it, it will do a better job than that guy Uehara Naraku. Isn't this too bad? Akimichi Choji is not feeling well." Temari narrowed her eyes slightly and clenched the fan behind her back, looking at Uehara Naraku who was still speaking in the air. This is his true nature. It sounds very annoying. Shikamaru curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, but this guy Uehara is still so interesting. On the platform, Uehara Naraku looked down at the people below and continued his speech. "Just as you don't care about my life, you don't care about the lives of your companions now. You only care about those who are important to you." Uehara Naraku saw the ninja coalition gradually quiet down and continued softly, "So you have to fight for those who are important to you. Do you think I would say that?" Uehara Naraku sneered and said contemptuously, "What I want to say is that if you don't care about the lives of your companions now, then we won't care whether the people you care about are dead or alive in the future. This war is inevitable, and it will definitely be the most tragic. Even someone like me who can easily destroy everything you have, dare not guarantee that I can survive the war, let alone you guys who are not strong enough. What I want to tell you is that your companions around you will help you take care of your relatives and friends because of your kindness, and at least help you convey your last words before you die. If you still want to fight now, then please continue. It's too late." I wrote several versions of this speech. It's a pity that I'm not very satisfied with any of it, and I'm a little afraid of 404. I'm going to visit relatives first, and will update in the afternoon or evening. There are still 4 updates left. Chapter 346. This Kaido has done a lot of evil. Most of the leaders of Akatsuki are not good at giving speeches. In other words, the leaders of Akatsuki are not good at giving decent speeches. Once they turn evil and become villains, their status is still quite high. Starting from the Ahiko era, through the Nagato era, and now entering the Uehara era, almost all of the 3 generations of Akatsuki leaders are idiots. After Uehara Naraku's speech, all the ninjas present gritted their teeth in hatred, but could do nothing about it. They had to admit that what Uehara Naraku said was right. This is an unavoidable war. Therefore, the people around them may be the ninjas who accompany them in the last stage of their lives, and they are also the only ones who can pass on their last words to their relatives and friends, or entrust their descendants, after they die in battle. Even if they hate the people around them, it is useless. The ninja coalition has become inevitable, and it is impossible to change it no matter what. It seems that everyone should understand the facts. Uehara Naraku looked down at the tens of thousands of ninjas present and shouted, "If you don't want to have no one to collect your bodies, then you should live in peace with me, and treat your old friends with the same attitude. Do you understand?" Nearly 80,000 ninjas were silent. The next moment, the entire ninja coalition gathering point became a sea of cursing. Everyone didn't care about venting their anger on the people around them who had old grudges, but only buried their heads in cursing Uehara and Naraku. Asshole. This bastard. The guys from Akatsuki are really not good guys. I really can't understand why the 5K let him be our captain. Inexplicably, I have a feeling that with such a guy as our commander, the hope of winning this war is even slimmer. But after they finished cursing Uehara and Naraku, they quickly apologized rudely to their teammates around them, and there was a sense of sadness that the rest of their lives were short during the conversation. Fortunately, they still have a common language. As long as you curse Captain Uehara, we can become good friends. Although the process was not particularly good, from the results, Uehara Naraku did successfully fulfill his duties as the captain of the Ninja Coalition forces, uniting the 70,000 to 80,000 ninja troops here firmly. Let's go. Uehara Naraku glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice, the surprise attack force will go first. The rest of the combat forces will quickly follow. Yes. The captains of the 5 combat forces looked at each other helplessly, flew in front of their own troops, and led them to the location of Orochimaru. The intelligence force also received news. The first batch of enemies who were reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation appeared in their perception range one after another, and that person was also rushing towards the gathering point of the Ninja Coalition forces. Uehara Naraku was also listening to the news from the intelligence unit. After learning that the first batch of impure world ninjas appeared to snipe them, he asked curiously, who are the first batch of impure world ninjas? Only one person. When Hyuga Hinata said this, her voice was particularly solemn. The enemy is Konoha's S-rank rebel ninja, Uchiha Itachi, a member of the former Akatsuki. I know. Uehara Naraku immediately issued his own order. Send the message to Jiraiya now, and let him lead the first special operations team to rush over. I will immediately send him some reinforcement to help him quickly seal Uchiha Itachi. After that, Uehara Naraku gave another order in a deep voice. Tell all the troops to continue to move forward. Don't worry about Uchiha Itachi. Don't waste time. We can't stop the advance of the 70,000 ninja coalition forces just because of Uchiha Itachi alone. Yes, Lord Uehara. Hyuga Hinata agreed seriously. On the other side, after receiving the order, Jiraiya and the first special operations team immediately rushed to the front of the Ninja Coalition forces and eliminated Uchiha Itachi. Their special operations team has added the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee who just returned. If they want to get rid of Uchiha Itachi, there will be no problem. What's more, Uehara Naraku will send them reinforcement. In Jiraiya's opinion, this is actually unnecessary. Even though Uchiha Itachi's combat power is amazing, it is really not a big deal for their first special operations team. Whether it is Susanoo or Amaterasu, there are ways to deal with it, and Tsukuyomi can only hurt one person. After being surrounded by Jiraiya and the people of the first special operations team, Uchiha Itachi, who was in the first batch of the Impure World Operations Force, immediately opened his main Juki Sharingan. Amaterasu, be careful. When Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth to remind him, his mouth suddenly spit out a pitch black crow, and the crow's eye socket was loaded with a main Juki Sharingan. This scene surprised everyone present. Even Jiraiya thought they were under an illusion. Uchiha Itachi stopped attacking and his will was restored. The crow hidden in Uzumaki Naruto's stomach was loaded with a Katamatsukami main Juki Sharingan left by Shisu, which was a technique used to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. When the crow saw Uchiha Itachi's pupil power, it would come out and use Katamatsukamas in a transfer seal technique, which made people loyal to Konoha. Now, this technique has changed Uchiha Itachi's will. Is it finally not beyond those people's expectations? After Uchiha Itachi woke up, he was not excited at all, but full of despair, because he knew that it was Kabuto Yakushi and others who were behind the scenes. The next second, the S-level rebel ninja who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation immediately reacted and shouted, Master Jiraiya, Naruto, Mr. K, please stop for the time being, I have something to say to you. Crash. A soul-catching chain suddenly attacked Uchiha Itachi's body. This soul-catching chain emerged strangely from the depths of a distant forest. Obviously, the person who shot was very tricky and was waiting for this opportunity. This is Uchiha Itachi's face changed drastically. He had sensed the horror of this soul-sucking chain. This was an ability specifically targeting souls, and it happened to be very targeted at him, a reincarnated ninja. The next moment, a red giant appeared. The skeleton of Susanoo quickly wrapped around Uchiha Itachi's body, and also helped him block the attack of the soul-sucking chain, barely allowing him to escape temporarily. Just as Uchiha Itachi was barely relieved, and was about to quickly mention the news of Kabuto Yakushi, and others to Jiraiya and others, a series of spells suddenly appeared on the ground. The range of this spell was extremely wide. When Uchiha Itachi was surprised, he suddenly raised his head. He sensed a huge chakra flying towards them at a high speed. "Hero, appear." A dull shout sounded. A tall stone statue fell to the ground, smashing Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo directly into the air, and then the tall stone statue punched the red Susanoo. The next moment, the gargoyle suddenly punched the red Susanoo, and a crack was smashed on the Susanoo's body. Even Uchiha Itachi didn't react to the sudden appearance and attack of this tall stone statue. No, or he knew it. Unfortunately, he had no power to resist. What the hell is this? Uchiha Itachi's face was ugly. He manipulated his Susanoo, and was about to draw his 10-fist sword, to seal the terrifying stone statue in front of him into the 10-fist sword. The red Susanoo was almost suddenly grabbed by the arm by the tall giant, and the next moment it was torn into pieces by the giant. No. Uchiha Itachi immediately turned his head to look at Jiraiya and others, but seeing them standing there and not moving, a flash of despair flashed through Uchiha Itachi's heart. Destroy Katamatsuki first. Perhaps because he was about to reach the real end, Uchiha Itachi was very sober. He didn't know what was happening now, but he could confirm that this was definitely a conspiracy by Uehara, Naraku and Yakushi, Kabuto and others. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi risked being hit by the giant statue, and released Amaterasu towards the crow, equipped with the Katamatsuki Manjaki Sharingan, burning the crow to ashes. Just when Uchiha Itachi was about to release Tsukuyomi again, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity that everything in that Tsukuyomi space was controlled by him to tell Uzumaki Naruto the truth, a huge fist hit Uchiha Itachi out of thin air. Bang! The Justice Giant suddenly punched Uchiha Itachi's body into ashes. Just as Uchiha Itachi's body was gradually recovering, the soul-catching chain appeared again and suddenly hooked Uchiha Itachi's body. A strange green figure flew over along the chain. In Uchiha Itachi's despair, the green figure suddenly threw out a lantern that conveyed painful wails, and the lantern took Uchiha Itachi's soul into it. The corpse of the impure world reincarnation on the ground quickly shattered after losing the support of the soul, revealing a white Zetsu with a painful death. Obviously, this was the sacrifice for the impure world resurrection of Uchiha Itachi. After the battle was over, everyone present was still in a state of shock. Everyone's eyes turned to the huge colossus and the green monster. The next second, the two figures turned into smoke. They were the absolute trump cards that Uehara Naraku used against Uchiha Itachi. The Justice Colossus Galio was mainly used to directly destroy his Susanoo. The Soul Chain Warden Thresh was used to trap Uchiha Itachi's soul. I have sent you reinforcement against Uchiha Itachi. Have you gotten rid of him? Uehara Naraku's voice appeared beside them, urging, Sir Jiraiya, if you have gotten rid of Uchiha Itachi, quickly advance forward. The second batch of impure world reincarnation ninjas have arrived. After saying that, Uehara Naraku spoke again and reminded, according to the news from the perception team, the number and personnel deployment of the second batch of impure world ninjas are far beyond imagination. And they are divided into 5 teams, each of which is heading towards our combat troops. Understood. After Jiraiya agreed, he was about to take Uzumaki Naruto and others away, but Uzumaki Naruto just stood there in a daze. What's wrong, Naruto? No, I'm fine. A hint of surprise flashed across Naruto Uzumaki's eyes. He shook his head and whispered, I just feel that Uchiha Itachi seems to have no ill will towards us. The look in his eyes just now is very strange, indescribably strange. Jiraiya patted Naruto Uzumaki on the shoulder and whispered, the second batch of impure world ninjas from the Sniper Coalition have arrived, and they need our support there. Let's go there first. Okay. Naruto Uzumaki nodded hurriedly, and put aside the matter of Uchiha Itachi. Just as the first special operations team was rushing to the front line, the surprise attack team received news that they had suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat, and the captain of the surprise attack team, Kankuro, also successfully brought back intelligence about the enemy to the coalition. That bastard Orochimaru. That bastard organized all the impure world ninjas according to the ninja village, and those impure world ninjas were also organized into a ninja coalition. Kankuro covered his wound and explained in a deep voice what happened after they encountered the enemy. The impure world ninjas from each ninja village were gathered together. We encountered the impure world ninja army of Sand village led by my father Atta, and we were defeated by them. Say, as a member of the surprise attack team, explained with a serious face, and I have conducted aerial reconnaissance. Compared with the impure world ninja army composed of Konoha impure world ninjas, the impure world ninja army of Sand village is simply not worth mentioning. Bastard, is this the time to compare? Kankuro couldn't help but glare at Sei. But a trace of worry appeared on Sei's face, and he said in a heavy voice, I'm telling the truth. One list after another appeared in the pen of the intelligence unit, and these messages were urgently sent to the combat troops that were about to be engaged in the front. The army composed of impure world reincarnation ninjas was really amazing. Even when Naraku got the list, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This guy Kabuto has done a lot of evil. Back, a little late. Chapter 347 Senior, I didn't expect you to really betray our and Itachi's dreams. What a sin. Naraku looked down at the list, handed to him by the intelligence officer. This list was the second batch of impure world ninja troops sent by Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru, and was also used to resist the ninja coalition, so as to buy time for Orochimaru to revive the Ten Tails. Konoha's impure ninja army, 2nd Hokage Senjuta Birima, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo, Byakugan Hyuga Hisashi, Katodan, Sarutobi Asuma, Gekao Hayate, Shin, Aburane Tone, Fire Temple's Jiraku Ninja Monk, Kumogakure Impure Ninja Army, 3rd Raikage AI, Kinkaku, Jinkaku, former 8 Tails Jinkriki Furubi, former 2 Tails Jinkriki Yukato, Magnetic Ninja Troy, Iwagakure Impure Ninja Army, 2nd Tsuchikage Mu, Explosion Style Hunting, former 4 Tails Jinkriki Leoshi, former 5 Tails Jinkriki Han, Mist Impure Ninja Army, 2nd Mizukage Hazuki Jinjetsu, 4th Mizukage Yagura, former 6 Tails Jinkriki Yugeo, Demon Man Momochi's Abuser, Watermelon Mountain Fuguki, Kurizen Kishimaru, Miri Jinpachi, Tsubasa Yato, the Filthy Ninja Army of the Sand Village, the 4th Kazakage Rasa, the Burning Style Hagura. These are the names of the main members, and some Jonin, Chunin and even Genin filthy ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages are also included. They are all test subjects that Kabuto Yakushi used to study the filthy reincarnation. Most of these middle and lower level ninjas were prepared by Kabuto Yakushi. This number must be higher than the number of people in history. Perhaps Kabuto Yakushi is under too much pressure. After all, he has to fight the ninja world war alone. In addition to these filthy ninjas, there is also a living commander. Kabuto Yakushi also sent a living person to lead these filthy ninjas. That is Uchiha Sasuke, who just replaced Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan and opened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. If you want to avenge Uchiha, go and kill the ninja coalition with these people and stop them from getting close to Lord Orochimaru. If you have the ability, you can even lead these guys to the headquarters of the ninja coalition. The voice of Kabuto Yakushi was full of temptation. Sasuke, this ninja war may be the last war in the ninja world. Perhaps this is your only chance in this life. Don't you want to recast the glory of Uchiha? I know. Uchiha Sasuke tore off the gauze in front of his eyes and led the army of filthy ninjas to the battlefield with a Kusanagi sword. After transplanting Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke felt that his pupil power became full and powerful again. He got the Mangekyou Sharingan that would never go blind, and his self-confidence swelled again. In the entire ninja world, no one will be his opponent now. Uchiha Sasuke had long known the story of the Uchiha Madara brothers. Sasuke knew very well that he already had the power that Uchiha Madara once had. No, Sasuke thought he should even surpass Uchiha Madara. Therefore, when JGO saw Uchiha Sasuke rushing to the battlefield with high spirits and a fearless look, he couldn't help scratching his head in a simple and honest way. Lord Kabuto, what happened to Sasuke? Maybe he got too arrogant. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses while manipulating his sacrificial materials because he was now preparing to resurrect the other protagonist of this ninja world war, Uchiha Madara. While packing up Uchiha Madara's body, Kabuto Yakushi said, "How is Lord Orochimaru? Hasn't he decided to completely resurrect the Ten Tails?" "Not yet." JGO shook his head hesitantly. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and sighed. "It seems that he is still so afraid of death. Go tell Lord Orochimaru that, if he dies here, I will help him revive with the Heaven's Curse seal." "Yes." Go nodded hurriedly, and when he was about to run back to report the news, he suddenly turned around. "Lord Kabuto, isn't it just right that Orochimaru is dead? Why should we revive him? He is not a good thing." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and shook his head, stretched out his hand and patted Go on the shoulder. "I just said it verbally. Actually, I lied to him." Go. "Yes." Go nodded quickly. To be honest, Go is now a little confused about whether what Kabuto Yakushi said is true or false. It feels that every word of Kabuto Yakushi is very sincere, but it feels that every word is light and fake, as if it has no weight. This world is really complicated. JGO sighed for a while, then went straight to Orochimaru's lounge and told Orochimaru what Kabuto Yakushi said, promising that he would revive him after his death. Orochimaru's eyes twitched. Orochimaru is in good condition now, and the outer path demon statue has already extracted the chakras of the 8-tailed beasts, leaving only the 9-tailed chakra nearby. Namake's Minato stood beside Orochimaru, waiting for Orochimaru to extract the 9-tailed beast from his body, and also monitoring Orochimaru. On the battlefield, Uehara and Naraku stood on a high place overlooking the battlefield. Across the battlefield were thousands of impure world reincarnation ninjas, from the previous generations of Kage from each village to some teenage genin. No one knew how Kabuto Yakushi controlled them. There was no doubt that he had dug a lot of graves. The situation doesn't seem good. Jiraiya walked to Uehara and Naraku's side, looking at the impure world core assigned according to the ninja village, with a trace of worry on his face. "The enemy is more than we imagined, and even stronger than we imagined." "Yeah." Uehara and Naraku nodded, looking at the unique Konoha impure world core. His eyebrows couldn't help but jump. Konoha's impure world ninjas are too many. Jiraiya's face couldn't help but darken, and he responded casually, "This is all done by Orochimaru. That bastard has never respected the dead." Because Orochimaru's view of life is very simple and unpretentious. Only when people are alive, everything is meaningful. Once a person dies, no matter what you leave for the world, it is ultimately meaningless. Orochimaru will not respect any dead person. No matter how much contribution those dead people made in their lifetime, as long as they die, Orochimaru will definitely find a way to dig up his grave. Uehara and Naraku nodded with a strange look on his face. Now it seems that he has picked a good candidate. Even Orochimaru's best friend once thought that Orochimaru was the mastermind behind the incident, which proves that there are problems with Orochimaru's character. Okay, let's prepare to charge. Uehara and Naraku raised his palm and looked at the impure world army in the distance. His voice gradually became heavy before Orochimaru resurrects the Ten Tails and becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. "We have to break through the impure world army's blockade." "Yes." Jiraiya nodded. One figure after another appeared behind him. Their two special operations teams will become the fighting force to entangle those strong men, and the remaining enemies can only rely on the huge ninja coalition to break through. The only trouble is that the number of sealed ninjas is not enough. Therefore, this war with the impure world ninja may be quite difficult. Uehara and Naraku looked at the impure world army in the distance, put his palms together, and shouted, "Everyone pay attention to protect the seal class. Everyone, charge." Uehara and Naraku raised his palm, and a ball of fire slowly floated into the sky, and then suddenly fell in the direction of the impure world army. A violent explosion sounded, and the fireball blew up hundreds of impure world ninjas. This scene caused the ninja coalition to cheer. The next moment, countless people roared and rushed towards the enemy, and countless shurikens and detonating tags were thrown at the enemy's head. The second generation Tsuchikage and the third generation Hokage of the Impure World Ninja stood up at the same time. The two people put their hands together at the same time and shouted loudly, "Earth Escape, Earth Flow, City Wall." A long wall blocked countless shurikens and detonating tags. After the first combat unit launched a long-range attack under the leadership of Deru, the second combat unit and the fifth combat unit quickly rushed up under the leadership of Huangtu and Mifune. The third combat unit, Hatake Kakashi, looked at a figure in the Konoha Impure World Army. It was his father, Hatake Tsukumo. He didn't expect that his father would also be resurrected by the Impure World Army. Hatake Kakashi's face showed a complex expression. He slowly clenched his fists and shouted, "The third combat unit, launch an attack from the left and right." The fourth combat unit, Gaara, didn't care about his father Luosha's situation at all. He waved his hand to summon his troops to rush up and support the charge of the Yellow Earth Army. At this moment, the Fourth Ninja World War finally started completely, and a war of the largest scale began. Deidara held a ball of clay in his hand, chuckled and said, "Uehara, when are we going to go? I can't wait. Let's go." Uehara Naraku nodded gently. One by one, the figures wearing auspicious cloud black robes followed behind him. They moved faster and faster, and finally ran directly. Uehara Naraku jumped into the air, punched a Impure World Ninja, and waved his hand to blow up the Impure World Ninja's body. Ha 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 ha. This style is worthy of Uehara. After Deidara laughed wildly for a while, he stepped on a clay bird and rushed to the rear of the enemy, dropping countless bombs. Still so reckless, the red sand scorpion frowned and glanced at Deidara, shook his head, and waved his hand to summon the puppets of the third and fourth Kazukages. Countless thousands of gold dust and magnets were densely covered with enemies around. There are many guys on this battlefield that can threaten us. After Kakuzu nodded with emotion, one by one, the earth resentment drilled out of his body. For a time, the flames and wind swept around, and the lightning instantly penetrated the enemy's formation. Unfortunately, the third Hokage of the Impure World, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was proficient in all 5 ninjutsu, brought his own shadow clone and quickly stopped the rampage of the earth resentment However, Jiraiya reappeared and entangled Sarutobi Hiruzen. A surging flame gushed out of Jiraiya's mouth, quickly submerging Sarutobi Hiruzen and his shadow clones. Just as Jiraiya's flames burned the ninja coalition, a loud voice resounded on the battlefield. "Water style, great explosion water wave." Hashiga Kikisame opened his mouth and gushed out a huge stream of water, submerging all fire style ninjutsu, and also quickly created a bull-like lake. Kakuzu looked at Hashiga Kikisame, who was rising into the air on the waves, and cursed, "Arsehole, always like to use water style ninjutsu. I must take that guy's heart in the future." This battle was completely a mess. Everyone quickly found their opponents. Only Uehara Naraku, relying on his own strong strength, almost broke through the Impure World Army, and no one could block his attack. "Don't even think about breaking through here." A reincarnated ninja suddenly appeared in front of Uehara Naraku, waving the ninja sword in his hand and about to chop Uehara Naraku to death with one blow. The next moment, a big hole was punched out of his chest. Just as the ninja was waiting for himself to recover, a scroll instantly sealed the ninja up. Apparently, a sealing squad had discovered that Uehara Naraku was powerful and had been following the crowd he rushed through, sealing up the ninjas he had blown up one by one. It has to be said, although Uehara Naraku, the captain of the coalition forces, was not very good in quality, his strength was still beyond doubt. The sealing squads following him had never found any enemy who could withstand a move from Uehara Naraku. Just as a group of people were fighting fiercely, a tall purple Susanoo suddenly appeared behind the ninja army, and that Susanoo slowly pulled up the bow and arrow in his hand. The direction the bow and arrow were aimed at was the place with the most people on the entire battlefield. For Uchiha Sasuke, it doesn't matter who dies on the battlefield. He doesn't care about the situation on the battlefield at all. He just wants revenge. A huge purple arrow suddenly shot into the crowd. Just as the ninjas covered by the giant arrow subconsciously felt a pressure, they could only watch the purple arrow coming, and their faces showed a touch of despair. This level of power is obviously not something they can resist. Uehara Naraku appeared under the giant arrow, kicked the giant arrow into pieces with a kick, and looked up at Uchiha Sasuke not far away. Uehara Naraku waved his hand without changing his expression and knocked away a dirty ninja who tried to sneak attack him. His eyes were still fixed on Uchiha Sasuke, and he said in a cold voice, "Hey, Sasuke, after seeing me, a senior, you didn't say hello, isn't it too much?" "Sorry senior." Uchiha Sasuke manipulated his Susanoo to condense a purple arrow again, and a black flame appeared on the arrow. Uchiha Sasuke stared at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Senior, I thought Kabuto Yakushi had been lying to me, but I didn't expect that you really had gone along with the 5 great nations and betrayed our and Itachi's dreams. I've already written 4,000 words. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 348 My leaks are fighting." Uchiha Sasuke. It's really hard to describe. This guy actually took all the stories that Uehara Naraku had told seriously. He didn't really think that Uchiha Itachi wanted to overthrow the order of this ninja world, did he? "Senior, it's not too late for you to turn back now." Uchiha Sasuke manipulated the Amaterasu black flame to attach to his sharp arrows and suddenly spoke to Uehara Naraku to persuade him to surrender. "Our dream of changing the world order is still there senior. Please join me again." A hint of pride flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's face. "Senior, I have now obtained the strongest power in the world, and in my opinion, you are the only one in the world who is most qualified to be my teammate. Thank you for thinking highly of me." Uehara Naraku is really full of question marks. Is there something wrong with Uchiha Sasuke's brain and courage? Now who can tell him why Uchiha Sasuke dared to persuade him to surrender? Is this guy really crazy? Uehara Naraku frowned without hesitation. "Sasuke, have you gone crazy now?" "No, I'm more sober than ever." Uchiha Sasuke stood in Susanoo, slowly shook his head, spread out his palms, and invited sincerely, "Senior, join me. I have now gained power that surpasses Uchiha Madara. Come and change the order of this ninja world with me." "Sasuke." Uehara Naraku sighed softly and brought out his old tricks. "Itachi would never have thought that you would become like this today. What you should do now is to find a quiet town, marry a wife, and have more children." "Senior." Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Uehara Naraku. A trace of regret flashed across his face. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said softly, "Senior, do you think that a person who has the power to change the world will be confined to a small village?" Uehara Naraku fell silent. Uchiha Sasuke is right. As a person who has the power to change the world, it seems unlikely that he would be willing to live in a small village. So Uehara Naraku, as the strongest ninja in the ninja world, in addition to being the village chief of the Hidden Rain village, occasionally does a side job and works part-time as a behind-the-scenes mastermind in the ninja world. He, Uehara Naraku, has no problem being a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Why is Uchiha Sasuke also thinking about making trouble? This is obviously a problem with his own cognition, right? Why do you still think that he has surpassed Uchiha Madara? The current Uchiha Sasuke is really a leak waiting to be cut by Uehara. It is estimated that after Uchiha Madara jumps out, Uchiha Sasuke will have to understand what Uchiha Madara's power means. Sasuke. After seeing Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hold back. He flew and forced back a dirty world ninja and suddenly landed next to Uehara Naraku. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the tall Susanoo and said in a deep voice, "Sasuke, now you finally joined Orochimaru?" "Naruto." The black flame arrow of the purple Susanoo suddenly aimed at Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and a complex expression flashed across his face, and the next moment it suddenly turned into a sinister look. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are far from my opponent now. It would be easy for me to kill you." "Really?" A layer of golden chakra suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body. He stared at Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "But I have tried my best to catch up with you, Sasuke. I must take you back this time." At this moment, Naruto's eyes seemed extremely firm. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes seemed even more determined. At this moment, Uehara felt a little redundant. After seeing Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke ignored the existence of Uehara Naraku and focused his attention on this former friend again. Just as the fierce war below seemed to be out of tune with them, and the atmosphere between them gradually became more and more solemn, Uchiha Sasuke's mouth suddenly grinned, staring at Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Then let's start with you." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly became crazy, and his voice gradually became more shrill. Uzumaki Naruto, then let's start with you. Let everyone in this world feel the pain of Uchiha Itachi. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth. He controlled his Susanoo, and suddenly shot his black flame giant arrow at Uzumaki Naruto. If you want to kill me, then come on. A giant chakra hand suddenly emerged from behind Uzumaki Naruto, and a huge wind escape spiral shuriken appeared in it, pressing down in the direction of the black flame giant arrow. A violent explosion resounded over the land. The moment the spiral shuriken in the air and the black flame giant arrow intersected, black and white quickly rotated in it, and countless black flames were blown away by the spiral shuriken. The two people instantly started a big battle. Uehara and Naraku stood there, watching his two leaks fighting each other. He decided to continue harvesting his own spoils first. These reincarnated ninjas can also provide him with superimposed attributes. On this battlefield, no one can be spared, and everyone is looking for their own battle. This is the fate of the ninja world, and no one can be isolated. Hatake Kakashi and Hatake Tsukumo fought each other, relying on their Sharingan to barely keep up with their father's movements. The battle between Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the master and apprentice, was even more intense. As two ninjas who were equally good at ninjutsu, other people could not intervene in the battle between the two of them. They could only see powerful ninjutsu competing on the battlefield. After a brief fight between Gaara and Rasa, relying on the help of the red sand scorpion next to him, he easily suppressed his father. To be honest, Gaara's mood was quite complicated. He never thought that one day, he would become a teammate with the red sand scorpion, and fight with the red sand scorpion's Rasa puppet. This feeling. Gaara's face showed great disgust, but also a little relief. No matter what, at least the crisis of Rasa was solved. Compared to their side, the battle of the third Raikage was a sweep. Any ninja from the hidden cloud village is definitely not the opponent of the third Raikage and Blue Bee. Even Killer Bee is just passively taking a beating. Hellstab Ippenguant. The figure of the third Raikage turned into a flash of lightning, and suddenly rushed to Killer Bee's position. This move can definitely penetrate Killer Bee's body. In the war between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village, it was the third Raikage who used this move to directly penetrate the 10,000 miles earth flow wall set up by the Rock Ninjas, allowing the Cloud Ninjas under his command to escape. It's over. The figure of the third Raikage was reflected in Kirabi's sunglasses, and a flash of despair flashed through his heart. There was no enemy in this world that could not be defeated by the Hellstab. The next moment, a figure suddenly passed by him, twisted the third Raikage's arm neatly, and kicked the strongest Raikage to the ground. What is going on? Kirabi's mouth opened subconsciously, and his eyes watched a group of people from the sealing class swarming up and sealing the third Raikage. Kirabi's neck seemed to be stiff and slowly twisted, watching the person who defeated the third Raikage killing people on the battlefield. It was Uehara Naraku. Killer Bee's face trembled, remembering the fear of him, and the fourth Raikage being dominated by Uehara Naraku. This guy can do it, it seems. Not surprising. This kind of thing is certainly not surprising. Uehara Naraku was invincible on the battlefield, leading the ninja coalition to seal up the impure world ninjas one after another. This news soon spread to the headquarters of the ninja coalition. It seems that they made the right choice. Whether it is the third Tsuchikage Inoki, or Tsunade and the fourth Raikage, they all think that Uehara Naraku is a very qualified captain of the coalition forces, and the second batch of impure world ninja troops should be able to be dealt with soon. Tsunade looked at the battle report from the front, and said slowly, in this case, only Uchiha Madara and Great Grandpa are left. There should be no problem, right? Victory is decided. The fourth Raikage nodded slowly, and said in a deep voice, at least there will be no problem next. If Uehara Naraku can entangle the first Hokage, tens of thousands of ninjas can easily encircle, and defeat Uchiha Madara, and then go to encircle Orochimaru. The third Tsuchikage Inoki nodded reservedly, and whispered, there shouldn't be any problem. Although that guy's Uchiha Madara, he can't withstand the siege of tens of thousands of ninjas, right? To be honest, Inoki was still a little uneasy. Inoki had personally witnessed how Uchiha Madara ravaged the ninja world. After the establishment of Konoha, any ninja who refused to surrender and join Konoha fled to the land of fire under the threat of Uchiha Madara. In that era, no matter how magical the bloodline was, no matter how abundant the chakra was, no matter how proud the family secrets were, they would eventually become ninjas who were not worth mentioning under the reputation of Uchiha Madara. In the secret base, Orochimaru finally began to extract the chakra of the Nine Tails. Because the defeat of the second batch of impure world ninjas in front made Orochimaru realize a reality. Instead of waiting for the enemy to attack and be humiliated, it is better to think about trying to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. If I could really get the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Kabuto Yakushi sat on a chessboard. He calmly watched the chess pieces disappear one after another, and calmly placed the chess piece in his hand on the chessboard. Is there really anyone in the ninja world who can be a rival to Lord Naraku? The next moment, Kabuto Yakushi slowly raised his eyes and looked at a coffin next to him. He stared at the sleeping figure in the coffin, which was the body he had just created for the legendary figure, Uchiha Madara. Because Uchiha Madara's lifespan ended naturally, it would be a bit troublesome to revive him with his strength in his prime. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, sighed and said, "Really, we still have to buy some more time for Lord Orochimaru, so let you go." Kabuto Yakushi's fingers suddenly closed together, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I hope that, after you go there, you can let Lord Naraku enjoy the fun of fighting." Lord Naraku, this is a legendary figure, and he is enough to be in his heyday. There is one more chapter left. If you haven't slept yet, go to bed. You can read it tomorrow. Chapter 349. The sky cleared up. On the battlefield, the ninja coalition completely took the upper hand. Uehara Naraku was harvesting these filthy ninjas like mowing grass. The ninja coalition was shocked to see that the enemies they could not solve were solved by Uehara Naraku with a punch or a ninjutsu. No one could resist his power. One of the only two strong men in the sand village, Scorch Release Yikang, waved his hand to summon a strange fireball and threw it at Uehara Naraku. Scorch Release, Oversteaming. Wind Release, Tornado. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to create a gust of wind that quickly blew away the fireballs. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared beside Yikang. "Don't be too irritable." Uehara Naraku frowned slightly, and his palm directly grabbed Yikang's neck and slowly lifted her body. The next moment, a chill emanated from his hand, slowly freezing Yikang's body into an ice sculpture. Yikang's body was hidden in the ice sculpture, and she tried desperately to release the burning release to break free, but even if she tried her best, she could only slowly melt the ice from the inside. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and threw Yikang to the ground and glanced at the sealing ninjas following behind him. "Seal her up." "Yes, Captain." The ninjas of the first sealing class nodded respectfully, took out the sealing scrolls, and sealed Yikang up. Over the past few hours, the feelings of the sealing ninjas of the entire ninja coalition towards Uehara Naraku gradually changed from dislike to awe and respect, because they witnessed his strength with their own eyes. And if they acted with Uehara, the task would be too easy. Uehara Naraku did not stop. His figure was like a ghost active on the battlefield, and he would appear next to a certain Edo ninja from time to time and eliminate the enemy in an instant. Whether it was an ordinary genin, various cage level figures, or the former Jinchuriki of each village, they were all treated equally in his hands. During this period, Jiraiya also defeated his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. After sealing Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own hands, he turned his head and glanced at Uehara Naraku. "This guy Uehara is still trustworthy in fighting." "Yeah." Might Guy also walked to Jiraiya's side, watched Uehara Naraku eliminate the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizuki Chizuki Jinjutsu, and commanded the sealing squad to seal the two cages. Might Guy looked at this scene with admiration on his face, and he nodded seriously. "Mr. Kitahara Naraku is trustworthy." Now, Jiraiya nodded hurriedly, turned his head, and looked around the battlefield, and said softly, "The second Tsuchikage, the second Mizukage, the third Reikage, Sarutobi Sensei, the fourth Kazukage, and the fourth Mizukage have all been sealed up." Jiraiya's eyes finally moved slowly, looking at a person who was constantly wandering on the battlefield, and his face gradually became serious. "In this case, only the second Hokage of our village is left. The only cage level ninja who was reborn from the impure world reincarnation was the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Even Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo was defeated by Hatake Kakashi using the Sharingan, swordsmanship and Reikiri, but after winning this fateful battle with his father, Hatake Kakashi was exhausted again. Is Katodan also sealed? Jiraiya's eyes moved slowly. Katodan's spiritual transformation technique is indeed very strong, but unfortunately he still can't achieve any results, and is easily solved by Uehara Naraku's summoning beast Soul Lock Warden. Even his soul was collected by the summoning beast that targets the soul. In addition to the second generation Hokage who still relies on the flying thunder god technique to move around, the only enemy with some weight is Uchiha Sasuke, a living person. He is still fighting with Uzumaki Naruto. It has to be said, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have become very powerful. The battle between the two of them is extremely fierce, and even some powerful ninjas can't intervene. Although from the perspective of the battle, Uchiha Sasuke is still very tenacious. But everyone present knows that Uchiha Sasuke can no longer escape, because a bunch of people in auspicious clouds and black robes surrounded their battlefield. They are Akatsuki ninjas. At least the ninjas present believe that Uchiha Sasuke will definitely not be able to escape under the siege of the Akatsuki organization, which is the strongest mercenary organization in the entire ninja world. After commanding the captains of various combat units to preside over the battlefield finishing work, Uehara Naraku also rushed to the battlefield near Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Is the battle not over yet? Uehara Naraku walked to the side of the Akatsuki organization. He saw Deidara chewing clay desperately, and his eyebrows couldn't help jumping. Deidara, what are you doing again? I'm going to give Uchiha Sasuke a super surprise art. Deidara spit out clay from his two palms and slowly gathered into a big bird with a strange appearance. He said with an ugly face, there are only 2 Uchiha left in this world, right? Kill one and there will be one less. Uehara Naraku, you are so petty. When Uchiha Itachi tried to win over Deidara to join the Akatsuki organization, he used the Sharingan to make Deidara fall into an illusion and almost blow himself up. From then on, Deidara began to target Uchiha's life. Isn't the macro telescope on the left eye cool? In addition to taking pictures and reconnaissance, it is mainly used to prevent Sharingan illusions. C4 Garuda is cute, right? It is not very conspicuous at ordinary times, but once it is used, it is a super proportioned figure made according to Deidara's appearance and body shape. Once it explodes, it can emit countless clay spiders that are almost micrometers and can make a person's body be blown into ashes from the inside out by clay spiders. This technique is aimed at Uchiha Itachi. Even after Uchiha Itachi died, Deidara did not give up targeting Uchiha, as if his life would be boring if he didn't target Uchiha. Sometimes Uehara Naraku is really worried about Deidara. What if Deidara dies and sees a bunch of Uchiha in the underworld? Wouldn't he be mad? Uehara Naraku slowly raised his finger. After getting the news from Kabuto Yakushi that Orochimaru was about to revive the Ten Tails, he decided to start harvesting his own leeks. Forget it, I'll go get rid of him. No, let me go. Just stay here. Scorpion grabbed Deidara's arm and said dissatisfiedly, you really don't care about your life. Didn't you almost get killed just now? What happened? Uehara Naraku's expression was surprised for a second. There shouldn't be anyone who can threaten Deidara on the entire battlefield, right? Besides, although the people in the Akatsuki organization are not very loving, they will definitely save their companions when they are in danger. So Uehara Naraku didn't care about the situation in Akatsuki. Didn't expect that Deidara, this funny guy, almost got killed again. After hesitating for a second, Scorpion whispered, he was trying to blow up Uchiha Sasuke just now, and no one could stop him. In the end, he was caught by Sasuke's Susanoo. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto saving him, he would have almost died in Sasuke's hands. Then why don't you just stay here? Uehara Naraku grabbed Deidara's shoulders, shook his head and said, Sasuke is stronger than Itachi now. Whether it's illusion, physical skills, ninjutsu, or eye skills, he has almost no shortcomings. After saying that, Uehara Naraku added, of course, for me, he has no advantages either. This was said with great confidence. It's just that the power that Uehara Naraku has always shown is almost limitless, and no one knows how strong he is. Deidara looked at him speechlessly, raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't underestimate Sasuke. His Susanoo attacks very quickly. Don't worry." Uehara Naraku chuckled and walked towards the center of the battlefield step by step. "In this world, no one knows how to deal with Sasuke better than me." After that, Uehara Naraku's figure floated up and flew towards the direction of Susanoo, but was met with a huge jade spiral shuriken that was knocked away. No wonder no one can participate in this battle. Even if it was just a random spell, it was not something that other people present could withstand. Uehara Naraku subconsciously turned sideways to avoid the huge jade spiral shuriken and threw a fireball to completely smash it. "Uehara, don't come over." After seeing Uehara Naraku in danger, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but shouted, "Leave Sasuke to me." Humph. Uchiha Sasuke stood in Susanoo, manipulated Susanoo and raised the longbow and giant arrow in his hand again, sneering, "Who do you think you are?" "I am." Uzumaki Naruto manipulated a giant chakra hand and once again generated a super large jade spiral shuriken, and shouted, "Uzumaki Naruto, idiot." Uchiha Sasuke suddenly closed his fingers. His face gradually became serious. "Then let me show you the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. This is a power that surpasses Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Naruto, congratulations on being the first person to see this form and die under it." The next moment, the purple Susanoo suddenly changed. A pair of legs appeared under the purple Susanoo, propping up its body and directly increasing its height instantly. Countless purple chakras appeared on Susanoo's body, gradually turning this increasingly huge Susanoo into a new form, almost completely changing its appearance. The size alone completely surpassed the previous state. Under the feet of the purple Susanoo were a pair of huge and powerful purple boots, and the volume became abnormally large. Its somewhat weird appearance became a little hideous at this moment. Uchiha Sasuke's body was also wrapped in the head of Susanoo. He slowly covered his eyes in it, feeling the pain and power when Susanoo was activated. It must be said that this form of Susanoo was the first time that Uchiha Sasuke used it. This form of Susanoo was only the fourth form, not the real complete state, but it was not a small burden for Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uehara Naraku, who was still stubbornly rushing over, and whispered, "Although I feel that this pupil power has not been fully developed, the fourth form of Susanoo is enough to deal with you." Uehara Naraku was silent for a while. Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his fingers and condensed a wind ball, then flicked his hand and launched the wind ball into the air. The next moment, the clouds in the sky that were gathered by countless ninjutsu were instantly blown away by the wind ball, and the sun slowly shone down and fell on the purple Susanoo. The sky cleared up. The fifth update. My life is more important. I'll sleep. I originally wanted to write until Madara appeared, and I planned to write this chapter to 5,000 words. I'm too sleepy, so I'll post it first. I've laid the groundwork for a while, and you should know why Madara came. Chapter 350. The person that Senjutsu Birama hates the most is Uchiha Madara. The sun is so beautiful. Uehara Naraku and everyone else are bathing in the sun. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, watching the sun shining through the gaps between his fingers, and sighed. "It's such a good day. It's a pity not to beat the child." "Senior, you're still the same." Uchiha Sasuke's face flashed with gloom. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, he was instantly angered by what Uehara Naraku said. Sasuke controlled the purple Susanoo and drew out the Susanoo sword. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Are you still treating me as a child? Don't look at me with the past concepts, which are outdated." Uchiha Sasuke controlled the purple Susanoo and walked over step by step with his tall figure. There was more madness on his face. "See? Senior, this is the power I got back, the power I got from Itachi." Uehara Naraku shook his head, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and sighed quietly. "Sasuke, did Itachi give you the power to let you do this? He just wanted to protect you and prevent others from hurting you." Uehara Naraku walked towards the direction of Susanoo, and his voice gradually became serious. "Itachi once entrusted me to take good care of you. I will never tolerate you going to the most dangerous path by yourself. Well, it's time to accept Sasuke's leaks. If you don't collect it now, when Uchiha Madara comes, this leak will probably be taken away by the Six Paths Sage, and the leak will become old. Old leaks are not delicious." Uehara Naraku rushed towards Susanoo. "Senior, The Susanoo sword in the purple Susanoo slowly pointed at the rushing Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed a fierce look, and the momentum of Susanoo was constantly increasing. Don't use those to preach anymore. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo sword suddenly chopped down at the position where Uehara Naraku rushed, and his voice became colder and colder. Originally, I was very optimistic about you. The truth of this world has always been in the hands of a few people. Didn't you tell me that? The huge Susanoo sword cut through the sky. A gust of wind pressure was lifted by the Susanoo sword, blowing everything on the earth in disarray. Everyone couldn't help but look at this scene, looking at Uehara Naraku standing under the Susanoo sword. This sword can directly chop Uehara's body into pieces. A trace of complexity flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. No matter how much he respected Uehara Naraku, no matter how good the relationship between his brother Uchiha Itachi and Uehara Naraku was, when they took different paths, they had become enemies of life and death. I'm sorry, senior. Uchiha Sasuke manipulated the sword of Susanoo and fell heavily, hitting Uehara Naraku's body, with a trace of blood flowing under his eyes. As long as you are determined to move forward towards your dream, no matter who is blocking me on the road, even if you are Itachi's friend, I will never give up. Uchiha Sasuke slowly stretched out his palm, wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, and added a touch of madness to his voice. Senior, this is the price of growth. Really? A gentle voice sounded. After hearing this voice, Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look down and chat. He only saw the figure under the sword of Susanoo. Uehara Naraku raised his palm high, holding the Susanoo sword tightly in his palm, and slowly raised his head to look at Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, is this all the power you got? Uehara Naraku's face gradually became indifferent. Just because you got this little power, you want to resist my will? Crack. A burst of shattering sounded. A gleam of light appeared in Uehara Naraku's palm, and he punched the entire Susanoo sword with a punch, setting off an even stronger fist wind. The next moment, the entire Susanoo sword was smashed into pieces by Uehara Naraku's punch. Even if Uchiha Sasuke's fourth form Susanoo is too powerful, and the texture of Susanoo is too hard, for a man like Uehara Naraku who can easily fight the tailed beast, it seems to be a little bit short. What? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with fear. At this moment, he remembered again the fear of being dominated by Uehara Naraku when he was in the Akatsuki organization in the past few years. Uehara Naraku's body slowly floated into the air, and his body floated to the head of Susanoo, staring at Uchiha Sasuke hidden in Susanoo's head. Uehara Naraku curled his lips, looked at Sasuke who was gradually becoming serious, and chuckled. Sasuke, it seems that the power you just got is still not good enough for me, senior. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, and his face returned to indifference and calmness. Sure enough, I knew that senior would not be so easy to get rid of. Then let you see what a real Uchiha looks like. Amaterasu. Flame release Kagutsuchi. A touch of Amaterasu's flame appeared on his body. Under Sasuke's control, the Amaterasu's flame instantly turned into a black sword in the hand of Susanoo, and slashed towards Uehara Naraku again. This is Itachi's Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke stared at the rising waves of black flames and shouted, under the burning of Amaterasu, no one can escape. Naive, still naive. Uehara Naraku dodged the attack of Amaterasu's black flame sword. His figure appeared next to Susanoo, and a surge of chakra burst out from his body. Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly cut towards Susanoo's shoulder, breaking Susanoo's shoulder instantly, and the purple arm holding Amaterasu's black flame sword fell to the ground. Amid Uchiha Sasuke's shock and anger, Uehara Naraku turned and appeared in another place, kicking off one of Susanoo's legs. In a blink of an eye, Uehara tore Susanoo into pieces. Just relying on his brute force, he tore the entire Susanoo into pieces. Uchiha Sasuke covered his eyes and looked at the Susanoo on his body. Only a huge head was left, still surrounding his body. Really? Uehara Naraku clenched his fist, smashed the head of Susanoo with one punch, and also punched Sasuke out. He slowly twisted his wrist, frowned and said, Sasuke, you disappoint me so much. Side quest, defeat Uchiha Sasuke, Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The quest has been completed, and the passive talent skill Flame Power is rewarded. Flame Power, activated. Hidden passive talent skill. You can freely drive the flame chakra composed of yin power plus fire power, and create and use flame ninjutsu at will. I'm really disappointed with Sasuke. I thought I could drive a Gundam, After defeating Sasuke in the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan state, he was only rewarded with the power of fire, which is a fire escape composed of fire chakra and yin chakra, which is almost equivalent to controlling black flames similar to Amaterasu. It is said that someone in the Uchiha clan once developed the fire escape with the help of yin chakra and fire chakra, because only the Uchiha clan has the most extreme yin chakra in their bodies, and also has excellent fire attribute talents. Uehara Naraku must be dissatisfied with this reward. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with anger. He wanted to get up again, but the blow he just received made him spit out a mouthful of blood. That's it. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke coldly and said softly, "I will protect your life for Itachi's sake. As it is a war period now, I will temporarily detain you." Uehara. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help scratching his cheek and said softly, "Can I talk to Sasuke for a few words? The war is not over yet." Uehara Naraku looked at Uzumaki Naruto, frowned and said, "Then I will leave Sasuke to you for the time being. Is there any problem?" No. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly waved his hand. This result couldn't be more satisfactory. Just when Uzumaki Naruto went to talk to Uchiha Sasuke, a figure suddenly appeared beside Sasuke and kicked Uzumaki Naruto out. HMPH, what a good for nothing brat. Senjutsu Berama glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and said contemptuously, "Have the guys from the Uchiha clan always been so arrogant?" "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, glared at Senjutsu Berama, and said in a deep voice, "Take me away from here first. I need time to recover my pupil power." Uchiha Sasuke always believed that it was Kabuto Yakushi who was controlling Senjutsu Berama. He believed that Kabuto Yakushi could hear his words through Senjutsu Berama, and now that he had been defeated, he could not stay here any longer. No need. Unfortunately, Senjutsu Berama shook his head and rejected Uchiha Sasuke's request. Senjutsu Berama's palms quickly closed and whispered, "Kit, instead of leaving here, why not come and see the power of that person first?" "What do you mean?" Sasuke frowned. The next moment, Senjutsu Berama's palm suddenly fell on the ground, and he whispered, "The guy I hate most in my life, that guy is also a person who really exerts the power of Sharingan to the extreme. The psychic technique." A coffin slowly floated out from the ground. The next moment, a surge of chakra suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and every perception ninja couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially the leader of the perception unit, Black Zetsu. Its mood gradually became a little nervous, and its voice became a little harsh. He. In order to stop the coalition forces, they still use that corpse? Just when everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the coffin, an obviously disdainful sneer came from the coffin, which fell into the ears of everyone nearby. "Huh, I didn't expect that you, a disgusting guy, called me out." The next moment, the coffin was suddenly kicked to pieces, and a strong wind swept all the land and yellow sand in front of it, as if trying to kick Senjutsu Berama away with one blow. Senjutsu Berama's figure suddenly dodged the attack. Senjutsu Berama looked at the coffin, or rather the figure in the coffin, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. "You bastard. Humph, you are still the same as before. You can only dodge desperately, and then hide in the gloomy corner like a rat in the sewer." The person in the coffin snorted coldly, insulted Senjutsu Berama casually, and then stretched out his palm and placed it on the coffin. The figure was wearing a red armor, with his hair loose, walked out of his coffin, and opened his eyes. Obviously every action was very ordinary, but because of his identity, it seemed very different. The Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. He once had countless fearsome names, and even today people still pass on his deeds by word of mouth. The statue standing in the Valley of the End represents how terrifying those two once strongest ninjas were. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly and looked down at his arm. Immortality reincarnation? Is there something wrong with the plan? The first update. I slept so comfortably today. There are 2 more updates to come later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.